Testing, testing, testing. Hello. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Saturday on Head of the Charles 2023. It's a bit of a change from yesterday, but we're going to have some great racing today for sure. And to kick off the day, we have David Rivera Bozon to sing the national anthem for us. David is a Colombian tenor living in Boston. Um, He loves to sing from his heart. He's been a featured soloist in numerous concerts, recitals, and stage works, including productions with Mass Opera and Boston Opera Collaborative. He's got a master's in music from the New England Conservatory and a bachelor's from the University of Columbia. David, welcome.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
David, thank you. Exceptional as always. All right, over to our crack announcing team for this morning, who will introduce all the races and talk you through what's happening on the river.
Good morning, Cambridge Boat Club. Good morning, Elliott Bridge. Woo! Welcome to day 2 of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Today will feature Masters Morning. We will have a series of single sculls races, followed by the Masters and Senior Masters doubles, 8s, and 4s. That will take us up towards the middle of the day when it'll switch over to the club events. So it's Masters Morning at the Head. Got about 15 minutes before the first racers show up at the Elliott Bridge. Before we get going, the regatta would like to show its appreciation and thank its collaboration with the Gold Cup, established in 2020. The Gold Cup Grant Fund. Hang on one second, we're going to try to fix the audio a bit. We're getting a bit of feedback. Started in 2020, the Head of the Charles entered into a partnership with the Philadelphia Gold Challenge Cup Foundation. The Gold Cup, for those of you who don't know it, historically is a race held on the Schuylkill to decide the best single sculler in the world. The names on the cup are absolutely legendary. The competition was revived after the cup was literally lost for 50 years. It was found, the race was started again, And it'll be contested next week in Philadelphia by some of the athletes that you'll see coming up the course this afternoon in the championship single. So in 2020, the head entered into a partnership with the Gold Challenge Cup Foundation to support rowing organizations committed to building and sustaining diversity and inclusion in our sport. Together, the two organizations provided seed capital to launch the Head of the Charles Gold Cup Fund and are now making annual grants totaling $100,000 or more to rowing programs that serve under-resourced youth and communities throughout the U.S. I'm going to run through the list of organizations that have been recipients of grants, and it's really pretty remarkable in terms of the geographic diversity. In Philadelphia, the BLJ Community Rowing Program, Columbus, Ohio, Relentless Rowing Academy, closer to home in Fall River, Watupa Rowing Center, down in Newark, New Jersey, St. Benedict's Prep, in Chicago, the Chicago Training Center, in Baltimore, the Baltimore Community Rowing Program and Reach High Baltimore, in Washington, DC Strokes, in San Juan, Puerto Rico, Remo PUR, in Newark, New Jersey, Brick City Rowing, in Oakland, California, East Bay Rowing, in Lewiston, Maine, Lewiston Rowing, in St. Louis, Missouri, St. Louis Rowing. You get the idea. A lot of rowing has started in urban environments. There are a lot of boathouses in cities. There are a lot of people living in cities, and there are a lot of kids in cities. And this is the crux of it. To learn more, visit HOCR.org under the Grant Fund link, and there's a lot more information there. And I'll hand the mic over to Jonathan to talk about some of the charities that the Head of the Charles is supporting in this regatta year.
Good morning, folks. This year, the year 2023, Head of the Charles is supporting multiple local charities. Head of the Charles is proud to actively support 3 local charities in particular: Community Rowing, Inc., our neighbors downstream here, West End House, and Cambridge Community Foundation. Community Rowing, Inc., or CRI, was founded in Boston in 1985 as a nonprofit organization dedicated to the sport of rowing. CRI has become one of the largest rowing programs in the United States, serving over 5,000 people per year. From high school to adult to veterans to para-athletes, CRI has developed programs for individuals of all backgrounds, abilities, and experience to grow through rowing. Many boats from CRI will be competing in the regatta this year. For those of you not familiar, if you see the bright red hulls, the odds are that's probably a CRI boat. West End House is one of Boston's largest youth development agencies. It provides high-impact programs that help youth to succeed academically, as well as to explore and master the arts, develop career readiness skills, and adopt healthy lifestyles. West End House's programs annually serve 1,700 youths between the ages of 8 and 18 years old, with more than half of membership comprised of youths ages 13 and older. Youth come from nearly every Boston neighborhood, including Allston Brighton, Dorchester, Duxbury, and Mattapan. And lastly, the Cambridge Community Foundation is a Cambridge local giving platform built, funded, and guided by residents since 1916. The foundation provides grants to organizations that in turn provide social services, academic support, cultural enrichment, and economic mobility and opportunity to the residents of Cambridge. And with that, looking at the schedule now, it does appear that the first event has begun. They have actually started, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be kicking back and forth between race-related updates and insightful, witty banter. We'll be doing our best.
Yes, lots of color commentary, just to keep you all entertained. And as we watch the bridge fill up, we will be speaking to those folks on the bridge,
Yep.
the people here at the boathouse, the people on the opposite shore, and of course, our friends on the web broadcast, viewing from home.
Yeah, and I know there are some people watching that that have announced this race before, so we're under a bit of pressure to live up to high standards, because the older you get, the better you were. Again, it's Masters morning, and then the club races will take over in midday. If you're up on the bridge, one of the good things about these Masters races and club races is the crowd is a little bit smaller. You come back tomorrow for the junior racing, and it's going to be 5 deep up there. One of the things this means for you is that your cell phones probably still work. Yep. So if you haven't downloaded it, you can download the HOCR app, and that'll show results. The other thing that you might have access to is Regatta Central, and that will be showing the races as they come up the course. So one of the things we'll be doing, but fear not, because we've got you covered, one of the things we'll be doing is letting you know what's going on at Riverside and Weld as we see the splits start to emerge. So in the men's clubs, it's club single, and basically the Masters kick in at 30 plus. So these are athletes, generally speaking, under the age of 30. Sometimes they're not in college yet. Sometimes they're over the age of 30, but they just refuse to act their age, as some people have accused me. The club single for the men's event has a course record of 17:57. It was set in 2022. Right now, and this field is a very geographically diverse field. It's also international. So one of the things we'll be seeing is how these athletes do coming up the course. For a lot of them, it may only be their first or second time up the river in a single, because another thing about the club single is if you medal, you're not allowed to row in the club single next year. You're supposed to move up into the champ event, so no pot hunting. That said, there is one local athlete very deep in the pack, Mike Wilson from Cambridge Boat Club. And Mike is a BC High grad. He was a recent grad from Penn in 23, where he was a physics major. He was an extremely fast junior, and he was on 2 U23 teams. So Mike knows the river. So it'll be interesting to compare and contrast how somebody like that does against the out-of-towners. Through Riverside, right now, in first place is Los Gatos, followed by Occoquan, followed by Penn AC. Los Gatos has about a 12-second lead at Riverside. But another thing about this race is it's 18 minutes long. 4 minutes into the race, a lot can change.
And speaking of the length of this course and how things can change, currently sitting here in Cambridge, the weather's mild. Almost no wind, no rain to speak of, occasionally a slight drizzle, but about, what do you say, 3,000, 4,500 meters upstream from us? Could be a completely different weather scenario for them coming around Riverside and entering the powerhouse.
Yeah, I think comparing the weather today to yesterday, it was southeast 7 to 10 this time of day. It was quite bright. So when you're thinking about the first mile of the course, a southeast wind will push you at the start. And my personal experience yesterday was going through the first 20, 30 strokes. I was looking down at my speed coach, and I was like, woo! But then you swing around into the powerhouse, and it's kind of a north-south line, so then a south wind is more important. Today we're dealing with 6 miles an hour from the west. You guys can all see what the water looks like here, but down at the powerhouse, a west wind will greet you as soon as you come out of the BU bridge, and you'll also be feeling it between Weeks and the beginning of the CBC turn.
Yes, I do think greet you is a very polite way to refer to how the wind hits you as you come around that corner.
Okay, through Weld, the first half dozen athletes have gone through there, bows 1 through 5, and Los Gatos is still, that's Kieran Edwards. He's a 26-year-old, coached by a friend of my son's, Channing Walker. If Channing's listening in, your guy is in first. Second place is Penn AC, about 22 seconds back of Edwards, and that is Ryan Teofilo. And let me do a quick refresh.
Also, just a note here on Kieran Edwards, the Los Gatos rower. He's also the men's coach for Los Gatos, so he eats, lives, and breathes rowing.
And I'll just to give a shout out to one of the unofficial social media groups with tied into the regatta. There's a Instagram account, U.S. Rowing Burner, and apparently they are making a cause out of the club double.
Well, that is good to know. Also, as we were just discussing the weather a minute ago, as I look out across the river here, and I'm sure our friends on the bridge are noticing, the precipitation is starting to pick up, and the forecast is for rain to be fairly consistent throughout the morning and afternoon. I think it's supposed to taper off towards the end of the events today, but I think once the rain starts, everybody should get comfortable, since that's what we're in for the day.
Yep. Okay, so the field is all through Riverside, and just to give you an idea of how things are stacking up, Los Gatos is in first place. 9 seconds behind them is bow number 37. Griffin Cooney is a 20-year-old, so he's still in school. And then Occoquan, Penn AC, and the Cambridge athlete Mike Wilson that I mentioned is running in 5th place. But we've got first place. They were at 4:01, and then you had a cluster of athletes that were about 10 seconds back of that.
So for our friends spectating, if you'd like to look at the live results on Regatta Central, you can either go to the browser version or the Regatta Central's app. And as I look to our left, upriver here, we see our first athlete coming around the corner.
Yep, so this is Kieran Edwards from Los Gatos. He's a multi-sport athlete. He's here to represent to his athletes what focused hard work can achieve. So he's setting the bar high for himself. He'd like to thank all of you, thanks to all of you of his longtime teammates, and a special shout out to his cat.
His cat named Juniper.
His cat Juniper.
Can't leave that off. Juniper's here rooting for you.
All right, so there goes Los Gatos. Bow 2 is the next one up the course, if I'm keeping it straight. Yep. So bow 2 is the next one up the course. These athletes tend to start about 4 puddles apart from each other, so you can see that that Edwards has opened up a slight gap on bow 2.
Yes, but that being said, it could be that 2, 3, and 4 have bunched together rather than him separating space away. It's always tough to tell when you're just looking at a small segment of the race.
And through Weld, bow 2 is in 2nd place.
And that is Ryan Tiafilo from Penn AC, bow 2, crossing under the Elliott Bridge. In front of CBC right now, that is bow number 3, chased by bow number 4. That's Occoquan and Undine Rowing, Victor Korja and Jack Higgins, respectively.
And you can see the distance between these crews. Number 4 has pulled up slightly on number 3.
Sounds like we have some fans for Jack Higgins up on the bridge.
Okay, people on the bridge, this is the sort of thing you're looking for. We got six scullers coming at you at the same time.
6 in the Embarker, 9 in the blue.
So what we're working with here are
About 7 in the Embarker.
bows 6 through 12, roughly. And this is going to be an example of blind boats. They're looking over their shoulder. They're watching the orange buoys. They're coming up on Elliott. They're looking for that bridge turn, that bridge abutment on the Boston shore. And then they're looking for the line to the beginning of the next turn. So this is a complicated part of the river.
So we have Colm Hennessy in the blue hull approaching the bridge right now, joining us from Cork. And then he is abutted by Parker Grobe and Eamon Galvin.
Yep,
And then
so Grobe and Galvin right now are
Jamie
running.
Kirkwood.
They're running in like 6, 4. You're looking at the crews that are basically right now in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th places.
Sean Jackson, Alan Wu crossing under the bridge. And then bow number 14 approaching the bridge right now, Robert Murray.
Yep, and Murray right now is running in 5th place, so he's doing a good job of moving up.
And crossing CBC now is bow number 15, Stephen Rupp from West Side Rowing Club, joining us from Buffalo, New York.
And bow 17 from the Sea Club Luzerne in Switzerland, Eric Baumann. Who has passed bow 16 from Albany, Landon Thompson.
And as the spectators can see quite clearly, we have a bit of a gap here before another large clump of singles rounding the corner. Looks like we have, from eyeball check, 5, maybe 6 boats coming down the course all at once.
Okay, so
out in front in orange is bow number 19.
We have the first finisher. This is just a tip on what kind of a morning you have to look forward to. Course record is 17:57. Edwards from Los Gatos just logged a 17:55.
Oh, wow. New record. They've confirmed.
So we've had our first record of the day go.
So we have bow number 19 overtaking bow number 21 in front of us. And they are being chased by bows number 24 and 26.
Yep, from Cincinnati Rowing Club, Cody Webkin, and James Barr, rowing unaffiliated, but he's the head coach of Holy Cross, about half hour west of here in Worcester. 18. And coming across CBC right now is bow 18 from Rochester's Flower City Rowing Club, Nicholas Hannon, who's a recent grad from Mercyhurst.
And we have, it looks like 4 across coming around the corner all at once. Out in front, bow 22, Pocock Rowing's Jasper Tran O'Leary trying to hold off these 4 crews across. On the Boston side, bow number 32. In the yellow Empacher.
Yep, bow 32 is Mike Wilson.
Who's being overtaken by 28?
Nope, he's moving on 28. So now the question, Mike's going to be looking for his line on the Belmont Hill dock and trying to split these 2 scullers before he gets there.
And then we have 13 and 25 bringing up the rear, entering the bridge right now. That is Shaw Bowman and Jasper Bauer.
Let's get a refresh.
In the blue hull, approaching us now is bow number 27, Raymond Sanders. And behind him is Nathan Damas from Long Beach, California.
So at this point, Edwards from Los Gatos. I mean, you may remember the gap between bows 1 and 2.
If that's a
he
confirmed
has a 29-second lead on bow 2.
He crushed that time.
Who's in second place. We'll see how Mike Wilson does when we get his
crossing us now is Keegan O'Connor from Washington Rowing School. That would be Washington, the capital, not Washington, the state. And in the Navy hull, bow number 37. That is the last starter of the day, Griffin Cooney from Oklahoma City. He has clearly overtaken several crews. In the black hull right now is bow number 33. Seth Binder from Lincoln Park Boat Club. And in the white hull approaching Elliott Bridge, bow number 30, Unaffiliated rower, David Ulig. He is from the HOCR 2022 Collegiate 8 medalist with Temple. And in the white uni is bout number 31, Central Catholic Pitt's Benjamin Nicklow. And he is holding up bout number 36, coming from Crescent, Yanni Gilad, joining us from Pennsylvania. Now, if those times that we were looking at at Regatta Central are confirmed, it looks like Kieran absolutely crushed the record, since no one came even close to the record besides Los Gatos.
Yeah. You know, and this is one where the apps will be slightly different. You're getting
Sean Donahue is crossing the bridge right now.
you're getting the head of the Charles app is showing times accurately. The Regatta Central app is a little bit behind. But yeah, so far I'm waiting to see how bows 32 and 37, what their final times are.
Now, as those observant spectators will note, this is a bow number 2 crossing our dock right now. So this is the first competitor of event number 10. They started at 7:56. This is the men's master and senior master singles. Bow number 2 is joining us from Union. That's Brian Wetoch. He's a hometown rower.
Yep, Brian is started rowing at CRI, then he went down south to Princeton for his undergraduate, and now rows for Union Boat Club.
And crossing the bridge now from Middlebury is Richard Connell, being chased by Adam Randall, joining us from London.
Out of London, not Adam Randall from next door.
Bow number 35.
So the bow number 5 is Lee Greathouse, who is a UBC sculler. Out here on the Charles every single morning.
And that is bow number 35 in the blue hull as well. That's Jack Toner from the previous event. And it's bow number 5 in the white hull to the Boston side. They're both being chased by bow number 6.
Right. So Luke Wilhelm was in and around the national team scene, knows this river really well, has some CRI genes.
And then Hugh McAdam is bow number 7.
Yeah.
And then in the M Parker crossing the dock right now is bow number 9, Matt Schaefer from California Yacht Club.
So we're running into a bunch of lightweight national team alums now.
He's overtaken David Ringham of Red Cedar, joining us from Michigan. Bow number 10 is approaching our dock right now as well. That's Cody Lowry. Cody also joins us from Pennsylvania.
Yep. So Cody's from the Undine Rowing Club. Got to race him a couple of years ago when I aged down. Cody is a fast, good, technical sculler.
All things I wished I could be. Approaching us now in the M. Parker hull and high visibility hat, high visibility shirt, high visibility blades, bow number 11. PJ Gupta, he's joining us from PNRA/Mercer, joining us from Princeton.
Yeah, and he's a current U.S. rowing referee, so I know the officials are supposed to be impartial here, but let's hear it for PJ.
And then bow number 14 is approaching the Elliott Bridge right now. That is Union's Jeffrey Toto. He's a teacher and coach at BC High. And in the yellow M. Parker, right in front of us now, is Eric Grasso, joining us from Three Rivers of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He is trying to hold off in the black hull Douglas Kelly, and then they've both put a little bit of space between themselves and Holyoke Rose Zachary DePace. That is Holyoke, Massachusetts. I was not aware Holyoke had a program.
Okay, so in the club singles, it looks like Edwards got out fast, stayed fast, knocked 3 seconds off the course record, and is the unofficial winner of the men's club singles, followed by Teofilo from Penn-AC, Higgins of Undine, Corja of Occoquan, and Cambridge Boat Club's Mike Wilson. Notably, third through fifth places were were less than 1 second apart. So that's one thing about these head races is it's 5 kilometers, but every single stroke matters in terms of your placement.
And approaching the Elliott Bridge right now is bow number 17, Riverside's Igor Belikovsky. I think pretty much everyone on the river is familiar with Igor. And then approaching Elliott Bridge right now is bow number 24. Clearly has overtaken several other crews. That is Chris Massey from Saugatuck, joining us from Westport, Connecticut.
Okay, so in the 2 divisions within this race, there's a 30 plus and a 40 plus. Through Cambridge Boat Club, first place at this point was Brian Weddick in the 30 plus, and then 4 seconds behind him was Schaefer from California Yacht Club Weddick in the 30 plus, Schaefer in the 40 plus. So these groups are very, very close to each other in terms of performance.
Side and side, we have Randy Wilhelm, bow number 20, next to Scott Gavin Waziski, entering the bridge right now. And then we have bow number 19 and bow number, is that 28?
Is that bow 28?
Bow 28 in the red hull.
Well,
that is Derek Lee, who has approaching us now, bow number 27, John Seaver in the black hull. In the red hull, bow number 22, Derek Ukranitz. And in the second red hull, now approaching the bridge, bow number 31, Christopher Storm joining us from Union. He was a club single winner in 2009. And then bow number 26 in the black hull, black uni, entering the bridge now from Saugatuck is Nick Savard. And in the green hull, bow number 30, joining us from Stockholm, Michael Helmer. Side by side on the Boston side, we have bow number 25. On the Cambridge side, bow number 25. On the Boston side, bow number 32. Boston side, join us from Linz, Antonius Gitsas. And bow number 32 in the red hull, Evan Day, joining us from San Diego Rowing Club. I'm sorry we couldn't give you better weather today. I'd like some of that San Diego weather today.
Unofficial lead change in the 40 plus. Connell from Middlebury has gotten his bow ball literally ahead of Schaefer from Cal Yacht Club by 0.3 of a second.
Wow, 0.3 of a second is quite literally about, 6 inches? Coming wide. Bow number 29 is joining us
at Cambridge Boat Club.
Yes, took the turn a little bit wide, unfortunately, and did exit the course briefly, but he has regained his composure and race line.
Okay, so comparing the times so far, Weddick 18:23 versus a course record of 18:13 by Riverside's Andrew Hashaway a couple of years ago.
Bow number 35 is approaching the bridge. That's Travis Reed.
And the senior master course record is 18:15, and the leader there is at 18:35 right now.
Bow number 36 is entering the bridge now. That's Christopher Rowling. 48.
So here we have it, Cambridge Boat Club from Canada, Andrew McTaggart of Burnstown Rowing Club.
3 across from Cambridge to Boston. 42.
We've got
39.
42 from Potomac, Jeffrey Dolphin.
That is the Empocker on the Cambridge side. In the middle, bow number 39.
From State College in Pennsylvania, John O'Brien.
And then the Empocker on the Boston side, bow number 49.
And bow 49 moving up is Potomac's Jason Hughes.
And they're both being trailed by bow number 44 in the black and blue hull.
Right, from London, England, and Oriel Kensington. That's Ilya Kantsetikas.
And then we have a short gap here before the next clump of crews. Approaching us now is bow number 50.
Right, so that's from Raleigh, North Carolina, Robert Zeckman, the Raleigh Rowing Center.
And he's being chased by bow number 43 in the red uni.
And 43 is from Nashville, Andy McLaughlin.
In the red hull, bow number 46. In the high-vis shirt is bow number 41.
Right, Channel Island in Oxford, California. That's Ioannis Yanni Magnus, who has been to every World Masters Championship the last 10 years.
Wow.
We can talk about World Masters in a little bit.
Yeah, when we have a little time, which we should after the
Here's
next
bow
5 or
41
6.
from Seattle's College Club Seattle, Grant Carlson.
And then side by side, we have bow number 33 in the yellow Empocker.
Bow number 33 is from Bergen County. That's John Paul Fontello.
Who's being overtaken by bow number 45 in the red and black hull.
And that's from North Palm Beach, Emre Çikinski, who has represented the Turkish national team more than 30 times.
Wow.
That's a lot, considering he's
basically every year since he's qualified.
Well, he's 30. Says he's 37. So
Was he 7 years old when he first represented them?
That's a big number.
And then we have approaching our eye line here in the blue hull, bow number 47.
Yeah, it's Ronnie Bronstein from Hollywood Rowing Club, who's a Tufts alum.
And that is Hollywood, Florida, to be clear. Not a lot of rivers in Hollywood, California. And I think we might have 1 or 2 stragglers coming down the course, but that should be most of this event. The next event is the Women's Club Singles, which started at the other end of the river at 8:14, so we have probably 5 or 10 minutes till we see them. The course record was set last year by Mary Kaleda with a time of 20 minutes, 7 seconds for the Peggy Hawes Trophy. And those of you standing on the bridge have probably noticed the wind and rain have picked up. The announcing team here is on the roof of CBC. We have definitely noticed that the wind and rain have picked up. So do you think the wind and rain will help some of these athletes as it's coming down at us?
Well, it kind of goes both ways, right? So the wind, no.
No.
Not if it's west, but the rain, yes, because what it does is it flattens out the water.
Yeah,
And-
this kind of rain especially, I prefer to row in this because it also keeps your core temperature cool as you're coming down the course.
Well, yeah, you just have to survive the warm up, and then the warm down
Yes.
can be a little bit chilly as well. So hopefully you have a small dry bag, something to layer up in.
And also, fortunately for these early events, there's not a lot of traffic down in the basin.
Yeah.
Some of the later events, when you're navigating around 4s and 8s and quads, you just end up sitting there for 10, 15 minutes waiting to be called for your event, which it's tough to stay warm in weather like this when all you have is a Lycra uni to keep you warm and you're just sitting.
We've got 28 athletes in this event, and about the first 20 of them are through Riverside right now. Early leader is Norwich, followed by Station L, followed by Lincoln Park. They're all within a second or two of each other. This is another This is another race with a local sculler deep in the pack. It'll be interesting to see how bow 26, Cambridge's Eliza Calfels does. She's one of those athletes that went to college here, and now she rose out of Cambridge Boat Club. So she has a good sense of where she is in terms of how much course is left, and she has a good sense of where these turns begin and where they end, which is great if you can just keep up your speed going into them and then get on it again coming out of them. Because I think a key part of laying down a good time here is not scrubbing speed on the turns.
Yes. Those of you who are spectating right now and maybe have not spent a lot of time on the Charles River, there really is a home field advantage here just because of the unique and unusual turns that we have for our race.
Well, I'd say it's an advantage knowing how much of the course is left, right?
Yes.
But if you don't have bow 1, then you start getting into the competitive dynamic of if you're having a good row and you're deep in the pack.
Yeah, it feels good to overtake people.
Well, it feels good, but but then there's also the question of are they on your line and do they yield? And in general, in the sculling races, the singles tend to be pretty responsive. They're easy to steer. People that can see you come in and they tend to get out of your way. So this is a good thing. Where it gets challenging is as we've seen in the last race where there were a half a dozen boats coming around the CBC bend at the same time. The first boat may yield, but if there's somebody outside of them or somebody outside of them or somebody outside of them, when you get stacked up and you're fast and you're coming up on a group of people, the only thing you can do is go to the buoy line and put those orange buoys right up against your hull. And
yes.
that's a challenge because
you're just as
tired as they are, and one buoy, it's 5 seconds for the first one and 10 seconds every buoy after that.
Yes. A couple years ago, one of the favorites coming in the champ single event actually got his port side oar tangled up in the buoy line right in front of the dock.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of it's not like catching a crab. But
your race day's over if you're tangled in that
you
line.
wrap a buoy around your oar, and that's a tough thing to recover from, particularly if there's only 3 or 4 minutes left in the race. The one other thing about the rain, so yesterday when it was bright and there was a little bit of wind, it does tend to bump the water up a little bit, and these buoys that we've got on the course now are really rower friendly in terms of putting them under your rigger and all that other kind of stuff. But if the water bumps up a little bit, they get hard to see. I think down on the magazine yesterday, the green buoys were a little bit tricky just because of that southeast wind coming off of BU and just sort of rippling up the water.
And also on the subject of yielding and going 4 across, the Elliott Bridge here is one of the more exciting spots to watch because theoretically you can go 4 across under the center arch. If everybody is committed to their line and times it correctly, you can fit 4 across. However, we do have the safety ramp here on the Cambridge side, so crews can divert to the Cambridge arch, but that's an unideal race line. The best race line you can have for this bridge is as you're coming around the corner, you enter the Boston side corner and you try to exit the Cambridge side corner of the center arch. The geography of the river encourages you to do that so that you have a mostly straight line approaching the Belmont Hill Boathouse corner on the other side of the Elliott Bridge. That is how you get these record-breaking times, by nailing that line.
One other announcing challenge we're running into now is that wet touchscreens don't work very well.
No, they do not. Also, trying to scrub off the lenses of my binoculars with wet clothing is not great.
So one other thing that I'll talk about just to get wonky on the Charles. People are always asking about what arch do you take in the powerhouse, and they tend to obsess on the flow in the river. There are a couple of dynamics to flow here. The first is upstream. There's a dam up in there are a series of dams, and they have flow gauges on them, so you can see how many cubic feet per second are coming over them. And it's been dry for a couple of weeks, so the river is relatively fast in that regard. Fast meaning
Yes.
going the other direction. However, there's flow coming downstream, but there's also flow going out because the river connects to the harbor, and they open up the locks twice a day. So yesterday morning, they opened the locks at 7:30, which was about an hour before the racing started. And over the course of the next 5 hours, the entire river dropped a foot. So if you look at the shoreline and you can see, a little bit of shoreline showing, yesterday at 7:30, that wasn't there.
Yeah, looking to our right here, looking at around the BB&N boathouse, it looks like we have 6 inches, maybe.
It dropped about a foot.
Yeah.
So that creates a great big suction on the starting line end of the course, and it rolls upstream. And if it hits you in the middle of a race, there can be people that could be on the edge of either side of it, or there could be one event that seems a lot slower or a lot faster than another. So generally speaking, the field sizes here keep it pretty comparable from beginning to end. So this morning, because they were anticipating rain and blah, 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 they let the river out yesterday. This morning, starting at around 7:30, the locks were closed. So the river's rising this morning. So when we saw that course record in the club single, that's consistent with not a lot of drainage across the course.
Yeah, meaning that the water is still. The dams are likely closed on the Watertown end, and the locks are closed underneath the Science Museum.
Okay, we've got about 20 athletes through Weld, so we should be seeing bow 1 very, very soon.
Yes.
Through Weld, as we had speculated, bow 26 Calfels is currently in first place. So Cambridge Boat Club sculler leading the pack from the back, so to speak. And then in second place is Caffey from Lincoln Park, McGee from Norwich, and Kopp from Station L.
Which
and now we've got the first 2 scullers coming, and there's some bow number 2, Norwich, is a couple of places ahead of Lake Washington at Weld, and it looks like we've got bow 2 pressing right into bow 1 if they have not already overtaken them. We can't quite see the bow numbers yet. First 4 scullers. This is an example of the starting sequence where you're really only 3 or 4 boats apart. You'll be getting the first 4 scullers in very, very tight formation coming around the CBC turn. And 2 has overtaken bow 1. So McGee of Norwich has beaten her position. She's caught Northey from Lake Washington, and she's coming through with a line on the center of the Elliott Arch. She'll then slide a little bit over to her port side and start looking for that last green buoy off the Windsor end of the next boathouse dock. So again, this is Morella McGee from Norwich, the UK. Second time racing at the head, so she does know the course. And bow 1 from Lake Washington is Megan Northey, who it's her third time in this event.
And then in the red hull, we have Charlotte Kopp joining us from Station L, Portland, Oregon, trying to hold off Lincoln Park Boat Club's Emily Caffey. She typically trains in sweep boats, but is competing in the single this year.
Course record again in this event is 20:07. It was set last year.
In the red hull, out in front, trying to hold off the white hull, is bow number 3, Madison Koch, joining us from Minnesota. In the white hull, she has lost the number on her back, but that is bow number 6, Claire Botterol, joining us from San Diego Rowing Club. Also, our notes here for announcing are made out of paper, which, weather like this, not great for paper. And approaching us now with the striped blades white hull, bow number 8, Riverside, another home favorite, and a coach at CRI, Dania Bagdonovich. And we have a thick pack of crews coming down the course now. So I think we'll have to just kind of announce them as they come across. But it looks like we may have 3 across once they hit the apex of the corner here. Out in front, bow number 12 in black.
So bow 12 from Long Beach, Hannah DeBray.
Red Hull, bow number 10.
Red Hull, bow number 10, Elisa Treblecock from Cleveland.
3 across from the Boston side in the M-Pocker, bow number 13.
In the yellow boat, bow 13 from Riverside, it's Elizabeth Christmas.
Cambridge side, bow number 9.
On the Cambridge side, bow number 9 from Vesper, Natalia Kastenberg.
Getting squeezed in the middle, bow number 7.
And in the middle, in the sculling sandwich, bow number 7 is in the wet page. That's from Colorado State, Kellyanna Doring.
And then pulling up the rear, bow number 11, DC High Performance, Grace Libin, a graduate of the Ohio State University. What can I say? I like college football.
Okay, so with Calfels coming up on Cambridge in a few boats. Right now, the 3 leaders through the finish are Caffey from Lincoln Park, Kopp from Station L, and McGee from Norwich.
In the high-vis pink, that's Claire Anderson being chased by Christina Matteotti. And in the red hull, bow number 20, Frances Dingevin.
Separation between the first 3 places right now ranges from 17:07 to 17:10 at CBC.
And entering the bridge now, Riverside's Isabel Rogers.
And this is Calfels from Cambridge, bow 26. Nice
And
clean line all by herself, gets to pick her shot on the Windsor dock.
see, this is the exact line I was talking about. She came around the corner on the orange buoys. She's entering the bridge on the Boston side with a slight angle to exit the bridge, more on the Cambridge side.
21.
With bow 21, Greenwich Crew, Kelsey Barilak.
25, 23, 24.
And then in order, approaching the...
And through CBC, Calfels 10 seconds up on Lincoln Park.
We have Christy Bushman, Morgan Robinson, and Hannah LeBlanc all entering the Elliott Bridge right now. That's bows number 23, 24,
Okay.
and 25.
So we'll sort of see if there's we will see if there's another course record about to drop here. Right now, the first finisher, Caffey from Lincoln Park, was at 20:30. That is about, let's see, the club record's 20:07. Calfels is running 10 seconds ahead of her, so we'll see what Eliza can do in the last 700 or 800 meters.
And we have 2 crews crossing our dock right now. In the green hull, competing for the Superior Racing line, is High Point University's Sarah Harvey. And in the orange Blades white hull, that's Virginia's Reese Anderson. Approaching us now is Occoquan's Annika Gromek at bow number 27. In this event, there are 28 competitors, so we see 2 or 3 crews coming around the corner now, and this is likely most of this previous event's competitors.
Quick shout out to the Calfels family. I know they're all listening in. Eliza is part of a rowing family along with her sister Emily. They were both coached up early by their father, who was a Cornell grad, who'll probably be racing here later today.
It's 28-19 and then Jevy. So this is bow number 28, Rebecca Grushdal, and bow number 19, CRI's Emily Grevin, and then we have
and now
bow
we're
number
into the
1.
next event. Okay, so high-profile athlete coming through right now. Bow number 1, Ginevra Stone from Cambridge Boat Club. Jevy is the silver medalist from Rio, a 3-time Olympian.
Record holder for this event.
Record holder for this event.
And 10-time winner of the Head of the Charles Champ single event. She is the, I'd say fair to say, home favorite and event favorite for this event. And she is being chased by, that appears to be bow number 2, Riverside.
Lauren Ayers from Riverside. And this is a good row from Riverside. That's a tight margin. So we'll have to see. Let me see. I can go see if I can get you guys some results on this one. 30 plus.
And as we can see, looking at bow number 1, 2, and then approaching our dock, Penn AC's Shannon Kaplan being chased by Riverside's Mika Kimmins.
Yep. So through Cambridge, Jevy had a 5-second lead on Ayers.
They're all pretty equally spaced, though, so that tells me these 4 are probably sticking ahead of the pack by a pretty good margin.
And Kaplan she's a fast one. I was in some mixed events against her, or I should say I rode against her in some mixed events at Masters Nationals this summer, and the Penn AC Masters program is competitive. So let's see here. Kaplan is running in 3rd, and Kimmins from Riverside is in 4th. Back to the women's club single.
Coming down in order. And coming down the course in order, we have bows 5, 6, and 7 approaching us now. In the high vis orange hat, Caitlin Pauls. She's joining us from Canada. She's from Ridley. Chasing her is another Riverside rower. Riverside has really put a lot of competitors in this event. This is Ilana Zeif, 15th Head of the Charles, 8th time competing in the single. And chasing her is Heather Moons-Vogel, joining us from Austria. Head of the Charles is truly an international event, and we have some of the best competitors in the world racing here today. She's won the lightweight single event in 2004, 7, and 8.
Especially those expat national team rowers that are living over in Europe right now.
Yes.
So in the women's club single, unofficially, Eliza Calfels in 2020 from Cambridge Boat Club. I'm sure that'll make Emily happy. Emily's racing bow 1 in the champ single. Her sister later today. Hopefully it's good karma for the family. In 2nd place, Lincoln Park's Caffey, 10 seconds back, and then 2 seconds back from Caffey, Station L's Cop.
And just passing through the bridge is Union's Catherine Infantino being chased by Independence Rowing's Aaron Lalamund, and then being chased by Olympia's Eleanor Ayo? I'm not sure how to pronounce Eleanor's name. I apologize.
Aiello.
Yeah. There will be names that I am iffy on, so I apologize in advance to fans, friends, family, coaches, anyone who may be offended by my mispronunciations.
So we'll finish our professional coverage of this event, and then maybe in the break we'll digress to some of the challenges of announcing.
And continuing down the course, we have, again, still coming down in order, so there haven't been any huge upsets. Bow number 12, Livy Boghosian from Riverside, followed by Union's Alice Taggart in the yellow Empacher. And she's being chased by Elizabeth Avery. And that is, of course, in the other Empacher, running the Cambridge Boat Club blue and white blades.
Bow 14, Cambridge's Elizabeth Avery. Let's hear it for Elizabeth. Second time in the single. Okay, bow 15 coming up from South Niagara in Welland, row on the Welland Canal, Tanya Roger. And bow 16, Sarah Baker from Riverside, who moved to Boston this year.
Well, welcome to Boston.
So right now, bows 1, 2, 3, and 4 are holding their position at the finish. Leading is Jevy Stone
Which
in 1929.
the course record set last year was a 1910, so it looks
Right.
like that record may stand for another year.
That year's that one that was a fast one. And second place is Riverside's Lauren Ayres, who was 9 seconds behind Jevy,
So
followed by Shannon Kaplan, who was roughly 9 seconds behind Lauren.
we have a jump in order here. Bow number 29, Aisha Chow crossing the Elliott Bridge. In the high vis, bow number 24, Sarasota crew Laura Brown. In the blue hull, behind her is bow number 18. Bow number 18 is Lori Criado from Westside. Then being chased by Anna McDonald, entering the bridge now, and in the turquoise hull, bow number 23. Joining us from Canada is Rachel Inch.
Here's Tideway Scullers' Zoe Gullen, joining us from the UK. Bow 26, Louisa Palmer.
And then Eileen Brett Evans joining us from Toronto in the white hull. And behind them we have bows number 19 in the red blades white hull and bow number 20 in the Cambridge blue and white blades yellow jersey.
We're going to keep an eye on these on bows 29 and 30 because obviously they had come up on quite a few crews.
Yes, they jumped the pack quite a bit. Those crews, rowers that just passed into the bridge, that's joining us from Holland, Mignon Goosens and Christy Seymour from Philly. And crossing the bridge right now, bow number 28, Narragansett, it's Megan Delaney, being chased by bow number 32 in the blue hull, Stonington's Sally Machin.
Bow 35 aggressively taking the inside line around the turn and now crossing over to the Cambridge shore for the next turn. That is Catherine McFetridge.
Yes, that is a great line she's running. And it looks like bow number 27 and bow number 33 are following her line. That is joining us from Quebec, Marie-Amélie Boucher.
And also pulling it up in bow 41 is Aisha Rafi. This is a Rio Olympian for Singapore.
Yes.
Who's now rowing for Hydro.
And she started last of the pack, so she has overtaken at least 4 or 5 scullers in this event. So that's another name that we should probably keep an eye on for jumping up in the order. Approaching the bridge right now is Dawn Rowing's Leslie Smith, joining us again from Canada. And then in the white hull, bow number 39, San Diego Rowing Sally Scoville. She was U.S. national team member from 97 to 2000. And on the Cambridge side, bow number 36 in the high visibility hat, Everett Rowing Association, that's Everett, Washington, Allison Chase. We do have some of that Pacific Northwest weather today, so this is probably good for her.
Okay, the top 3 are still intact. Bow 29, Chow from Bear Island is running in 4th place right now at the finish line in 1954 versus 3rd place is 1948.
In the pink, crossing our dock right now is Riverfront Recapture's Jill Hardy. That is Riverfront Recapture of Hartford, Connecticut. Oh, and she missed her line a little bit, so she had to brake and readjust to avoid the Elliott Bridge pylon there. She's being chased in the yellow Embacher by bow number 40, Union's Chandra Grimm. And in the Where's Waldo uniform, bow number 17. That is, excuse me, my book is sticking together here. TriStar's Sue Ann Curtis joining us from Knoxville, Tennessee. Another multi-time on the podium national competitor. Now, I do believe that's all the athletes we have from that event. That was event number 12. Coming up next is event number 13, Women's Master Doubles. Their start time at the Basin is 8:45. So the course record is just shy of 19 minutes. So we probably have about 5, maybe 10 minutes before we see athletes coming around the corner here. So unless there's any upsets, it looks like the unofficial time for the previous event it's going to Jevy. But we did have some really flying, good-looking athletes in the lower seeded numbers.
Yeah.
I'd love to see what that the hydro rower's time comes out to be, because she was cruising and it looked really good coming around the corner.
Yeah, that's Bear Island. Hydro's Rafai is, let's see, 2011, so she is unofficially in 6th place at the finish.
Which, that is a smoking time starting from the back of the pack.
Yeah, you had to pass a lot of people. So,
yes.
Next year, the way it works is your bow numbers are based on prior year finish.
Yes, generally top half, that's your bow number for the next year.
Yeah, so, one advantage to having rode here the year before, aside from like knowing the course a little bit better, is you're not going to have to sort your way through. Now, it's fun to pass people. I was talking to somebody in one of the men's masters doubles yesterday who said they passed 10 crews. But that's 10 opportunities for something to happen that doesn't help your finish time.
Yes, and theoretically, crews are supposed to yield to you if you have a faster speed, so that you can continue on your race line.
So it gets tougher though the bigger the boat class.
Yes, and does that always happen? Not necessarily.
So I think everybody on the bridge, being diehard rowing fans, because only diehard rowing fans would be out in this weather.
8:45.
are aware that these 8s going down the course are capable of providing some entertainment on the bridge. Partly it's because they weigh the crews weigh literally a ton. Moving a ton is a lot harder than moving 150, 200 pounds of single. And the coxswain is steering from the rear, you'll steer with a combination of oars and rudder. I mean, generally speaking, using the oarsmen the rowers is a faster way to move a boat than hitting the rudder. But
especially for this turn, this turn in particular, I'd say required.
We were talking about how sometimes it gets hard to get out of the way if you get stacked up on a turn or around a bridge. That goes up exponentially the bigger the boat class.
Yes, and these larger boat classes, especially the collegiate and champ and master 8s, they can get up to 20, 25 miles an hour on the straights.
So they're bigger, they're faster, and they're not as easy to maneuver.
And also,
which makes for a lot of excitement on the bridge.
And the competitiveness amongst those in the 8s. There's some crazy people.
There's some noise going back and forth between these crews. Between the coxswains. It gets aggressive.
The rowers are usually just in their own head about, I got to do my part. The coxswains, when they're far enough away from the umpires and refs, there's some words that are exchanged very politely between one crew and their neighboring crews.
And I think one of the keys and we've got some really good coxswains here at Cambridge Boat Club, all national team alums, and younger coxswains that are getting mentored by more experienced ones. I think one of the critical success factors of being a good coxswain is as it gets hotter and as it gets more intense,
Yes.
you've got to be more relaxed and you have to focus on execution and communicating to your crew and getting them to do what you need them to do to get that boat where you want it to go.
Yeah, the stereotype, which this is more for the people watching at home or the spectators who aren't necessarily here today, but the stereotype is always just the little person in the back yelling, row, row, row. In reality, the coxswain is the coach in the boat who's in charge of morale, strategy, steering. It's a multifaceted role in these large, high-performance eights. So this next event, the Women's Masters Doubles, it's a 40-plus event, and the course record, as I said, is set in 2008 with a time of 18:49. I think how.
Well, so new this year at the head of the Charles is the 30-plus part
Yes.
of the Masters. So the course record in the 40-plus is going to be a standalone thing. And then they're going to be crews in this race whose average ages are 30.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. So there's somebody will set a course record in this race because it's the first time for the 30-plus.
That's also not the only event where we've started to break out the age divisions. The Youth Fours, something that they sampled last year, and they're now actually separate enumerated events. We've broken out the Youth Fours events into, you have your Youth Fours of anyone U19, and then there's the U17 Fours events, because there's just such a dramatic difference in physical strength and skill between juniors and seniors in high school versus freshmen and sophomores. And the demand for these events has increased year over year, as the interest in youth rowing has increased year over year. So we thought the best way to accommodate everyone and make for fair competitive racing is to add a separate U17 event.
So it looks like we'll have a little bit of back of the pack excitement for you in this Women's Masters doubles. You've got bound number 14, London, first through Riverside in 4:21. That's in the 30 to 39 division, followed by a Riverside double that has some real talent in it in Alexis Sneff-Belikovsky and Tina Vandersteel. So Alexis is 41, Tina's 54, and they are solidly in the 40 to 49 bracket, but they are 1 second off of the 30 to 39ers.
The London crew, yes, they are both 39 years old, so when you look at the actual score sheet, their time will be broken out separately.
Yes.
Now both Jess and Mel were in the Great Britain Women's 8 that won silver at Rio. So these women are fast, and they're, I think, trying to set the record while they can before they get bumped up to the 40 age class. They're also not the only Olympians in this event. We also have at bound number 3, rowing for Ann Arbor, we have Hillary Gaiman and Kelly Slasho MacArthur, who they both competed in the quad for the United States at Sydney and Athens. So multi-time Olympians. Now, it looks like the first few crews have crossed Weld. For those of you who are not familiar with the nomenclature of the various boathouses, that is one of the 2 Harvard boathouses located up by the Alumni Reunion Village spectator area.
Yeah, and the rough timing to the various markers. Riverside's about 1,100 meters up the course. You typically see crews in this group doing like something in the 420s up to that point. So that would be, well, it's an 18-minute total race. So it's about 20% of a little bit, 25% of the course. Weld, typically you'll see times in the mid 10 minutes. So that at Weld, you've got 2,000 meters and about 8 minutes and change to go. And then when you get to CBC, it's about 800 meters from the split, 700 meters from the bridge, 550 meters from Belmont Hill, and you get the idea.
From the point of view of the athletes, when you're crossing Riverside, that 1,100 meter mark, you're feeling good. You feel like you could conquer the world. Once you're getting to Weld, you're starting to feel the burn a little bit. Those muscles are starting to ache. The lungs are starting to feel hot. By the time
I like your approach to it. I mean, my so when I was racing yesterday, I was kind of like, okay, I try to feel when I start shifting over to 2 breaths a stroke, and then I know I'm going anaerobic. So for me, that happened somewhere between the baseball diamond and the magazine. So it's probably about 600, 700 meters into the course. And you're coming around the bend, and then you sort of settle it down into your base pace, and you try to just stay efficient up the powerhouse. But when you go anaerobic, from there on it's 2 breaths a stroke.
Yeah.
So for me, coming up the powerhouse, I'm already starting to run on fumes a little bit.
That's what I was getting to. That as you're coming around this corner, everybody's anaerobic. It just hurts.
So okay, so you work it up the powerhouse, right, and then you start getting to the approach to weeks, and at this point, the rate of exertion is starting to get reasonably high, and the key thing at weeks is nailing your entry angle, not losing speed on the turn, and then maintaining speed coming out of it. And then you're lining up for the next bridge. And the problem is when you start getting really tired, it makes it harder to concentrate. And when you lose your mental focus, you blow your angles. And then your course gets longer, and it's just a vicious circle from there.
Which, to circle back to what we were saying before, that's one of the benefits of the Cox defense is that, as the athlete, you don't really have to worry about that because someone else is taking care of your approach angles to the bridges. So I will say, weeks though, when I'm approached by passive spectators or people who aren't really familiar with rowing in the head of the Charles. I usually recommend weeks as the second most interesting place to watch.
So we've got bow number 1 coming at us right now.
That is the Riverside crew.
This is Tina and Alexis.
Yep. Both are phenomenal rowers.
Yep. Safe line coming around the bend, no messing around, just focusing on hull speed. They can see bow 2 behind them. They know they're doing well relative to them.
I wonder if they're getting a little more crosswind on the other side of the corner here, because I've noticed many of the crews are taking the safer turn.
So right now through Weld, London was 2 seconds up on Riverside. We'll see what it is going through CBC, but right now, bow number 1 is 2 seconds off of first place.
And
Race.
well, speaking of bow number 14, here they come. On the Cambridge side, we have bow number 7, That is Riverfront Recapture. For about 15 years, but right on their tail is bow number 14, Great Britain.
Yep.
That's Jessica Eddy and Melanie Wilson. So just from the eyeball test, that means they've overtaken bow number 13 through 6, essentially.
Yeah. And they're rowing Riverside blades, so they shoved off the same dock as bow number 1 this morning. Bow number 14 with a 2-second lead at the Weld Boathouse, with about 700 meters to go on the course.
That is that's a real smooth-looking stroke they have coming around the corner, too. It looks very under control. In front of us now is bow number 11. That's Vesper Rowing Club from Philly, Melissa Hilton and Allison Mueller. And in the bright pink unis, green and black blades, bow number 4. Quinsigamond Rowing Club joining us from Worcester.
And through the Cambridge Boat Club, London with a 3-second lead over Riverside.
And
the splits were for Riverside, from Riverside to Weld. The Riverside crew was 1 second faster than London. From Weld to CBC, the London crew was 1 second faster.
Entering the bridge now. I think those are Vesper unis. So one of the various Vesper crews, I believe. Bow number 6 is approaching the bridge. That's Port Jefferson Rowing Club's Laura Starr and Agnieszka Ulinski. In the red hull on the Cambridge side, that is Regina from Canada.
Okay.
And approaching the bridge right now with those Capital Rowing Club blades is bow number 16, another jump up from Potomac.
Early time to beat. Riverside posting a 19:13.
We have White Marsh Boat Club in the blue hull, and in the black hull, bow number 21, another Capital Rowing Club. Sir, did you say the time is 19:12?
19:12.9.
So, not quite the course record, but that is still a smoking good time.
Yep. So now we're watching.
The red hull approaching Elliott is Boulder. Adrian Turner and Lauren Wilson. Mile High, they compete at altitude. Crossing under the bridge right now, bow number 19, Minneapolis Rowing Club's Colby Cartledge and Katie Cartledge. They are a couple who's been married for and competing together for the last 5 years. I don't think I'd want to be married to my double partner. I think that could complicate things, both in training and your personal life.
It can be spectacularly good, but doubles are pressure cookers.
Yes, they are. As someone who habitually rushes the slide, I don't think I would want to.
Well, as someone who habitually backsplashes, people prefer me in the bow seat.
People take that personally. That is bow number 15 entering the bridge right now. Bergen County's Marie Martin and Carrie Veray joining us from New Jersey. Now, I do believe that is the entire event. We might have one straggler, but the next event.
So now we're waiting. We're waiting to see.
It's the men's equivalent of what we just watched. The men's master doubles, 40 plus, and as we were discussing,
number one is Jake.
That's straggler.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I was getting excited.
Yes, I need to.
Ooh.
Typically, I like to check off to make sure we've seen everybody before we start announcing the next event. But with the wet paper, it's tough to mark off the event. So we have a couple stragglers,
Results
but I think that is the first. I think that's bow number one on their tails.
Results up in the women's double by 1.4 seconds. London over Riverside. Riverside was 2 seconds faster than London over the last 700 meters. But London had that 3-second lead coming into Cambridge, and it was just moving 4.5 meters a second, so it's like
seven
and a half. It's like
losing your focus.
25 feet. It's less than a length.
So that's a Quebec crew. Club. Sorry, I'm not going to try it. I don't do French. Club Nautique.
Club Nautique de Sherbrooke.
Fanny,
so they're
Fanny
right
and
over
Maud Paris, two sisters.
Not too far from the Vermont border.
And bow number 23, Port Jefferson Rowing Club, Karen Seidler and Dorothea Daniels. And now I believe that is the entirety of that event. As was he saying, they have another seven-ish hundred meters to go. As we struggle with both paper technology and touchscreen technology here in the rain, we're trying to get an update on how these crews are coming down the course.
Right now, through Weld, your early leaders are Maritime in 1923, Riverside's Wolf and Morelli in 923. Riverside's Wolf and Morelli in second, 9:33. So about a 10-second margin. Looks like Maritime got half of it by the Riverside Boathouse. So they went out pretty fast the first 1,000, and then there was a 2-second differential between the two crews from Riverside to Weld. So we'll see how it holds up from Weld to the finish line. Sean and Pete know this river really well.
Yeah.
So we'll see what role pacing comes into this.
So I'm sure they do know it very well, but also Nate and Jake of Maritime, they set the course record last year.
Yeah.
So I think they probably know their stuff too.
So there's some work to be done.
Which course record just shy of 17 minutes, 16:55 is what we're looking at. Also, if you've ever had 4+ granola, that's Nate Kelly as well. That's they make good stuff. Naming for obviously rowing reasons that most people will not recognize.
Oh well, and I've personal affinity for Jake Watkins because he's a Penn guy.
Yeah. Well, as a former Trinity rower, I'm biased towards Nate as well. But as announcers here, we are impartial, and we only make these color commentary moments
so another
for you here, not for the athletes or
just the rest
competitors.
of them, and everybody on the internet.
Yes, and the entirety of the
posterity, since I guess this is the feed they listen to for forever. So one thing about the downstream here, and we got the first double coming up, is the big boats. The reason we have these white buoys inside the orange buoys is to keep some separation in case you get an experienced crew racing that puts the orange buoys on their hull. You don't have the situation where you've got oars overlapping oars.
Which, if we look up course, that does appear to be what bow
Yeah,
number one and bow number two.
And Maritime is on the buoys. If you want to see a good job of taking risks when you need to and how you set a course record,
Yes.
There's Maritime with the orange buoys right on the hull. They're swinging off them a little bit to approach Elliott. And the trick on this turn is it's sort of gradual, and then it's all of a sudden. So right when you get to Cambridge Boat Club, it kind of angles in 90%.
The buoys there are popping up about 6-ish inches off the water.
Yep,
Watkins
and Kelly shading to the Boston side of the arch. Yep. That's the tightest line, and then you immediately cross over to the dock. Wolf and Morelli doing the same thing. Sean's on this course every day. He knows the line like the back of his hand.
I would be very interested to see how those two times shake out, because it looks like they've established a little bit of a gap between bows number 1 and 2.
And right now, from Weld to Cambridge, Wolf and Morelli are doing the same split as Maritime. But Maritime's holding that margin that they established early and solidified up to Weld. So it's Maritime in 14:10, Riverside in 14:20.
And under Elliott right now, that is Fairmount joining us from Philly, Patrick Rufo and Vinci Ivanov.
So one in the back in the pack, bow 18 through Weld, Ann Arbor. Was running in second place.
And we have Greg Kaplan and Michael Ferry crossing Elliott right now.
And Kaplan and Ferry have won this event too. So let's see what we got for them.
And approaching us now, crossing in front of CBC. From Union, so another home course favorite, is Edward Demetrio and James Beasley.
Kaplan and Ferry fighting for third place from Weld to CBC. They were 7 seconds faster than Fairmount, who was currently a couple seconds ahead of them in the overall. So there's one where you could see a reordering between CBC and the finish line.
It does look like we have a little bit, from the early results, a little bit of shakeup coming from the mid-teens.
I mean, there's a lot of course from Cambridge to the finish line left.
Yes,
it's upwards of 20% of the race course.
Every rower knows the term fly and die, and unfortunately, that is something that can happen on this course. Crossing in front of us now, I believe that was bow number 7. Join us from Ireland. Beard Griffin and Peter Grady. And with the Riverside striped blades crossing under Elliott, that is Andrew Hashway and Niles Coronin.
Yep, that's Hash, who has the course record in the Masters single.
Yes, local guys from Brookline and Shrewsbury. Bow number 8 in the red hats, red and white blades and hull. Joining us from Ottawa, Chris Lill and Jeff Hamill. And now we can see where the pack's bunching up a little bit. We have bow number 6 coming towards us now, which, if the paper would agree with me. Here we go, Westside Rowing Club, Theodore Marks and Matthew Marks. Side by side, bow number 10 on the Boston side, Detroit Boat Club, and on the Cambridge side with the Cambridge Blades, bow number 13. International crew combined of a Great British rower and a Swiss rower, Mike Hennessy and Paul Brewster. And in front of our dock right now, bow number 16, Mob Jack and Occoquan Rowing. Matthew Thomas and William Meeker. And in the red and blue blades, red and blue hull, bow number 18, Ann Arbor Rowing Club's Gardner Yost and Andrew Savigny.
Wow. So far, bows 1 and 2, Maritime. And actually, Riverside did have a faster time than Maritime from CBC to the finish, but Maritime in 17 minutes, Riverside in 17:09.
So
then it's 30 seconds back to Fairmount.
Wow.
Those two were
They were
those two crews were both out there.
No record set though, so that's just five seconds short.
Fairmount holds off Penn AC for the bronze.
We have Row LA going under Elliott Bridge right now.
Pretty much even splits between third and fourth place over the last half mile of the course.
Approaching CBC, Canadian Stephen Crockett and Philip Suarez.
And you can tell the eights are coming because the crowd is building up on the bridge.
Yes, you can. You know, just sheer numbers alone that you have 9 people in an 8, all who have friends, family,
Bow
parents.
number 17 from Uganda. It's the Kampala Rowing Club featuring Mwanga William and Timothy Whitney. So they met training up in Craftsbury, Vermont. So that's an interesting way to get to Boston. Mwanga's a coach and an athlete. He started 2 clubs in Uganda and has coached most of the rowers throughout East Africa.
Wow.
So he's been in an inclusive double here before and in a single. First time in the Masters double.
And approaching now.
That's a cool entry. I like
yeah,
that one.
I think that's one of the furthest reaching crews we've seen today.
We like to see people that put in the miles.
12 and 14 in front of us now. So that is East Bay Rowing Club out in front and Unity Boat Club in second.
Yeah, shout out to Unity from Washington, D.C. That's Napoleon Griffin and Kenneth Edwards. So Ken's Washington-based. Napoleon came from Texas, and they came together to train for this race. And they are mentoring youth in the sport, particularly in the black and brown communities, and it's great to have them here.
And coming up to us now is bow number 20.
And that's Oklahoma City. That's OKC River Sport from Oklahoma City. That's William Massimini and Edway Kulkarni. It's Will's 8th, and Adi just started rowing a year ago, so this is his first row.
There are 20 competitors in this event, so I do think that's everybody.
Oklahoma City hosting the big 10-day U.S. Rowing Row Fest next summer.
Yes, they are.
They are mixing together the Summer Nationals and the Master Nationals, and that ought to make for some interesting lineups. Because I think in the Masters Nationals you can go as young. You might have to be 23 to be a double A.
I think that's the cutoff.
I think the only ones where you can go really young are the parent-child doubles.
Yeah, I think you just have to no longer qualify for U23.
My daughter, I explained, we raced in Indianapolis last summer, and she said, "What are we doing?" I said, "Well, we're doing parent-child double." And she's like, "What else are we doing?" And we're doing the B's and the C's. And she goes, "What's a C?" And I said, "Well, the average age has to be 43." And she goes, "How are we eligible for that?" I was like, "Do the math."
Yes.
I'm old.
Those are always some of the fun events where you see technically both athletes qualify for the event.
I am what you call an age maker. That's the thing with the younger rowers is they're faster, right? But it's age-adjusted speed when you get to the Masters category.
So next up, folks, we have the men's senior Master 8s. So going to be picking up a little bit of speed.
Yeah, and there's some burners in these top boats. They actually these are crews that occasionally demand erg scores of each other.
Yes.
And occasionally get together and
I think Ex Nemo is particularly one of those.
So let's just focus on bow number 1 for a second. Let's see how many national teamers do we recognize in here.
Well,
we got one who was on the Barcelona team. We got another who rowed in the '96 World Championships. We've got another who was in the 2000 quad. Another one who was in the 2019 quad. Another one who rowed in Atlanta, and then another one. Yeah, two Barcelona. They're the age makers.
Yes.
And then a couple of 1996ers, and then some 2019-2000 types. One of whom
and a 37-year-old.
One of whom, when I was not acting my age a couple of years ago in 2021, I decided to row the 30-40 plus single, and I came in second to one of the guys, Greg Ansola Bahir, who was in the 2019 quad.
I mean, that's a
so,
respectable
so,
finish.
so yeah, you know, it never ends. In the second boat for Marin, yeah, similarly names that are very recognizable here. The difference between Ex Nemo and Marin is, I think most of this Marin boat trains together. So
I was not aware of that.
you get this dynamic where there are these big boats, and do you go for the rowing resume? Do you go for the current competition record? Are you able to train it together because technique matters?
We do see the first boats coming around the corner.
And here comes Ex Nemo, who had their logo actually painted on the bridge, so they were going all in on this. But yeah, Travis Metz coxing.
If you
rigger buoy, putting the buoys between the rigger and the blade, nice tight line coming around the turn. I mean, this guy's probably banging out a course that's sub 4,600 meters. Regatta says it's 4702. Not for him.
Yeah, if you really cut the corners, you can take off a good 100 meters.
Course record in this event is 15:12.
And that is a pretty good gap they've put between themselves and bow number. I assume that's bow number 2.
And these are the senior master eights. So Nemo. Now you can't tell because people leave gaps, and in this case, Marin left a gap. They are within 0.5 seconds of Ex Nemo through Weld.
So, in terms of leaving gaps, we're talking about the starters at the other end. If they expect it to be a particularly fast or competitive race, they will space the boats out a little bit more.
They tell you to keep 2 to 4 lengths. You're not allowed to pass before the BU bridge. That was my little Tony Romo noise. But you know, I think a lot of times, and it was Nemo dropped a 4:13 between Weld and CBC to Marin's 4:16. So right now their lead is 3 seconds going into the last half mile.
And the blue
one
shirts.
thing, you can't control what happens up the course. What you can control at the start is how much clean water you give yourself.
Yes, which you want.
If you're trying to just make up time on the crew in front of you, and it's a time trial, right? You take it, and at some point the starter's going to say, hey, bring it up, right? But you take as much time as you can get.
That was Chinook that just passed us. And in front of us now, joining us from Ireland with this Irish weather, is the Irish Masters Boat Club.
And that is a Irish Masters.
They've gone viral on YouTube.
Well, and they compete at World Masters and do very, very well there.
And behind them was Canadian RCA alumni.
Yep, Canadian RCA with Julien Bahane in the stroke seat, who's a very recent Olympian.
And those of you spectating can probably guess from the blades, that is Texas.
Yeah, another serious Masters program. Tends to win the men's trophy at Masters Nationals perennially.
They have a fantastic training facility down there. It's one of my favorites.
So right now the top 3 are Nemo, Marin, and the Canadian alumni.
We have Diesel approaching us now in the yellow hull, and they're holding off another easily identifiable boat, Fat Cat. Cat
Diesel loaded up with Olympians, Fred Hohenbein and Mike Peterson in the stern pair.
Whoa.
Jamie Coven in the 2-seat, Segaloff coxing, John Brown, Tom Murray, Cyrus Beasley.
It's the 93 World Champ.
Donnie Smith. Woo!
Yeah, it's 1993 World Champ 8. So they have a little bit of experience training together.
Okay, followed by another Diesel B boat. So in this one, loaded up with national teamers, it's Ben Holbrook, Porter Collins, Phil Henry, Mike Porterfield.
So side by side, that is the Diesel B boat out in front in the yellow hull and right on their puddles. It almost looks like that's 2 seats about to hit the stern deck. That is Sammamish Rowing Association.
and now the Nemo B boat. So I tell you, it's a question of lineups.
Yeah, do you try to choose guys who train together all the time, or
This
do you
is
just
all-
go
this
for
is-
erg
this is-
scores?
This is all about don't get out of shape.
Well, that's the perpetual battle, isn't it? Bout number 11, that's another riverfront recapture boat. You can always tell them by the black, green, and yellow unis. Another great program trying to bring rowing to the communities of Hartford and around Hartford on the Connecticut River. Oh boy, if you look up course, we have a thick pack of eights joining us here at the bridge. Side by side, we have, looks like, bow number 15
That's
overtaking bow number 13.
Another ex-Nemo boat overtaking Bulldog, which is typically made up of Yale alums.
And 14 is behind them with the X-Blades.
Bow 14, the Olden Bears, so that's some Cal alums.
Bow number
17, the 87 Gold Crew. So this is a reunion crew from the World Championship Men's 8.
And pulling up the rear here with the turquoise blades, bow number 12, White
Right.
Marsh Boat Club.
Yep, out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And most of the guys in that Conshohocken crew were back from last year. One other thing that can happen in these events is if you don't get the result you like, you change your lineup.
Yes, we have a second RCA alumni boat crossing in front of us now, White Blades, White Hull. We have a red hull approaching us now. It appears they've lost the number identifier on the bowman. And as they come into view, it looks like their bow card says their bow number 16. So that's BU men's. So BU alumni put together a boat. Join us here on the Charles. And approaching us now in the red hulls, bow number 21, Upper Thames, joining us from
the UK.
From the UK.
On the Henley course.
Oh, most of the crew raced at the over 55 group in Henley Masters this year.
Standing still holding up with ex-Nemo at the finish. Second and a half over Marin. About 15 seconds over the Canadian alumni.
Approaching us now is the RP3 crew, Team RP3, joining us from the Netherlands. That is with the blue unis, white blades. And they're holding up bow number 23, BMA. That is a bunch of Big Red Cornell alumni. Coming up next is North Dakota, bow number 24, in the Empacher Hull, borrowing Harvard blades. North Dakota's only rowing team, training indoors, erging, ice fishing, or skate sailing. Yes, North Dakota is definitely not known for its lakes and rivers. Behind them, green unis, green blades. Bow number 19, that's East Bay Rowing, joining us from Barrington, Rhode Island. And we have a little bit of a gap here.
Yep, we're about half the field through the finish line at this point.
How are those earlier crews looking for their times?
We're up still ex-Nemo Marin and Canada alums. With in the battle of the U.S. national team alums, looks like 87 gold over Diesel A over Diesel B.
Also, it looks like the ex-Nemo A crew the unofficial time may be a new course record by about half a second.
It looks like it may be a new course record by about, is it less than a second?
Yeah, I believe I had 15:12 listed as the time.
Yeah, they're at 15:11.57.
Wow.
That's a foot.
So that's the unofficial, of course. We'll have to wait for the official results. We have Navy Masters approaching us now. Those are all graduates from the Naval Academy.
But that would be an example of a crew that took its lineup very seriously.
Yes, if you're going for the record, you are going to spend some time training and qualifying your crews to make sure you have the fastest crew and no dead weight. So we have another pack of crews out in front here, bow number 28.
That's Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia.
And on their tail, bow number 26 in the Burgundy hull.
And that's Concord crew from Concord, New Hampshire.
And then bow number 27, Queen Bay Barge Club, joining us from Poughkeepsie. They are all Marist College alumni. And then we have three across coming around the corner. So let's see if they...
one on a particularly wide line, so we'll see if the coxswain cranks it over as the angle increases.
Ideally, you want the coxswain to try to keep the rudder straight, but if your starboard rowers can't crank the power up enough, you have to dig deep into the rudder. And unfortunately, that does cut into seconds on your time.
And it makes for fun, YouTube videos and Row 2K pictures when the coxswain drags their arm. But if they're dragging their arms, either you had some breakage or but it's just like throwing the anchor out.
So that's All American Rowing Camp ahead of Hobart alumni entering the bridge right now.
Yeah, All American Rowing Camp moving into the big boats, traditionally a sculling program. And here comes moving up, bow 22 from China, Deep Dive Rowing Club from Shenzhen. So post-pandemic. This is the first time they're back.
Which always great to see the international crews from the other side of the planet.
Yeah, that's cool that they're back. Yeah, they may win the travel award over the Uganda crew. Which one's further?
I'd say China, but we also have a few New Zealand crews. Which
we know that's right. Yeah,
I always want to go to New Zealand, but I look up
the Kiwis because that's further south. Yeah.
Yes, it's. Those 22-hour flights seem pretty intimidating just to come race at the Charles. So we're always happy to see them here. That is bow number 29 approaching us now. That is Prince William joining us from Virginia. It's bow number 1. So that is bow number 1 out in front. So that must be
that is the 60 plus.
60 plus. And bow number 2.
So that's Upper Yarra from Australia, another contender for the distance award, followed by another Marin crew with some recognizable national team alums in that boat.
Since they do have overlap, you can tell that Marin has been creeping up on Upper Yarra all the way up the course.
Yeah, let's get some people some splits. So again, that's the 60 plus 8. And Marin with a 4-second lead on Upper Yarra through Cambridge Boat Club.
Now, the course record for this event is 15:55. How do you think they look for time there? On pace, potentially?
I would, let's see, that's 2.5 minutes from here to the finish. That's
it's close. It's going to be close.
I don't know. That seems hard.
Bow number 3 is in front of us now. That's 1980. This is, of course,
the Nemo crew dropped a 2:28 between here and the finish.
So this is the 1980 Olympic crew. Obviously has some complicated history there. And bow number 4 behind them, the USD alumni, joining us from the California, San Diego area. They're all San Diego Crew Classic champs rowing together. If you look up course, you can see another example of a coxswain doing one of the aggressive rigger over buoy lines. It's a high risk, high reward type of situation. You can cut off, what do you say, 30 meters, 40 meters off the total course if you do riggers over buoys, the whole corner.
Well, think about it. What it would be like if you're in, lane 1 or lane 4 or lane 8 on a track, right?
Exactly.
And where the staggers are. So, this is a, good
So
400 or 500 meter turn.
that's Palm Beach that was doing riggers over buoys, and they're being chased by New Haven. New Haven Rowing Club joins us, obviously from Connecticut. They all have national profiles, and behind them in the maroon burgundy hull, bow number 8, another Cornell alumni crew, all members of the 84 and 85 teams. They've overtaken bow number 7, California, joining us from Oakland. They are the California Rowing Club Grand Masters 8, with a couple fresh additions to their crew. And, of course, another Fat Cat. You can always spot those red and black T-shirts from a mile away. Princeton alumni. This is a mix of lightweights and heavyweights from the 1980s and beyond. And approaching us now, Corvallis. This is a club that has been entering Head of the Charles since '98. The men's 60 plus and 70 plus 4 have won these events. They row out of Oregon State on the Willamette. So again, this Pacific Northwest weather we have today is probably, they feel like they're at home. In the navy blue shirts in front of us now, bow number 11, Eta Uni. So this is a 1980 U.S. Olympic Team reunion boat with 1980 members like Tom Hall, Dan Sainer, Steve Kiesling, plus 1984 Olympian Charlie Clapp.
And we're starting to cross over into the 70 plus division,
Yes.
the veterans division of the men's 8.
Bow 12 is the one entering the bridge right now. The Cambridge crew, the Jamie Hintland crew.
So one of the things about Masters classifications at the head, and this is Ancient Mariners bow 14, the first 70 plus crew. One of the things is that 50, 60, and 70 plus senior versus grand versus master versus veteran. 70 plus is veteran versus 60 plus in the singles and the doubles.
Saratoga is crossing with the chevron blades. And then behind them with the red blades is Warren. The Warren Rowing Club are Harvard lightweight rowers from '82. And behind them, bow number 13, is a Bulldog Yale alumni crew, all from the classes of 79 through 84. Especially for those who are new to rowing and rowing spectating, the master, veteran, senior master, the delineations can be a bit confusing.
Yeah,
so
the big boats go 40. Well, now there's a 30 in the doubles.
Yes.
40, 50, 60, 70, and in some of the sculling events, they'll also have 5-year breaks. And then it continues up. We've now got people racing. We had a bunch of octogenarians this year, and some people racing that were over 85, and I think one person rowing over 91. She was 91.
Yes, I was going to say, I believe last year we had 1 or 2 competitors who were the only competitors in the 90 plus. This is bow number 18 approaching Elliott. So that is Team Adager.
Team Adager.
Which for those savvy folks on the bridge and listening at home, that is regatta spelled backwards.
Yeah, Adager has had a long history of success here at the regatta, has dominated this event across the decades. now rowing in the 70 plus, but it's traditionally made up of regatta directors.
So out in front, that's Purple Rain, Williams College alumni. They've overtaken bow number 17, King's Crown, joining us from Hoboken. Those are Columbia lightweights in the yellow hull. And then in the red hull, bow number 24, Upper Valley Rowing, joining us from Hanover, New Hampshire. They row on the Connecticut River up in New Hampshire and Vermont.
Top three so far, Marin in 1606. What did we say the course record was? 1555. Yeah, so they were 240 from here to the finish line. Upper Yarra in second in 1615. And then the USD alumni crew in 1635.
Another hometown crew here approaching the bridge. This is Northeastern alumni. You can always recognize the Northeastern blades. They're the black field with the white and red sash going diagonally through the center. Out in front here with the red blades with the black chevrons, that's bow number 21, Wesleyan alumni. And they're holding off bow number 25, which looks like bow ball on stern deck by
from Germany, inches. The Ruder Club Baldinese.
Which they have a pretty dense amount of international world experience on that crew.
They're people in their 60s who apparently were German national team as U17s, U19s, and U23. So they sort of kind of been sticking around for a while.
Yeah, maybe back in their day kind of crew there. And we have a little bit of a gap here. We do have more competitors in this event, unless there were scratches.
Now, right now, leading the 70 plus are the Ancient Mariners in 1743.
No, we're doing okay. But thank you. Really helped over here. Okay, that's good to know. It's only if it starts coming in sideways that it becomes a problem. Which may not be wrong.
Got about 4 more crews in this event to come through CBC. 3? Okay.
No, it's bow number 23. But
Oh.
I think there are about 3 or 4 left.
Yeah.
So approaching us now is bow number 23. Joining us from Idaho, this appears to be a 70-plus crew, average age, 74 years old. Just from the data provided, I believe this is the oldest average age in this event. They're comprised of members of the undefeated Harvard lightweight crews of 68 through 72. And trailing them in the blue and pink unis, that is bow number 28, joining us from Cambridge, CBC's Grandmaster 8.
All right. So in bow, Eddie Dow. 2, Vern Schrager. 3, John Rhee. 4, Pete Catalino. John Pulowski. And 5, Jeffrey Borgard. And 6, the one and only Steve Timpany. And 7, and Dan Curtis stroking, coxed by Mike Walding. So it looks like the average age there is 60 plus, and the cox is 21.
The coxswain does not go into the age calculation.
No. There's a long tradition of Olympic pair widths where, before they started weighing coxswain, you got the smallest kid you could possibly find.
So joining us now is Avalon, joining us from Virginia. This is another 70-plus crew, average age 70 years old. And I think, don't quote me on this quite yet, but I think this is the last crew in this event.
And in the veterans, in the 70-plus eights, it's Ancient Mariners in 1743, Team Adager in 1806, and the Northeastern Alumni A Boat in 1908. Oh, this is the women.
We got one more straggler in that event coming down the course, but the next event, because we can see the first couple athletes coming down the course, is event 17, start time 9:34. Women's senior master 8s, 50 plus, 30 competitors with a course record time of 17:22.
And there's some interesting dynamic going on here because this is a bow one overtaking, and they are hauling.
So that's Queen City Barge, the last competitor of the previous event. That is Marist College alumni. And they're being overtaken by Endeavor Racing Alliance, joining us from Mesa, Arizona. Past winners, all longtime training partners and friends. Looks like the average age here is just about 50. So you see a couple of people in their 40s, but everybody's in their low 50s, and they are cruising.
Yeah.
I really like that race line they have going through the center arch.
Yeah, they're coached by Leslie Wright and Lindsay Shoup. So Lindsay, recent Olympian. Leslie is a coxswain coach who they have a serious training plan. I mean,
yes, I think that's a stacked
You want to
boat.
race with them, this is what you do.
And they've put a big gap between them and bow number 2, who is joining us at the CBC dock now. That is College Club Seattle. They've been rowing here at the head for 9 years. It's national team members Betsy Hill and Kate Scanlon Cooley, among others on their crew, rowing with the CRI Hull and CRI Blades.
And one shout out in the Endeavor crew, I think one athlete that's not in our program that's in that boat is Rebecca Caro. Rebecca of the Masters International online group, something
Yes.
like 22,000 members. So
Coming down the course in order, bow number 3, Texas Rowing Center, followed by East Bay, followed by Atlanta.
So just to give you an idea of how seriously Endeavor takes these things, and again, we've only had a couple of crews through CBC, but at Weld, they were 25 seconds up on second place.
Which I know it's a long race, and they're going to be out there for 17, 18 minutes, but that is a huge gap.
Yeah, that's a big gap. I mean, in an 8, that it's 3 seconds to a length.
Yes.
So they're up 8 lengths.
Which, talking, what, three football fields? That's
60 feet, 500. Yeah, so call it 500 feet. So a football.
Yeah, that's DeWolf crossing the bridge now. So that's
Football field and a half.
BU
Yeah.
alumni, all of the 91 and 92 D1 women's national champ boats. Bow number 7 entering Elliott. Sounds like they got some fans on the bridge. That's Sarasota coming from Florida. Again, another Master National Championship boat. And we have 2 across coming down the course. Taking the wider turn on the Cambridge side, that is Radcliffe alumni, while taking the inside turn, putting oars over buoys. Bow number 9, the BMA, so that's Cornell alumni, Big Red, getting maybe reviving a little bit of Ivy League rivalry here.
I take it back. Rebecca was not in the Endeavor boat. She's in the Old Glory boat.
Good to know.
Yeah. So Endeavor, nails for breakfast, training plan, Old Glory, all national team alums.
Yeah. Hard to guess who will go harder and faster there.
And about half the Old Glory boats, it's about 23 we're talking about, with the Rolling Stone tongue on their logo. Half of them are Cambridge Boat Club members. Ellen Minsner, Linda Radisevich, Allison Shaw Thornton. Everybody knows everybody.
Oh, yes. The rowing community is a big community, but a small community at the same time. Approaching us now, bow number 10, is Sammamish Rowing Association's crew. And behind them, with the Whitehall Black Unis, is Litchfield Hills. As we were discussing about age makers, we have a few different ages in here to get that average age of 51, including 71 and 34, all competing in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean the expectations of a young 30-year-old in one of these boats is that they basically are, Olympic gold medal class.
Yes, you would hope.
Yeah. No pressure. Right now, the first three through the finish line are Endeavor with a 26-second lead on College Club Seattle with a 5-second lead on Texas.
We have Genesee joining us from Rochester, approaching Elliott now. This is all competitors from the Genesee River. And approaching us now is another Ann Arbor crew rowing out of Argo Pond in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And coming to across, we have bow number 15 on the Boston side, overtaking bow number 13 on the Cambridge side. On the Boston side, that's North Suburban crew from Skokie, Illinois, one of Chicago's crew teams, and they're overtaking Prince William. On the Cambridge side from Lake Ridge, Virginia. They're a master's rowing program that rows on the Occoquan Reservoir. And rolling down the river now is a Long Beach crew. This crew trains year-round in Long Beach, California. A little jealous that they have water that doesn't freeze all year. And they're actually not rowing a borrowed shell. They brought their own equipment 3,000 miles from California. Behind them is Philo joining us from New Jersey. Philo's a club program down in Hillsborough. And approaching the bridge right now is bow number 19. That is Bula Bula joining us from Ohio. And on their tail is Old Glory, the U.S. national team crew we were just talking about. It's the old national team from 91 to 96, plus a friend or two. Pretty stacked boat there. And approaching Elliott now with the Green Blades, bow number 20. That's another East Bay rowing crew joining us from Rhode Island. And out in front here is bow number 24, Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover. And they have overtaken bow number 18. Bow number 18, Westford Community Rowing, joining us from Westford, Massachusetts. And bow number 21 is joining us with the Red Blades blue unis. That's another Avalon crew. And those folks on the bridge, as you are experiencing, much like the announcers up here, you can feel that the wind is starting to swirl a little bit around the corner, which will make the cornering here even more challenging for the crews. Oh, I can hear that coxswain from here. They are fired up. That's bow number 27, PCRA, joining us from New Rochelle. And they've overtaken quite a few crews. For example, in front of the CBC dock, that's bow number 16. Bow number 16 is Burnt Hills Rowing Association from New York. And bow number 26 is trying to get the better line over them, Cape Fear from Wilmington, North Carolina. This is their first time competing in the Head of the Charles in a team event. So welcome. We're happy to have you here.
A little bit of a change in the at the top of the leaderboard. Endeavor and College Club Seattle still in 1 and 2 respectively, but Atlanta, their A boat has moved ahead of Texas Rowing Center's A boat by 0.6 seconds.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Atlanta was basically even to weld. Texas was 1 second faster to 1 second and some change faster to CBC. Atlanta was 1 second and some change faster to the finish line, and that fraction of a second over the last 700 meters was the difference.
And entering the Elliott Bridge now, that's a crew from Holyoke Rose. When you're talking about fractions of a second, that is just painful. That's
yeah, I mean, you're literally down to, you know, like a couple of taps on the rudder, or one or two
hitting a stroke short.
Strokes, yeah.
Or maybe not getting up enough pressure before the start line. For those listening and watching,
it's all kinds of stuff.
It is a rolling start at the start line, so you enter the course at full speed.
I mean, not to date myself, but I've been doing this regatta for 40 years, and I'd say 25% of those, the first 3 or 4 places were within 3 or 4 seconds of each other.
Wow. That was White Marsh that just crossed under the bridge. Bow number 28 is in front of us now. That's another crew from Rochester. And I think that's bow number 1. Yes, that is bow number 1 right on their tails. So that's the Women's Grandmaster 860 plus. Lucky Charms from Woodbridge, Connecticut. Hence the T-shirts.
This group,
colors of the marshmallows.
The Lucky Charms like to have fun. They've got a counterpart over in the director's quad, a group of guys called the Fruit Loops. But the one thing they have in common is none of them get out of shape.
Well, Lucky Charms did set the course record last year with a time of 18:20.
Yeah, this is one of those ones they know they row well together, and it's just stay fast.
On their tail is another crew from Endeavor Rowing Alliance. And looks like the crew behind them lost their bow placard, so I can't actually identify what their number is. But if I were to guess, that's probably bow number 2. Which would be the Long Beach crew joining us from California.
So in the 60 plus 8, Endeavor in 14:56 at CBC with Lucky Charms 8 seconds behind them.
You see,
looks like Endeavor did six seconds of that gap before Riverside.
So this is the challenge that we're witnessing now when you have very stacked, fast crews coming up behind slower crews, because this is bow number 25 in front of us from the previous event. That's Concord crew, who have been overtaken by the previous few crews in the subsequent event.
Yeah, and from a logistical standpoint,
there's only so much you can do.
This is something that we try to avoid.
Yes.
But, you know, fast is fast.
It is. For example, bow number 5 there, entering the crew right now. That's the Chinook crew. Looks like based on their speed, they will likely overtake that crew before the finish line.
Right.
That is bow number 4, another États-Unis crew. Members of the U.S. 1980, 1984, and 1988, and 1992 Olympic teams.
Now, there's some regattas that have even crazier versions. If you go to something like crazier, more intense versions of this fast cruise behind slow cruise, if you take the Silver Skiff, for example, which has upwards of 700 scullers in it, and I'll pause for a second because we've got some more crews coming. But
yes.
this is a dynamic, this is an entertaining story.
Bow number 7, that's a Saugatuck crew. You know, they always roll in with their intimidating
serious
black
club crew that trains together regularly.
Black oars and black hulls.
Yep.
But, you know, they can hold their own.
They can bring it.
And bow number 9, it's a Three Rivers crew joining us from Pittsburgh. They've overtaken bow number 8. Bow number 8 is the crew that is crossing in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now with the blue shirts. That's a 1980 boat club, so that's part of the 1980 Olympic program.
Yeah, lots of familiar names in this boat. Some real legends of U.S. national team women's rowing.
And we have a pretty substantial gap between those two crews and the next crews.
So the deal over at Silver Skiff is it's a general classification. Men and women mixed together, all ages mixed together, and you start based on prior year finish time. So out of the 700, that's kind of the first, 400, right? But then they sort you by FISA group, and they standard time it. So one year, and we'll have a West End crew coming up the course here in a couple of seconds. One year, Mahe Drysdale from West End was the first rower to start after the last finisher from the prior year. He passed 60 scullers in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I would not like to participate in that event.
And you know who it's not fun for? The people at the very back that have that freight train coming through. It's just like they're coming. Just get out of the way.
Yeah, you don't have a choice at that time.
Yeah.
So that was an Old Glory crew that just passed under the bridge. And we have a Conibear crew entering the bridge now. Oh, and we have another pack. Looks like it'll be 2, potentially 3 across coming around the corner.
But people absolutely love the Silver Skiff. It happens in about 2 weeks. It's over in Turin in northern Italy. It's truffle season. It's and cold in Boston.
We have
in late October.
Martha's mom's joining us from Seattle, coming across now. I mean, I would love to go to Turin, but
it's a blast. There are typically 30 Americans there. Jim Dietz in the All-American group is taking about 12 people over there this year. Typically, you've had a mix of clubbers and national teamers, so it's a lot of fun.
Out in front here with the light blue unis is Upper Thames joining us from the UK. They're overtaken the West End crew we were just discussing.
Yeah, so West End
Auckland.
from Auckland. Welcome to Boston.
Yes, we 2 international crews duking it out.
So again, as I mentioned, this is Mahe's old, still his club. And hello to Mahe from Boston if you're listening in.
We have Marin overtaking Saugatuck as they both enter the bridge there. Yes, for those who may not be familiar, that's Mahe Drysdale you're referring to.
Who has and his wife Juliet, and they enjoyed the Head of the Charles so much. One of their children is named Boston.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
That is fun. And for the more novice spectators or viewers or listeners, he is world-renowned as one of the greatest scullers alive.
Yeah, multi-Olympic medal, multi-consecutive world championships. Great ambassador to the sport. Fun to hang out with at the after party.
Yes, he is a big man. So that is bow number 17, Narragansett. Entering the Elliott, they've overtaken We Or One, a group of former Masters coaching rowing. And behind them is a Upper Valley rowing crew joining us from Hanover.
So a decent number of the 60 pluses through the lines, and right now you've got Endeavor in 1756, which is that looks like a course record.
Yeah, that would blow the course
that
record
would blow
away.
it away. So that would be our third course record of the day.
So the
that
previous
that was a big drop.
The previous record was
25 seconds.
18:20 and change. So
yeah,
that'll be a long-standing record if that's accurate.
yeah. So they looked good when they went by, and they were good.
But again, the times we are reporting now are unofficial, but they are what's available to us through Regatta Central.
So Lucky Charms only went 15 seconds under the old course record. So that was 10 second difference between first and second place, and both very, very fast crews.
Approaching the Elliott right now is a Avalon crew joining us from Virginia, and they are being trailed by a Survivor Rowing Network crew joining us from Connecticut. The Survivor Rowing Network features cancer patients and survivors who have found rowing as a part of their rehabilitation program. The network was launched in 2023 and includes 20 rowing programs across the United States. All right, folks, I think that's everybody from this program. So next up will be a fours event. So that is men's Senior Master Fours event number 19. This is 50 plus. Start time of 9:57. And course record was set by Wallingford in 2017 with a time of 17:05. So again, assuming the unofficial time that we're looking at now is accurate, the Endeavor Racing time just crushed the record. You will see records set every year. There's usually one or two, and they'll be set by a second, half a second, maybe 2 seconds. Not 30 seconds. 30 seconds is astronomical to see. So, folks, as we look down the course, our first crew is joining us at the CBC dock. That is bow number 1. So that is Mosley. Mosley returns after winning 3 seconds over Palm Beach last year. So they claimed the number 1 seed, so they got to start first of the pack. Mosley joins us from Great Britain. And every competitor in that boat have previously won Head of the Charles. They may see some pressure from further in the field, though, because we do have a new lineup from Diesel at bow 6 that includes some national team and Olympic team oarsmen, as well as a strong Australian crew joining us at bow number 17. Approaching is now bow number 2, blue shields with a yellow gold sash. That is Palm Beach Rowing Club, Whitehall, and joining us now to up course. We have bound number 4, who's overtaken bound number 3. So that's an ex-Nemo crew. It's overtaken the Riverside crew. Riverside, always local favorites, easy to identify with the prison stripes. And bound number 6, also coming up the crew. So that's the diesel crew I was talking about earlier. They have a pretty stacked lineup. You know any of the guys in this lineup? Or just from reputation? That diesel crew has overtaken bound number 5, the Cornell alumni.
Diesel with local favorite Akil Abdullah and bow. Brett Gabby, Duncan Kennedy, another national team member. Garrett Clue, another national team member. And there are a lot of these diesel crews that are. Tom Trahar seems to be everywhere this weekend. I've seen his name as the listed coach on an awful lot of these national team alumni crews.
I mean, does he have to sleep? I don't know. Oh, we got a pack of 4 coming down the course. Out in front with the red unis. That's an Atlanta crew, 4th time competing together here at the Charles.
So far through CBC, Molesley and a crew in first place.
Well, on the Boston side, we have bound number 10 trying to overtake bound number 7. So that's Marin in the Whitehall on the Boston side, while Greenwich crew is trying to hold them off in the high visibility hats. We won't be able to see who comes out on top because they have now entered the bridge and lose our sight line. Tailing them was River City joining us from Sacramento. I have been corrected on the pronunciation. Molsey, not Mosley. I apologize.
It's a Boston accent.
Yes.
One thing I know about these guys is they show up at the Heineken and they are fast. So they're going to be looking at whatever they do here today and thinking about a boat that they're already putting together for next March.
I mean, that's what all the high-performance crews do.
They just don't get out of shape.
So in front of us now, bound number 12, joining us from Toronto, Argonaut. I've always loved their unis. It's such a distinctive teal and navy stripes.
There are a bunch of guys on that crew that know me, and I'm going to be getting text messages from them.
We got 11 and 15 now.
So right now,
North Adams. Oh, we got a collision.
Oh, there you go for our first of the day.
And bound number 13, they've drifted into the race line.
Yeah, and 13 was trying to go tight to the bridge. Will they squeeze by?
So that's,
yes, they've got their bow by. Now they just need to clear their oars.
That's Evergreen, Gentle Giant,
they got their bow pair clear.
North
now the first
Adams.
Two guys will get going.
They got to get moving because there's more crews coming down.
It's like that scene in Gladiator where the chariots are crashing into the wall of the arena.
It looked like the bowman's oar hit the stern deck there between Evergreen and North Adams. We have San Diego Rowing Club in the red hull there, being trailed by, who is that? Black Mountain joining us from Canberra, another time zone change crew joining us from Australia. And then Crabtree, another London-based crew.
Right. So through the finish right now, Molesley in 1709, ahead of Palm Beach in 1731. So decent margin. And let's take a look at what the course record was in this event. Looks like 1705, so pretty fast time.
Yeah, they're in the conversation there for the record. That record stood for a couple years. In front of us right now, bound number 19, New York AC. Uh,
Yeah, that 1705 was set by another UK crew, Wallingford, back in 2017.
bow number 18 in front of us now. And for, entering the Elliott Bridge now, that's another crew joining us from Ireland. The Tribesmen joining us from Galway. 30 years of rowing between them, 2 Henley medals. It's a traveling rowing program. The ever since that Olympic trials, when those 2 Irish lightweight rowers went viral, their program has just exploded in popularity. And entering the bridge now, bout number 24 and 21, we have Pacific from San Fran and Swan Creek from New Jersey.
You know, you're going to get one of them later today because Paul Donovan is here.
Yes, one of them being one of the 2 lightweight rowers who
and
went viral.
I think the thing that all these sweepers really like about Paul is he sculls with his thumb under the oar instead of on the end of it.
That's something I was not aware of him for his technique. Well, we have another pack of, looks like 5 boats, 2 across and then 3 across coming around the corner. Hopefully they sort themselves out before they get to the bridge so we don't have another collision or near collision. Out in front here in red and white, bow number 29. They've jumped ahead of the pack a little bit here. That's a Potomac club joining us from the nation's capital. They've overtaken New Orleans crew joining us from Louisiana. This is New Orleans Rowing Club's first time bringing a 4 to the head of the Charles.
And,
in the Navy Hull, that's bow number 26. Quinsigamond Rowing Club, a local adjacent crew joining us from Shrewsbury. And then 2 across, we have bows number 28 and 22. 28 has taken the lead. Western Reserve has overtaken the Ithaca alumni crew.
And a change at the top of the leaderboard, bow number 20, Crabtree, also from the UK, has overtaken Molesey. 1704, that is a record. So Crabtree knocks off Wallingford's record by 1 second. And they're currently, well, they're 4.5 seconds ahead of Molesey.
And approaching us now.
It's clear this weather is playing is really what the English crews were looking forward to.
Yes.
It's a fine summer day in the Midlands.
On the Cambridge side, being overtaken by the crew on the Boston side, we have Rock Creek, bow number 27 on the Boston side out in front. But we do have, looks like bow ball on Stroke Man, bow number 25. They're still in it. That's Northeastern University alumni crew. And we do have 30 competitors in this, 31 competitors in this event. We have bow number 30 approaching us now, so that's Mount Baker. Joining us from Seattle. I can hear from the bridge, it sounds like there's some Mount Baker fans here, here at Elliott. And bow number 31 coming around the corner, riggers over buoys, Greater Lawrence Rowing. Another example of great coxing, taking the shorter line, putting those riggers over the buoys. They row on the Merrimack, just right up north of us, up in Lowell and Lawrence.
Looks like your top 5 in this event, again, with a new course record, Crabtree, 1704, followed by Molesey, Diesel A, Marin, and Palm Beach.
Is that the fourth course record we've seen today?
Yeah, yeah. A couple of squeakers, and
Yeah.
then Endeavor dropped that bomb in the women's 8.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, but as I was saying before, it's unheard of to see a record broken by 30 seconds.
There was a big one yesterday. I think it was Toronto in the Grandmasters double, the women's double. Let's see. So Grandmasters is I'll keep it. Sorry, Toronto had the no. Seattle was in a different one. in the Grandmasters double, Toronto rode a 1949 to the course record of 2032. In the Senior Masters double, College Club Seattle rode a 1902 to the 1917. So, you know, taking 40 seconds off a course record is almost unheard of.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. It's pretty often that we see every year a couple course records fall, but it's by 2 seconds, half a second, 5 seconds,
Yeah.
not half a minute.
So there were a handful of big ones yesterday. I mean, Catherine Widgery knocked 19 seconds off the senior veterans single. Lauren Critico Main took 10 seconds off the veterans single. But those in the men's Grandmasters double, another College Club Seattle, two College Club Seattle crews yesterday set course records. The men in the Grandmasters knocked 6 seconds off, but those women's, particularly that Grandmasters women's double, that was just stunning.
Which
so
those
the
are
other thing
normal records.
the other thing was nuts about that race was they won in 1949. There were 3 crews within 2 seconds of them.
Whoa.
And the 4th crew was also under the old course record.
That's really got to sting
that's
for that crew.
that's a fast track.
Oh. While we have a second and downtime here, next event number 20. Start time was 10:16. And since we're on the topic of course records, course record was set in 2017 by Sammamish, 18:04. Bout number 1 is a local CBC crew. So let's see if that's who we see coming around the corner first.
Yeah, this is this 4 is Chris Richards, Rich Sampson, Greg Wilkins, and Jake Everett. And this particular 4 has been coming up in the Masters category since they averaged 40, and has a pile of big medals. And I think I think they've got a course record to their name. Are they the current course record holder?
No, that's Sammamish from
That's
2017.
Sammamish, okay, 1804.
But just as we were saying before, just because crews are lower seated does not mean they're not going to be the fastest crew of the day. We do have 2 international crews here that you should be keeping your eyes on. We have bout number 15, Monmouth, joining us from Wales, just stacked with world champion and Olympians.
Yeah.
And then another Molesey crew joining us from Great Britain.
And right now, Molesey is through Riverside in 358 to Monmouth 402. So, you know, the weather is working for these British crews.
Yeah, I mean, they brought it with them.
And the Cambridge boat that we were talking about is in 406. So Molesey up by 4 seconds on second and 8 seconds on third, with Marin right on their tail. So we'll see how this one plays out across the splits in terms of time to weld and time to CBC and then time to the finish. But I'm thinking we're going to see this could be one of those ones where we see the top 3 medalists within 3 or 4 seconds of each other.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable. And but also, again, anything can happen between Riverside in here. You got the powerhouse stretch, and then as they approach weeks, this is for you who are not experienced rowers on the Charles. The river has this S snake bend in it, which can complicate things for racing because you're always trying to jockey for the best race line. So do you want to cut the inside corner on the first corner, the second corner? Ideally, you want both. But if you're neck and neck with another crew or overtaking another crew, you're probably not going to get both.
Yeah, this is an advantage of finishing well the prior year, because first you can pick your line, and if you're second or third, you can leave a gap. You don't have to worry about some unseated crew behind you just burning it up the course, or somebody in front of you.
Which there's only 20 crews in this event. So Monmouth and Molesey, they are the unseated, rockets coming up from the back of the pack.
Yeah, and their bow numbers 17 and 15 respectively. Going through Weld with bow number 1 setting the standard is Cambridge with a time of 9:55, 5 seconds ahead of Marin. So we'll see what bows number 15 and 17 have to say about that. And again, these Molesey Masters, I think their nickname instead of Legends is the Leg Ends or something like that. But they go out there and they piece against each other pretty aggressively. So it's serious fun for them. But
when you're fast, it's
not a Rolodex crew. It's mostly people that live around Greater London who can get together and actually train together. So you mix national team together with rowing together, and it's pretty powerful.
It is. There's something to be said that the Rolodex crew, meaning just people you know and can call and have good numbers, and you just come together for the head of the Charles. They can put together fast boats, but there's some magic that happens when you're training partners with the people and you see them on a weekly or bi-weekly basis.
So to Weld, Cambridge was at 9:55. Monmouth just dropped to 9:45. They were 4 seconds faster than Cambridge to Riverside and 5 seconds faster to Weld. So let's see what we got with Molesey. And Molesey 6 seconds up on Monmouth. So 5:41 between Riverside and Weld for an elapsed time of 19:40. So right now you've got 9:40 to 9:45 to 9:55. First, second, and third, Molesey, Monmouth, Cambridge. And here comes the Cambridge bow number 1.
Yes, speaking of, there they are putting riggers over buoys.
This will be tight to the line. It's Chris Boyd coxing. He is absolutely insistent that he can steer the best course on this river of anyone, and he's just showing what he can do right now.
I mean, he may say that he can steer the best course of anyone, but Marin right on their tail seems to be doing a great job as well. Also,
Marin.
I'm going to keep doing that. So feel free to correct me at any time.
No, this is like when I had a Dutch national teamer helping me announce one year, and hello to Dominique and her new baby, Julie. But I tried to pronounce the Dutch names, and she took on the Native American ones. It was pretty funny. Yeah, Marin bow 2. Yeah, so, I think that might have been the first year I was announcing here, and they just handed me a mic, and I said, "Can I bring somebody up with me?" And I knew these internationals were in town, so we got up here and we tried to be like FISA Radio, with the multilingual thing. So I handled all of the Boston town names.
Oh yeah.
But I said, okay, you speak German, you speak French, you speak Dutch. You take care of all that.
Yes.
So every time we had an international crew come by, we'd flip over into local language, and some of them came up to us afterward. They were like, "Oh, that was fun."
That is cool.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the diphthongs and the Native American names were pretty entertaining.
Yes, trying to explain to someone how to pronounce Scituate can be challenging.
Yeah.
So in front of us now in the high vis with the Trinity Blades, that's bow number 3. Joining us from North Carolina. And behind them is bow number 5, who have overtaken bow number 4.
Yep.
So that's
Narragansett,
Narragansett entering the bridge. And that's another Cambridge crew, stroked by CBC's president.
So Tom Pounds, Jeff Peterson, Charlie Andrews, and Tim Fulham in bow. Cox by Seth Bauer. So you had the president of Cambridge Boat Club and the chair of the head of the regatta board, head of the Charles Regatta Board in the same boat.
Yeah, well, watch out for any sort of cronyism favors going on with that boat. So in front of us right now, that's 9. That's Rocky Mountain joining us from Aurora, California. Again, I wonder if training at altitude actually benefits.
And an Olympic pedigreed coxswain in Seth Bauer.
And then we have bow number 7, Sammamish Rowing Association. And bringing up the rear here is bow number 8. That's...
Okay, through Cambridge Boat
me,
Club.
bow number 6.
Cambridge A in 1456. Ahead of Marin, ahead of Catawba. That would be one for the Dutch.
Yes, Catawba, joining us from North Carolina. Well, here's one of our favorites to watch out in front here with the red hull.
Yeah,
that's
Monmouth.
Monmouth joining us from Wales.
And we're looking for Molesey.
They've overtaken Texas Rowing Center, joining us from Austin.
There's Molesey with the white blades on the buoys.
Yeah, and that is Molesey right behind Texas. Texas flags on the oars, easy to spot.
And that Molesey Texas thing could have some impact on things.
Yeah, I like their line
now
going.
Now Molesey's crossing over. You can see them cutting to the starboard side of Texas.
That is an experienced coxswain move.
They are in overlap, so the Texas crew should yield.
Because you don't want to get stuck on the outside of the last turn. It's a slow arcing turn towards the finish line.
With a little bit of a sharp point at the Windsor dock.
Yes.
At the end of the Windsor dock.
In front of us right now, approaching the bridge, that's Mount Baker. Can hear those Mount Baker fans up on the bridge. And bow number 10 is another Cambridge crew. In front of us now in the black hull with the blue shirts is Avalon.
Molesey 1437 to CBC, Monmouth 1449, CBC 1456.
So that will be several course records because the course record for this event is 18:04.
Yeah, Cambridge broke the course record by 10 seconds. Now we'll see if they get the big medal.
Approaching the bridge is USD alumni 85.8 San Diego. And behind them, approaching the bridge is Hudson River, joining us from Poughkeepsie.
So if you're using your phone or a laptop to track this, the app is updating real time by leaderboard, and the
is that the Head of the Charles app,
that's
or is
the
that
Head of the Charles
Regatta?
app? Yeah, you can download it from your favorite app store. It's free, and the desktop version is via the results page on regattacentral.com. You've got to manually refresh that one.
Bringing up the rear here, approaching CBC, is Los Gatos. First time racing the Charles with this combination. They typically scull or race straight fours, but they entered a coxed entry this year.
Monmouth, 1746. Molesey, 1730. There goes 34 seconds off the course record.
Yeah.
Yeah. Four boats in that race beat the course record.
That's how you know it's just going to be a fast day today.
I think compared to this morning when we had a couple of nippers, like a second here, a second there, we've seen a couple of big ones.
Yeah.
And
15, 20
that'll make it. I think that'll make it interesting for some of these events this afternoon. The wind can change completely between now and then. Must have been the rain.
Maybe. The rain's still coming down, though. Those of you on the bridge, if you want to have an idea what it looks like on the other side of the race course, if you look directly behind you, you can no longer see the Prue or whatever the John Hancock building is called anymore. This morning you could see it quite clearly, but the rain has moved in and visibility is down. So you know they're suffering some sort of dampness, wetness, drizzles, some sort of persistent precipitation on the other end of the course. Our next event, with a 10:26 start time, event number 21 is the Women's Senior Master Fours, 50 plus. So same event we just saw, but the women, 36 competitors, and this has another course record that was set in 2017, just like the previous event. So I wonder if this record will get shattered as well.
So through Riverside, your top three were a Canadian alumni A boat, Marlowe from the UK, and Willamette from the Pacific Northwest. So and actually I think that I don't know if the Canadian alumni boat train out in Vancouver or if they're more Rolodexy.
I'm not sure.
All places that like it, sort of like mid-50s and drizzly.
I mean, Marlowe's one to watch, considering every single person in that boat is an Olympic medalist.
Yeah, it helps.
Yes, including Catherine Granger, Great Britain's most decorated female Olympian.
Yeah,
not just most decorated rower, female Olympian. Yeah. Period.
This helps.
It's the Katie Ledecky of Great Britain.
That helps.
Now, sitting up here on the roof at CBC, I can feel the wind picking up a bit, so that could be affecting the athletes upriver.
Let me check the wind direction.
It's coming right at us. So
so right now it's northwest 12, so it's not the. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. It's west. It's west 4 miles an hour. So we're just getting a swirl in here on the boathouse roof. But west 4 doesn't hurt you that much.
No. Well, here comes the first crew. And that is bow number 1 approaching us now. That is the RCA alumni boat from British Columbia. Drawing from multiple eras, contexts, and Canadian providences to train. Deborah Lloyd, Julia Pratt, Sherry Moore, Isolde Penny, and Jennifer Wallinga. And they have put some space between them and the next boat because as they approach Elliott Bridge, still can't see the next crew.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
just
they just came around the corner.
just checking the gauge height down at the dam to the harbor, and it's been rising all morning. So that basically means they closed the gates.
Yes, so there's almost no current going
not
against the race.
not pulling it out of the river, and it's not that fast coming into the river. So yeah, the track is fast.
That means good things for record-setting times.
Rowing Canada alumni 10:13 to Weld.
Approaching us now is the Willamette crew we were discussing earlier.
15:25 to CBC. So 15:20. So Marlowe was 9 seconds behind the Canadians at Weld, and it looks like it's a two-boat race at the front of the pack here. So bow 1 and then look for bow 19.
High Vis Pink approaching Cambridge Boat Club is the Alexandria boat joining us from Virginia.
Yep, which was
they placed 5th last year, so
and they're running at Weld. They're running in 5th.
Since they have the number 3 seed, that means a couple of the boats that placed between 1st and 4th opted to not compete in this event this year. So that's how they bumped up to the number 3 seed.
The gap between the Canadian alumni crew and Willamette at CBC was 48 seconds.
And they hit CBC at 15:25, so the course record is 18:45. I think that might be looking good for the RCA.
That one's dropping by a lot.
Yeah. That might be another 20-second record for us.
We can start doing our over-unders on the official
yeah, sports betting is legal in Massachusetts now.
Yep.
So just another day until DraftKings or one of those companies comes in and lets us bet on the head of the Charles.
Yeah, we got Rowing Popular. Take it back to the golden era of sculling. Some of the prize pots back then, it was like $5,000 then. Today's dollars, that would be like $250,000. It's just ridiculous.
Wow. So side by side here,
back then.
We have bout number 5, Saugatuck, on the Boston side, overtaking San Diego Rowing Club in the red hull on the Cambridge side. San Diego is fighting back. They're not letting Saugatuck just smoothly fly past them. But they do have to yield if Saugatuck wants the superior race line on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, so it's a tricky thing on the next turn because if you're the overtaking crew, you can't press your right to the point where you cause an accident.
We now have Mount Baker trying to hold off Pocock Rowing Club. Same situation where you have Mount Baker just barely holding on to their spot and race line.
So the coxswain the overtaking coxswain, even if you're bow ball ahead, but you get to the next turn and there's going to be overlap, you've got to leave enough room for the other crew to get by safely.
Yes, and those are the rules of the river and the regatta. That's racing standard, and you can be penalized if you fail to yield.
And people have been.
Yes.
I mean, I've seen champ singles races where somebody was pushing, a crew that was coming on them wide, and both crews tangled on the outside of the Elliott Arch. So and
if you want to talk about competitive racing, those are probably the most individually competitive people in the Charles.
Yeah, there you're dueling. I mean, there it's like mono type stuff.
So we have Oak Neck Rowing Academy from Bayville, New York, crossing into the bridge now, and in front of us another Quinsigamond Rowing Club joining us from Shrewsbury. Yeah, I think people would generally say the Champ Singles and Champ 8s are the most competitive events of the regatta.
In terms of dueling.
Yes. In terms of big personality and superstars who have the times to place.
And you can only, the fields have some depth to them, particularly now that there's prize money in the Champ Singles.
Which this is the first year in I believe ever.
For the head, yeah. There used to be prizes with the Schwab Sprints back in the day, but there we go. Not that I'm old, but it's.
We have Narragansett out in front, and then Capital trailing them, who just
it's meaningful money in the Champ Singles.
Oh yes, I believe it's 15,000 for the first. Is that right?
I forget the exact numbers, but yeah, it's
like 5, 10, and 15, something
double
like that.
digit, yeah.
It's in the thousands.
I mean, and if you're an elite athlete, right?
Which that is bout number 19, the Marlowe crew we were discussing earlier, and the yellow hull that just entered Elliott.
I mean, it's not a sport that has an enormous amount of sponsorship, so
No.
those prize pots make a big difference in your training budget,
Yes,
your living budget.
If you're trying to gauge out what you have to do to train for Worlds or for Paris, having an extra few $1,000s in your food and travel budget, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be great for U.S. sculling in the long term, because you
That's
start
right.
you start having prize pots for that, and that, like the Lotting Award down in it's a combination of points across multiple regattas and the Gold Cup and all that kind of stuff.
I think
mean,
it's good for the health of the sport.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to be able to make it work economically.
And ultimately, prize money brings more competition, and it brings deeper competition.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I was chatting briefly with Emma Twigg, who's here today and will be racing today. She's bout 2 behind Emily Calfels, and she's heading down to Gold Cup next week, and then flying right back to New Zealand because she has a child under the age of 1.
Yes, who may have demands and needs.
We're going to get
for
going
her
on
mother.
there, but it's like, come over here, do some racing, hopefully win some prize money, get home, see the family, drop back into the pre-Paris stuff.
What was Marlowe's time coming through CBC here
Let's check.
in comparison
yeah,
to?
we've got them.
Oh, they're a little deeper in the pack.
Yeah,
So
they were 15:36, so they were 11 seconds off of the Canadians.
I wonder if the traffic has been giving them some trouble. Which the RCA boat came in at the finish at 18:29.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in that race right now was the split to Riverside.
That's another record.
Rowing Canada was 18:29. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the top 4 crews there broke the record.
Yeah, that was a
18:45. Top 3 crew.
15 second reduction in the course record. So congrats to Rowing Canada.
Oh, and it's also almost a full minute between. I was misreading the iPad here. It's almost a full minute between
That's
first and second.
right now, but Marlowe hasn't gone through yet.
Yes, there's still the potential for Marlowe to jump in there.
Yeah, at CBC, Marlowe was 33 seconds faster than the crew that's in second for the whole race right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd say there's a pretty good chance.
Yeah, so it looks like Marlowe's probably going to snag the silver.
Yeah, they were 11 seconds off of Rowing Canada here, so that's kind of tough. Rowing Canada did the
I mean, with the amount of traffic they had to navigate, I would not be surprised to see them on the top of the podium next year, assuming they return.
Yeah, well, I mean, so they age up, so they've got another 4 years that they can factor into their lineup optimization.
That is true.
So Dame Kate Granger is the I think the youngest in that crew. But I mean, second place from bow 19, if that's where they wind up, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. So okay. So Rowing Canada in 1830, Marlowe in 1842. Right now, Pocock.
Which both are record-setting times.
Yes, correct. It's another race where multiple boats under the record. So
yes,
the track is fast
and shattering the record. But
then Pocock currently in third in 1928. Looks like a second over Willamette. And again,
Which
it's all places that like 50 degrees and rain.
I am surprised that there's no. It's such a drop off between first and second, because the Pocock Club has come in at about 40 seconds over the record. So that seems like there's a pretty huge drop off there. With it, you'd think we'd have another competitive senior masters 4 boat, but I suppose ultimately it comes up to the coaching decisions and the individual clubs where they want to prioritize their speed.
Yeah, some of the. I mean, if you've got a crew of Olympic class athletes that have stayed in shape, it's pretty impressive what they're able to do even at the Masters level.
In front of us right now, speaking of impressive, we have bout number 16. That's Green Bay, who's trying to hold off bout number 31, who's Lake Merritt. They've moved through the pack. Ottawa as well. Dawn Rowing, another Canadian rowing club. And then we have back into the 20s again, Long Beach.
You know, I'll give credit up on the Elliott Bridge where credit is due. I think these women's Masters 4s have the loudest supporters of the entire morning. They've certainly got the most cowbell.
Yes, love to hear cowbells or drums or horns or whatever instruments people can bring to make their enthusiasm for their chosen team heard. I'm all for it. And here comes another Irish crew, the Irish Masters Boat Club, joining us from Cork, approaching the bridge now. Which I think this is the most, or the highest number of crews from Ireland that I've ever seen at the Charles. There seems to be about 2 in every event.
Yeah, that's well. It's, and the funny thing is when you show up at the airport, and everybody's flying on the same flight. You're all kind of hanging around, international flights. You got to get there a couple hours early, and you're all kind of hanging around together. It's like, all right,
just trying to eye everybody up.
And then it's like, okay, so when we get there after we're done racing, what are we going to do?
Well, go to the airport bar.
No, one of the good things about racing on Saturday, and I'll confess to racing on Friday, is you get to catch the Saturday afternoon racing. You get Saturday night, you get Sunday, fly home Sunday night.
Yeah, watching, definitely want to stick around for the Champ 8s tomorrow afternoon. But if you have to catch a flight out, it's so easy to just hop up to Logan straight from here.
Yeah, so the crowds at this regatta tend to follow their favorite crews. So, one thing I would suggest to everybody, if you haven't done it before, show up tomorrow morning for the youth events.
Yes.
If you want to hear noise, it is incredible.
Yeah, the Youth 8s are some of the loudest
events. It is nuts.
Right here, specifically.
I mean, you're a couple deep on the bridge up there. For the Youth 8s, it'll be 4 or 5 deep with people on the far side of the bridge all over the place as well.
Yeah.
And they'll be lining up on the shores. I mean, it's just noise.
Yeah, I'm looking at the maybe dozen or so people on the shoreline right now. You could probably multiply that by 6. Maybe 7 times.
Yeah. And between here and Fowles, it's loud.
Because you have usually the entire JV program, all the friends and family, whatever boats aren't racing in that specific event, they're here to make some noise to make sure their team is heard.
And here we go.
So we're now on to event number 22. This is the Women Grandmaster 4.
I think after this one.
Okay. So bout number 1, Saugatuck up there, was trying to hold off Chinook. Chinook tailing them on the Boston side, so they've bunched up a bit there.
Yeah. First three through Weld were East Arm in 11:14, Chinook within 0.4 of a second, and then Saugatuck only 4 seconds back. So East Arm, Chinook, Saugatuck, your early leaders.
And East Arm has overtaken Narragansett, who's approaching Elliott now.
And some flip-flopping going on through CBC with East Arm at 16:46, Chinook in 16:51. Actually, I take it back. The order held. And Saugatuck in 16:58.
Now, the course record for this event is 20:08, which...
That's going down.
Yeah, looking at the CBC times of 16:40 and change, I'd be willing to bet that record's getting shattered.
It's going down.
So that's another Narragansett crew with the pink hats entering the bridge right now.
Now the over-under on the head of the Charles betting site is how many crews are going to break the course record.
Yes. Right now, I think if you took the under, you'd be having a bad day. Bow number 6 right now, that's a CRI crew. Quinsigamond with the green oars. We can hear some enthusiastic cheering for Quinsigamond here. And we have North Suburban crew joining us from Skokie, Illinois, Chicago's North Shore. They've had some great success regionally in the Chicago area, as well as U.S. Rowing Master Nationals in Indianapolis. And then we have Minneapolis Rowing Club with the green blades with the white tips entering the bridge right now. In the bright pink, we have Maritime Rowing Club joining us from East Norwalk. They're all either parents of elite athletes or former collegiate or former national team rowers themselves.
Bit of a change in the league table. Quinsigamond has moved ahead of Saugatuck at CBC by 1 second.
Well, as we saw them come around the corner, it looked like they were making a strike move to try and get the superior line exiting Windsor or Bell Hill there.
So you could have 4 crews under the course record on this one.
Wow. Which, again, reminder, the record was set in 2017. Many of the course records were set in 2017. That was a fast year, much like this year's turning into. And that was a time of 20:08 and change. Well, first time is in, over the record. So record stands.
Saugatuck 2026.
Bow number 11 is in front of us right now with the yellow hull. That's a Hudson River crew.
3:28 was the time from CBC to the finish. Maybe we were getting a bit enthusiastic.
It's a little slow.
East Arm 2007.
Looks like East Arm broke the record by under a second.
Yeah.
Record was 20:08.48, and they came in at 20:07.5.
Chinook in 2019, Saugatuck in 2026, and we'll see what Quinsigamond has to say about that.
With the teal blades, we got bow number 15, so they've walked their way up the course. That's White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania. They say they've rowed this specific lineup, and they've trained this lineup for years. So it'd be interesting to see how they do as well.
And in the veterans category, the leader on the course right now is Lake Washington A. 12:03 to Weld. It's bow number 18.
That's 70 plus.
Yeah, that's the 70 plus.
Yes. So again, to be clear, Grandmaster is 60 plus, Veteran is 70 plus. That's bow number 14 that just crossed for us. The Chargers from Liverpool, New York. They've overtaken another Chinook boat, and that is one of the veteran programs. 71 is their average age. Made up, they're a Rolodex crew. That's one of the teams comprised of athletes who just they've either rowed together in the past, or they just have a mutual respect for their performance, and they come together to race together at events like this.
And
it's Lake Washington entering the bridge now.
Quinsigamond has moved into 3rd place at the finish. They were a second and a half faster than Saugatuck from CBC to the finish line, and so your leaders right now are East Arm and a new course record.
Avalon approaching the bridge now,
followed by Chinook, followed by Quinsigamond.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. If they just ran out of gas or hit a wind, a little bit of wind shear around the corner.
But this would have been one of those events that I between East Arm and then Chinook, Quinsigamond, Saugatuck, and Narragansett.
Yes.
That's tough in Dutch.
Quinsigamond is a particularly tough one. I feel like Narragansett, you can spell it out, but Quinsigamond, much like Worcester or Worcestershire, is challenging to pronounce anywhere. Conybeare and Lincoln Park are battling it out as they enter the bridge here. Conybeare on the Cambridge side, Lincoln Park on the Boston side. And then in pink, bout number 16, Survivor Rowing Network. Again, this is another Survivor Rowing Network. Love to see them here. Great program. They're cancer patients or cancer survivors who have found rowing to be a beneficial part of their rehabilitation. It was launched this year and has 20 programs across the country trying to help people who have suffered from cancer.
Yeah, 20 clubs. That's a pretty big.
That's a sizable program.
That's a sizable program.
I do believe that is the entirety of this event. So I will take the opportunity here. We're signing off, so you're going to have a new set of announcers for your midday racing. Next up, men's alumni eights. So this will probably be an exciting, loud event. The alumni like to show up and make some noise.
Yeah, the crowd is up on the bridge. It's good.
So with that, I will say thank you, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Yep. Thanks for putting up with us. Our comments were well-intentioned, and they were hopefully well received.
And hopefully I'll get pronunciation better tomorrow.
And likewise. and now we'll hand it off to Sander Packard for the club races. Bring the noise.
All right, good afternoon. Almost afternoon. It's 11 o'clock. We're trading shifts here. My name's Mark Wilson. I've got Xander Packer next to me. I want to say thank you very much to Greg Benning and Jonathan Costello for a fantastic morning edition here at the announcing booth on Cambridge Boat Club rooftop. We are excited to be here. Xander and I will be taking you through the next series of events through mid-afternoon, and hopefully the weather continues to be fast and somewhat dry as we move on into the midday races. We've got the 10:59 a.m. race, a men's alumni eights, event 23, set course record set by University. 14:30 was the winning time, course record set by UW. And I'm a Wisconsin alum, so I'm not sure if that's Wisconsin or Washington, but I'd guess that's Washington at this point. So 14:30, quick race. Here we go. Following up with them, Ex Nemo out of Wellesley, Mass, Old Dog Rowing Club out of New York, and Brown alumni, and then Fat Cat round out your top five.
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks like Ex Nemo came in at 3 seconds ahead of University of Washington coming into the first time checkpoint at Riverside.
Excellent. So we're going to be moving right along here and seeing some racing coming by us again. As we are seeing the racers coming up, we're also obviously seeing the next set of competitors heading downriver, following the traffic pattern, being marshaled by the course marshals and referees to make sure they maintain their single file line and not interfering with any racing coming up the course. Everybody out there on the bridge. Can anybody hear me on the bridge over there? Can you hear us? Maybe? Yes, a little bit. On the bridge, maybe. Okay, maybe not.
It's hard with these things wrapped in plastic.
We do have 48 crews in the men's alumni eights that will be coming by us very shortly. So there will be some passing along the way, I am positive. And we will try to bring that to you as we go on by through the course.
The first couple of crews in this event have just gone by Weld Boathouse in just under 8 minutes, with Ex Nemo still leading the way in 7:53, just 3 seconds ahead of University of Washington alumni. Our weather reports tell us we've got about a 6-mile-an-hour steady wind gusting to 15, and we know that's just going to pick up over the next couple of hours, so it's going to get even more interesting. The winds are expected to rise to 15 miles an hour, gusting to 30 to 35 by the end of the afternoon.
And with that, I am glad I am done racing for the day. I was out in the 50-plus Masters men's eights, and very happy to be done racing. We had actually a very nice course and fantastic coxswain and a kind of a throw together mixed or men's eight. But we had a great time, as most of our competitors will be also having a great time today without the pouring rain, as was forecast earlier in the week. So anything around this is great. We're happy to have these kind of conditions as long as it doesn't get too much worse or wetter.
We expect the first alumni eight to start coming around the Elliott turn in about the next 30 or 40 seconds. It'll be interesting to see whether bow number 1, University of Washington alumni, continue to hold their lead, or whether Ex Nemo will be coming up right against them as they come around the turn.
As many of you know, as seasoned spectators, we are well into the 2 3/4 mile mark or so, 2.5, and here come the first men's alumni eights. Ooh, very close here. We've got 2 boats coming into the end of the turn. University of Washington is leading, but they've got a very close tail coming on behind them. Both coxswains holding their line extremely tight to the orange buoys on the Boston shore. Very nice driving by those 2 coxswains. Washington not giving an inch to Ex Nemo coming in behind them, rowing with the Harvard blades. So this is always interesting. There's a tactic here as they're coming around the corner. They want to be going on the inside of the next corner past the BB&N dock, and it certainly looks like Washington's doing a great job of maintaining that line. But Ex Nemo in bow number 2 has closed the gap. We'll see if that gap maintains as they continue on around the corner. But great driving by those 2 coxswains as they come through the bridge. Looks like bow number 3, that's Old Dog out of New York, coming up next. Old Dog is rowing cleanly. Those are Yale alumni there, followed by Brown. The Bruno Bears coming up next. Again, clean water for them, so we have not had any passing yet. 1, 2, 3, 4 coming through. Obviously with the Alumni 8, some of these boys have only out of college a few years. Others might be a few more years out of their collegiate experiences, but still in great shape and great training, and obviously rode together back in their collegiate days. Another great job by the next boat coming through. That is the next boat of Ex Nemo, bow number 6. So bow number 6 has passed at least one boat here, and they've had a fantastic line coming through the bridge, or around the corner into the bridge. And then we've got bow number 5, Fat Cat, Princeton alumni. And then bow number 9, Evergreen, out of Hanover, New Hampshire, up on the upper Connecticut River, Dartmouth College. Dartmouth moving up. Dartmouth men have been doing a very good job over the last number of years. So this is two or three years ago, they were very, very highly rated in the IRA in the spring. And that group of boys is looking very strong right now. Bow number 9. Bow number 7, Evergreen, another group of Dartmouth alum coming up next. And that's bow number 7 coming through right now, the green and white. And then we've got St. Joe's right behind them. That's bow number 8 out of Philadelphia. Everybody will be heading to the Schuylkill River next weekend for the head of the Schuylkill, but this weekend it's all about the Charles. So Philadelphia visits Boston this weekend, and Boston will visit Philadelphia next weekend. Temple coming on next. Temple started number 10. And then my alma mater, Northeastern, Huskies, coming up in bow number 11, following through next. So bow number 11 pushing on to Temple. They've closed a little bit of a gap. Let's go Huskies. Everybody, all these coxswains, all these rowers doing a fantastic job on the lines. And if you are rowing later in a master's boat or a club boat, you want to be watching these boys do their thing. Boys and girls, excuse me, coxswains going through these bridges beautifully. Hobart coming through next. Bow number 12, Hobart University, upstate New York. And now we're going to have our first group going side by side, it looks like, going through the bridge. We're always excited about the side by side racing. Bow number 13 is BMA. That's your boys from Cornell. And bow 14 is USA Butte. Harvard alumni, at least they're rowing Harvard blades and wearing the crimson of Harvard. Side by side, now can Cornell hold off Harvard into the next bridge, or next corner? That's the question. Bow 16 coming on next. Billy and Ian's homemade hot sauce.
Also Harvard alumni.
Yeah, they're rowing the Harvard blades as well. And they're being chased down by bow number 18, our BU alumni. Boston University, where this race started a few short minutes ago. Bow 17 coming up next. Bow 17, Purple Calf Boat Club out of New Hampshire. And then looks like
we got 15? Navy following them into the bridge.
And our first errant cornering here, bow number 19, the Syracuse alumni, making a little bit of a detour. They're going to make their fix, and they are going to restart and head for the BB&N corner. All right, so there goes the Orangemen from Syracuse. They're restarting, heading under the bridge. All is good with them, no collision.
Got Oregon State alumni coming in here. Bow number 20 in the black tank tops. followed by number 21, Queen City Barge Club out of Poughkeepsie, New York.
That would be Marist then, your alumni. So the Beavers from Oregon State, beautiful Corvallis, Oregon, row on the upper Willamette River. Bowman just took his hat off in that Marist boat. That's tactful. All right. And we got a little wide action coming on here next. We got two boats coming in side by side, or almost side by side.
Bow number 23 here, Blue Cheese Rowing Club, which is the Yale lightweights from the early 2000s. And then the MRA alumni out of Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Michigan, University of, go Big Blue. My good friend Greg Hartsoff coached that crew, and every crew in the last 25 years out of University of Michigan. Everybody rows there in Michigan. Side by side, always fun.
Number 24 coming around the bend here, Virginia alumni from Charlottesville. Go Cavaliers.
Go Hoos. Frank Biller's the head coach down there. Fantastic oarsman in his day.
Actually, sorry, we misannounced that. That's Bucknell, number 25, coming into the bridge.
Bucknell out of Lewisburg.
Number 27, George Washington University here from Washington, D.C. in the blue and gold, Colonials.
29 is next. We got to flip our page. That's Linwood, the group out of Princeton. They look like brown oars, though. Bow 30. That's the group out of Tyrian, out of London, Great Britain. And look like Holy Cross there in the purple shirts, white tops.
We got bow number 32 coming around the bend here, MIT graduates. Followed by bow number 33 from Newcastle, England. We've got an increasing number of foreign alumni boats. This crew is made up of rowers who represented Newcastle University in the lightweight boats. They won multiple national championships, and this crew also contains 2 Henley Royal Regatta winners. So welcome Blue Star from Newcastle, England. Let's hear it on the bridge for Newcastle.
Yeah. Nice line there from our friends from Great Britain. Bow 37, Colby College coming through next. Colby College, coached by Stu Stokes up there. And then we've got Wesleyan out of Middletown, Connecticut, bow number 35 alumni. Out on the outside are the aging Aggies from UMass out in Amherst, Massachusetts. Bow 40, the Wisco alumni from all the way from Madison, Wisconsin, Lake Mendota. Let's go, Wisco! Bow 39 are the Delaware Hens from University of Delaware. The Fighting Hens. Bow 36 are the Eagles from Boston College. They took a little wide turn there, but they're going to get that back on the next corner. Don't you worry. All right, so the Fighting Hens and the BC Fighting Eagles. Couple of Birds team mascots going after it there. Then we've got Tufts University from right over there on the Mystic River. Oftentimes people think they row here on the Charles, but they do not. They row on the Mystic. So welcome Jumbos of Tufts University. All right, we got another former Yale lightweight crew, the Blue Cheese out of Yale lightweights, looking very good. Nice leg drive from those boys, pushing on through. Great line again. There you go, your Yale lightweights. And some boys that I used to coach down at Stetson University in DeLand, Florida. We've got Stetson University, the Hatters of Stetson.
It's actually the first time that Stetson's ever had an alumni boat here.
That's right.
Welcome, Stetson.
Most of those guys. Let's go, Rouse. Let's go, boys. The Stetson Hatters are named after John B. Stetson, who is the benefactor of the university back in its founding days. So the Hatters of Stetson, welcome.
Next up, we've got Blue Goose, which I believe is Bates, down from Lewiston, Maine. Bates alumni here coming into the bridge.
They're rowing a little lower stroke rating, but they are strong guys, looking very good. Solid push. And then we've got another group from Michigan. Michigan's been around for a long, long time, and you can see that bow 22 from the Michigan Fighting Wolverines. Bow 44 coming through next. Those are the Deposits out of Middletown. I'm seeing Wesleyan colors there. That's got to be Wesleyan there with the Deposits. Interesting how these different teams come up with different names for their alumni boats. I love it. The Deposits. They put their money in. They're taking the money out. All right, we've got a handful more boats here in the men's alumni. And then we're going to be moving right into the women's alumni next. Virginia. All right, we got an orange crew. That looks like, again, another group from Virginia, University of. Down in Charlottesville, rowing the beautiful Rivanna Reservoir. Santa Barbara in the yellow tops with the blue blades with the yellow stripe. Santa Barbara, California.
And we got Williams College on the outside of the turn here, bow number 48, Purple Valley Yacht Club.
And pushing in right behind them is bow
47, Virginia Commonwealth University.
All right.
VCU alumni here.
Very nice. Good job, everybody. All right, this is what we like to see. Good racing, but clean racing. Everybody getting through this final, well, not the final, second to last turn, final bridge as we head to the finish line. Great job.
One of our last crews here, Brock University from St. Catharines, Ontario. Number 41 coming into the bridge. And that looks like they'll be the final crew for this men's Alumni 8 division before we move into the women's Alumni 8.
And there go the Badgers from Brock. Nice job.
So the course record in this event set in 2022 was 14:30. And so far today, it looks like we've got two crews who've beaten the course record, with Ex-Nemo Rowing Club coming in first in 14:14, and University of Washington coming in second at 14:21. Those crews did not pass each other, but University of Washington had bow number 1. Ex-Nemo just made up about 7 seconds of distance on them during that race.
And these are unofficial results that we'll be presenting to you, so check back later after everybody competes and completes the course. So any results we give you will be unofficial results, just as a reminder.
Coming in third unofficially in that event was the Evergreen Boat Club out of Hanover, New Hampshire, and fourth was Old Dog from Yale.
All right, so the men's alumni turned up the Charles pretty well, and it's looking pretty good right here. We've got a great vantage point, and everybody out there on the bridge has an equally excellent vantage point. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing the women's alumni coming through next. The women's alumni course record was set in 2017 by University of Virginia in a time of 15:48, and as we have seen all day, a lot of fast times and some new course records coming through, so we'll see if they can do the same thing. We've got starting first is University of Washington alumni, followed by Brown, followed by Stanford, followed by Wisconsin, and then Fat Cat out of Princeton are your top 5 starters.
We've got some star power here in this event with recent Olympian Ali Rusher, who was also rode in the U.S. Women's Pair at the World Championships this year. She'll be in the Stanford crew, bout number 3. And then this Wisconsin crew will be steered by two-time Olympian Yaz Farouk, who's also the women's coach at Washington.
You've also got Christine Cavallo in that bow number 3 Stanford boat. And
Christine won a beach sprints medal just a few weeks ago.
In the coastal rowing, that's right. And we've got some other folks that are going to be still training after their collegiate career for the 2024 Olympics in Paris. So we'll see. We're going to see some great racing coming through here very soon. We haven't had to worry about our sunglasses or sun glare today, and it just felt like it just got darker as we were sitting here just chatting for the last few seconds. So hopefully the stadium lights don't need to come on. I haven't seen any stadium lights, but it would be nice to have them maybe.
All right, we've got some early results coming through the first part of the course. University of Washington leading at Riverside ahead of Stanford by less than half a second.
Wow. That's close.
This is going to be a barn burner of a race between Washington bow number 1 and Stanford bow number 3. It looks like Stanford may have already passed bow number 2, which is the Friends of Brown women's crew. Stanford sporting multiple national champions and Olympians, not only including Ali Rusher, but also her sister Kay, and then a couple of other women who won the 2023 NCAA championship with Stanford as well. Caitlin Kynast and Asia Jakowski. Apologies if I'm not getting the pronunciations right. We'll do our best here.
And in this alumni event, you do have folks of various ages. So obviously 1 year out qualifies you as an alumni, but also 10 years out. So it will be interesting to see as everybody moves by. I'm looking at some of the ages here. We've got 35-year-old rowers, even Yasmin Farouk. She's listed herself as 58 years young out there and coxing that Wisco boat. A lot of 20s, early 30s in these first few boats as the ages go up, but it doesn't matter. Any age counts in this Alumni 8 event.
I think Yaz coxed her first Olympic boat in '88 in Seoul, and then went on to be the Olympic announcer for many years before coaching at Stanford and then moving on to Washington. We expect to see Washington and Stanford coming around the turn at less than a minute. They should be well through Anderson Bridge at this point.
I'd like to just say thank you also to all the volunteers. There's a very large number of volunteers here at Cambridge Boat Club and across the river as well, making sure that everybody does what they're supposed to do out on the water, but also in all of the preparation for the event. And the race day is just race day. We've had months of planning and weeks of preparation for getting the sites ready and getting everything prepared for all the spectators and supporters of the event. So thank you to all of the volunteers out there. Appreciate your help, and lots of folks helping make this event run smoothly. And this is one of the smoothest events. And speaking of smooth, We've got
Here
our
comes
first,
Washington.
We've got our first boat in the women's alumni eights coming up the corner, and they are alone.
Washington out way ahead here. We know that Stanford is close on them by time, but here comes Stanford into sight around the corner. Confessing my own loyalties to Stanford as a Stanford alum here. It's exciting to see these women come on, having won a national championship this year.
So 2 West Coast crews here doing their absolute best. That coxswain in the Washington boat has done a fantastic job bringing that boat right exactly where they need to be, rowing one of the U.S. national team eights from Felipe, USA.
This Washington boat includes athletes ranging from the class of 2017 all the way to graduated this year. Here comes Stanford coming around the bend, bow number 3. Ardsley Sanders, Rena White, Chase Shepley, Christine Cavallo, Kat Rusher, Elizabeth Sharis-Tinsman, and Caitlin Kynast.
So 3 is obviously past 2, which is Brown, and Brown will be your next boat coming past the announcer's stand in Cambridge Boat Club. And then the very familiar Blaze Orange and Black from the Fat Cat Club will be coming in 4th, crossing our spot. But right now it's the Bruno Bears alumni, bow number 2, with that familiar Resolute hull with the bear's head, face, teeth up there on their bow, looking very ferocious as they're eating into the Elliott Bridge.
Bow number 5 here, Fat Cat, Princeton alumni, dubbing themselves the Princeton Stars of the 21st century.
The bios for the announcing book are self-proclaimed, but they can proclaim anything they want. So that's just fine. Looks like we've got Wisconsin coming in next. And as we expect, Yaz Farouk coxing that boat. Impeccable line, putting the port blades over the buoys, taking the hull right down the buoy line, making it a shortest distance from point A to point B as possible. And the Wisconsin women who have been training out on Lake Mendota in Madison, which is a big lake. And they are looking good heading into the bridge. And another Midwestern crew, the Wolverines of Michigan, coming in next. Mark Rothstein coached all of these women. He's been the head coach there for over 25 years. Bow number 7, University of Michigan. University of Southern California coming in next. That's bow number 6. USC. All right, there go the Spartans of USC. And sitting up here on the roof deck, the wind is picking up a little bit. It doesn't look like it's affecting anything on the water itself, but at certain points of the race course, you will have some tailwind and or headwind, and you'll get a little bit of both on a day like today. Bow number 8 going by is your Bula Bula crew from Yale. Tight racing next. We've got Penn.
Bow number 11, Penn, has passed bow number 9 here from King's Crown, which is Columbia Women's 2020's alumni.
Really nice driving there. Tucked her yellow hull right in front of that bow number 9. Really snuck it in there perfectly.
So Penn heading into the bridge just ahead of Columbia, with Radcliffe women following very close behind.
The bow 13. The black and white from Radcliffe.
Followed by another Radcliffe boat coming around the bend now.
Everybody rowing again very cleanly, smartly, giving way when necessary, but not too much. Bow number 12 coming across in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, your host organization for the Head of the Charles.
Bow number 10 here in the red hull, another of my alma maters. This is University of London coming in here. Tyrian Boat Club is the alumni crew. Welcome to UL.
And right behind them is bow 16 making some moves. That's Rutgers alumni out of Rutherford, New Jersey. Rachel Ushin, 25, 26, 27, several years out of college for those ladies from Rutgers. And bow 15, passing 14. That's a Bruno Bears boat. Passing a Stanford boat. Bow 14. So bow 14 doing a nice job. If they push hard, they might hold that inside line for the final corner. That's kind of one of those tactics. And we've got bow 18 next in the red shirts. That looks like Cornell. Bates alumni in bow 17 have just been passed by the Cornell Big Red. Yep. Then we've got Dartmouth coming on next. That's a boat, bow number 19, the yellow hull. Bow number 19 from the upper Connecticut River Valley. Beautiful place to row, beautiful place to visit, especially this time of year. Northeastern. We've got the women from Northeastern, coached by Joe Wilhelm. He's been the head coach there for a good number of years. So the Husky women pushing smartly here, bow number 20. They've opened up a nice gap on the boat behind them, so they've got clear sailing heading back to the Henderson Boathouse. They can just cruise right on up through the finish line and end at home. Looks like 22, Saratoga Springs, New York. They've got a very nice, it kind of gets confused sometimes with Riverside with that blue and white, but the blue and white here from Saratoga's got a little bend in it, and obviously Riverside is straight. Bow 24, Georgetown from Washington, D.C. coming up next. Got a nice course there as well. Ladies from Georgetown, the Hoyas. UConn is the one closer to our announcing stand. And no, it's not University of Texas. It is Texas, but it's Texas Legends. Okay, University of Texas alumni. The rowing, Texas Rowing Center blades rather than their Hook'em Horns blades. And UConn taking a little on the close side, but they're going to get through okay. Bow 25 is next, Rhode Island, University of. And then we've got BC, Boston College, closest to Cambridge Boat Club, and bow 28 is Radcliffe alumni. So that's the third boat from Radcliffe coming by. 26, I called that as a BC. They were using BC blades, but that's University of Toronto. Welcome, University of Toronto. Bow 27 next. Friends of Worcester Polytech, WPI, out in beautiful Lake Quinsigamond, Worcester, Massachusetts. And a BU, Boston University alumni next. This is their lightweight contingent. A number of programs, women's programs, are still supporting and investing in their lightweight programs. Boston University is very much one of them. So here are some former lightweights from Boston University. And Clemson, South Carolina, the Tigers from down in the southeast region of the U.S. Bow number 30, Clemson Tigers. You'll see many of these, obviously many of these, if not all of these teams will be racing in the Collegiate 8s or the Championships 8s later. But right now it's the alumni's turn to come out and show what they've still got. So great job, ladies, as you're pushing hard to the finish line. Excellent job, everybody. Trinity College out of Hartford, Connecticut, having a clean run. Bow 33. We've got 50 entrants in this women's alumni boat, so we're about 2/3 done with the grouping. So here come the Trinity ladies pushing hard. And then Duke, the Blue Devils, North Carolina, coming through next. Bow 38, so they've made a little move on Trinity. We'll see who's coming in next, but 38 here is your Blue Devils from Duke University, followed by Colby College. And that's bow 35, so the ladies from Duke have passed a couple of boats, looking very strong. And then St. Joe's University out of Philadelphia is bow 36 in the white hull, black shirts. And the Orange Blades of Syracuse are coming through next. The Orange Women, bow 41. They've put some push on. Good things happening there at Syracuse right now on the men's and women's side, and these women are showing their stuff right now as well. Simmons College on the inside, and University of Vermont is on the wider line, but they are coming back into a good line. Hopefully they stay apart with Simmons and Boston University of Vermont. About 34. And, oh, we got a lot coming on at us. So if you're on the bridge not paying attention, look downriver a little bit. We've got a lot going on. But we've got Tufts, bow number 40, the Jumbos in clean water. They want to stay ahead of that fray. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats coming across in front of us next. And it's going to be fun as they all want that center spot on the Elliott Bridge. Bow 47, Cambridge University wants to stay out in front, and yes, that is Cambridge, like from Great Britain. Bow 42, Princeton women on the wide side, 48 sticking in the middle. They've made some massive moves on bow 37. 37's holding on the inside with bow 44. Bow 44 is Queen City Barge out of Poughkeepsie. That's Marist. University College Dublin was in the middle there. They are moving fast, and they have all made it through the bridge clean. Now the trick will be the next corner. Bow 39 looks like Washington College. It's so nice when they put their team name so big on their boats. It really makes it easy for the announcers. And bow 46 is the Naval Academy. United States Naval Academy, bow 46. Has made some moves on Washington College. All right, we've got a lot of cheering for BB&N as we're going under the Elliott Bridge past the BB&N dock. And here they come. That cheering is for this crew, bow number 43, bow 43. If you're not putting it on, put it on now. Hometown crowd. Bow 21 is coming through next. That's another boat from Yale. They've had several groups. Obviously, teams like Yale been around for 100 and some odd years. They're going to have a lot of alumni out there. Solid programs. Fordham University out of New York City in the maroon. The maroon of Fordham. Bow 45. 50 boats started, so we're coming down towards the end. Boston College, the Eagles of BC. Bow 49 with the maroon blade and gold cross. And I think we're going to have one more boat coming by, which is bow number 50. And that is, they got they might have a mechanical going on here. They got one rower sitting out. Either a busted oar or a busted seat or something. That's unfortunate. You never want to see an equipment failure or breakage in a race like this. So unfortunately, we've got some technical issues going on there. Bow number 50 is the Blue Goose out of Bates University, Bates College. Well, those boats races have been exciting. Our men's and women's alumni eights. Great racing. Everybody's still pushing hard. Now we're going to start to work into some fours, I think, next. And we're going to get some results here from my friend Xander.
So as we said at the top of that race, the course record was set by the Virginia alumni in 2017 of 15:48. But as we've seen throughout the day today, we are posting record times in almost every event. And two of the crews that came down the course first both broke the record today. Unofficial results, we have University of Washington alumni in first at 15:41, breaking the course record by 7 seconds, followed by Stanford in 15:43, breaking the course record by 5 seconds. Again, these are unofficial results. Check the Head of the Charles app for official results when they are confirmed. So for the last 2 hours or so, pretty much the top 2 or 3, or in some cases 4 boats have actually broken the course record. Most of the course records are from 6 years ago in 2017 when we had similarly fast conditions with a tailwind along quite a bit of the course as well as low river flow current. Today we're seeing multiple crews breaking course records in each event, which is pretty exciting. The next event coming down the course will be event number 25, Men's Masters 40+ fours. We'll have 18 competitors in this event. Course record was actually just set last year by Ex Nemo in 2022. They'll be starting bow number 1. Potomac Boat Club will be starting bow number 2. They finished second last year. Then we'll have Club Nautico de San Juan from Puerto Rico starting third. We'll actually have 3 British crews as well in this event. Bow number 6, which is another University of London Tyrian Boat Club, joined by bow number 12, another British crew from Molesey, and bow number 18, also representing Great Britain, coming from Chester, rowing as Rex Boat Club. So again, next race down will be the Men's Masters Fours, event number 25.
like they just volunteered to eat?
I have no idea what they're doing. But I got 2 ounces in here for you
Oh,
guys.
nice, thanks.
And also, when you have a second downtime, you might want to lower the tent a little bit.
Yeah, they just said that.
They just gave us some tips.
It's been fine.
Yeah, but the radar
Is it
says
showing
it's
like
about
it's
to
gonna come?
dump on this. So
Okay. Okay. Oh, that'll hold.
sooner than later is probably advisable.
All right, we do have boats on the course now for event number 25, men's Masters 4s, which are the 40-plus age group. Bow number 1, X Nemo, came through Weld in a time of 9:14. Excuse me, 9:15. These are unofficial times. Followed by bow number 3, Club Nautico de San Juan. Scorching fast times coming in at 9:18. We see a couple of crews starting to come around the corner here. Here comes X Nemo, bow number 1. In that boat, we've got Jesse Oberst, Patrick LePage, George Henry, Andrew Holmes, and Michael Blomquist. These are mostly Harvard alumni, and they're defending their title and their course record last year. We'll be looking to see if they can hold on to that first place spot and maybe even break the course record this year with these incredible conditions. Here comes X Nemo. Let's hear it for bow number 1 coming into Elliott Bridge.
Yeah, X Nemo. They're looking really good right now. Very nice. Bow number 3, Club Nautico de San Juan out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Bow number 3, they've making their mark here, looking very good. Ian Emery, Enrique Arian, James Besser, Taylor Brown, and Eric Winters. They've got a age handicap of right at 40. Bow number 2, Potomac Boat Club. Your very familiar red oar with a white star. Bow number 2, Potomac. Western Reserve out of Cleveland. Western Reserve Rowing Association, men's Masters 4s. Row on the beautiful Cuyahoga River. I'm sure many of you remember the burning river. It started on fire way back when, but it is clean as the Charles is now, so very good things. Here we go, Western Reserve, looking good. All right, there's your top 4. Men's 4s. Race course record was 16:35 just last year, so we'll see what happens this year.
Pocock is next.
Pocock Rowing Club out of Seattle, Washington. A lot of West Coast crews visiting us here in Boston this weekend and representing the West Coast extremely well. So we've got Pocock Rowing Club right now. These guys are a little older than the first 4 boats. They average age is 48. And then Tyrion out of London, Great Britain, rowing with the CRI oars and boat.
This Tyrion crew might have the best unisuits of any of the Masters crews coming down. Let's hear it for University of London Tyrion Boat Club having the courage to wear checkered, not just unisuits, but we might have some pantsuits out there too.
Those are good looking. Bow number 7 coming along next. That is CRI. So they're chasing their boat, not their teammates, but their boat. The CRI 4 is coming along next. Comp Men's Masters 4. Coxon knows the river well, taking the line beautifully. Prince William out of the Occoquan, Virginia. Beautiful Occoquan Reservoir, Alexandria, Virginia. Here we go, Prince William. Guys are pushing the legs down, looking strong and fit. And then Chinook, which is one of the Rolodex crews that gets together. Guys and gals from across the country put their times together and try to find the best combinations for Chinook. So Chinook's coming along nicely as well. Bow number 10.
Food for Vic and Ellen in here, so if they're looking for it, I'm just going to leave
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Next, coming up here in the green is bound number 15, Minneapolis Rowing Club, which has passed 3 or 4 crews coming out of the Twin Cities.
Minneapolis Rowing Club rows on the beautiful Mississippi River in between a couple of dams, the same water that University of Minnesota rows on. Molesley out of Great Britain. Great line there. We don't know if they have a local coxswain or brought one over from Great Britain. Sometimes that coxswain having the local knowledge of the Charles River and all the twists and turns is a benefit.
Coming
Put
up
the
next
motors
is
in the boat and then have that coxswain just steer the course.
Coming up next is Chicago Masters. They got a gold medal at the 2023 Masters National Championships.
And then bow number 8. They have been taken by bow 15 there. Bow 8 is Lake Oswego Rowing Club out of beautiful Lake Oswego, Oregon, suburb of Portland, row on the Willamette River. And we got a little side-by-side coming at us next.
Bowdoin on the outside.
Bowdoin College, closest to us with the black and white quarter blades. And Princeton National. Princeton National Rowing Association, Mercer, is the inner boat, blue blades, red hat.
17 is Hudson River.
Bow number 17, Hudson River Rowing Association out of beautiful Poughkeepsie, New York. And 18 is a British crew named Rex. We've got from Chester, England. So they're holding on tight. All right. And this was a relatively small event, only 18 competitive boats in that race or event. And I think that's been everybody in that. Might have one more. Spoke too soon.
Before we go to the next event, let's do a little bit of a results check here. As we said at the top of that event, the course record from the men's Masters 4s set in 2022 was 16:35. That was not exceeded today, but Club Nautico de San Juan did come in first place, 6 seconds off the course record, followed by bow number 1X Nemo, and followed by Potomac Boat Club. Again, unofficial results. Now we're moving on to event number 26, the men's alumni 4s.
And right here, we've got bow number 2 coming by. That's the BMA crew, which is your crew from Cornell. They have made a pass and then some. Bow number 1 is nowhere to be seen. We always assume that they start in order because our starting officials and course marshals down there in the basin do a fantastic job of ensuring that that happens. But every once in a while, something might happen. But I'm going to assume that crew looked very good and that they did start in order and are just crushing it. And the wind's picking up here up on the rooftop, as you can probably feel over there on the bridge as well. So
Next crew coming around the bend here, very tight to the buoys, is the Bowdoin Polar Bears, bow number 4.
So bow 4 coming on 2. So that was bow number 2, and then bow number 4. So one is somewhere.
Delaware down there.
All right, here goes Bowdoin. Sitting up tall, pushing the legs down. Great posture from those guys. And then we've got bow number 1 coming up next. Those are the hens from Delaware. They are the reigning champions and the course record holders. Great day to be a hen, except I don't think they're going to hold that record today.
Michigan alumni, number 5. Coming up in the bend.
All right, coming around the corner next is approaching the Cambridge Boat Club is your men from Michigan. The Michigan men started in 5th. And Michigan, some of you may know, is a club program, and they are what I term a super club. They've got good support, mostly from their alumni. Greg Hartsoff was just telling me they're building a new training center for the Michigan men. The women are a varsity program there, but the men remain a club sport, but they compete against the very, very best. And the next boat is one of those, Dartmouth College out of Hanover, New Hampshire, bow number 6, the big green going under the bridge next. We've got 2 boats coming side by side. Hobart number 3, closest to Cambridge Boat Club on the Cambridge side, and then Bowdoin, another boat from Bowdoin, top boats here from Bowdoin, over there on the Boston shore. Side by side, and again, what they want to do, Bowdoin wants to get in front of Hobart so they can have the inside line going around the BB&N dock. That would be the tactic, and then the tactic from Hobart is hold them off. Don't let them get there. Bow number 8 coming by next. Bow number 8 is Grand Valley State University out of Grand Valley, Michigan. Another club team, another very productive, high-quality club program. Good support from their alumni there in Grand Valley. We've got one boat coming quite wide here next.
Got Belmont Hill on the inside.
Belmont Hill on the inside, and Emory on the outside. Emory alumni from Atlanta.
We've got a home school here, Belmont Hill. Let's hear it for Ryan Williams, Jens Osgaard, Nicholas Wilkins, Andrew Wilkins, the brothers, and William Ryan. Belmont Hill heading into the bridge.
Emory, another one of the club programs, entered in the Alumni Fours event. All right, we've got some interesting maneuvering going on down there. You might not be able to see it yet from the bridge, but we've got some interesting maneuvers going on downriver. But right now, we've got Rochester Institute of Technology in those striped shirts coming through. Bow number 14, looking clean, looking good. Right behind them, bow 15 is Northwestern alumni out of Chicago, Evanston, Illinois, to be precise. And then Brock Badgers coming up next. Team from Brock out of Ontario. Purple Calf. Purple Calf. Love it. You got to love these names. The Purple Calf Boat Club, which is Williams College alumni. They've got their bucket hats on, appropriate for today's weather, bow 18. They've passed bow number 11, which is the BC High alumni. So this is a group of high school rowers, former, obviously, high school rowers. They got back together, looking good. So BC High heading to the bridge. And then we've got the Vanderbilt University alumni. John Miller's the head coach down there in Nashville, Tennessee. Puts together a very nice program. So the boys from Vanderbilt heading off to the end of the course. They've got about a half a mile to go. Looking very nice. Vanderbilt. They're ahead of Fat Cat, the Princeton guys, in their very, very familiar blaze orange and black alternating shirts. Loyola Marymount out of California. Oh, Baltimore, excuse me. Iona College, New York City. They're in the maroon and gold uniforms and blades. Bow number 20 and 19. So bow 20 took the inside line. Iona a little wide, but again, they're going to be heading clean through the bridge. Holy Cross out of Worcester. Holy Cross coming through in the purple and white. Bow number 23, University of Vermont. In the green boat, Montpelier, Vermont. And Purdue, another one of the super clubs out there. did not want to go varsity with their men's program or women's program. So Purdue University, the Boilermakers from West Lafayette, Indiana, club program looking super good. My very first coach was the longtime head coach there at West Lafayette and Purdue University. Bow number 24, Penn State University, another club program in the fours event. State College, Happy Valley, Pennsylvania. So there goes Penn State in their checkered oars. I think that's a new design for them. And then we've got WPI, Worcester Polytech on the inside, or the Boston shore. And Delaware coming around on the outside. The blue blades with the yellow tip. So Delaware and WPI, 25 and 26. They've been battling for 2.5 miles, and they got about a half a mile to go. We've got the Conshohocken Steelworkers coming in next. That's Villanova alumni. They'll be coming through, and that might be one of our last boats coming through. So the Steelworkers from Conshohocken, Upper Schuylkill River. All right, again, very good racing. Everybody's doing a great job. We really don't want to be NASCAR and rubbing boats onto docks or bridges and so on or each other. So everybody's doing a great job this afternoon, and it is this afternoon. It's 12:10 now. Moving into our afternoon program. Seeing lots of boats heading down. We're going to be racing until after 4 o'clock this afternoon. So thanks for hanging out with us all. Not the greatest of spectating days, but hopefully you've got some dry socks on and some warm boots and a hat, and you're all good to watch the racing. It's really actually perfect rowing temperature for the rowers themselves. They certainly generate their body heat. They're doing fine. It's us watching, sitting still, that are getting a little chilly.
Wrapping up the men's alumni fours event number 26, some preliminary results. Looks like we had BMA Boat Club, which is the Cornell alumni, coming in first with a time of 16:15. Bowdoin College, unofficially second, with a time of 16:53. And Friends of Vanderbilt coming in third with a time of 17:23. Our next event down the course will be event number 27, Women's Masters Fours, the 40-plus age group. We'll have 21 boats in this event. Course record was set in 2017 by our very own Cambridge Boat Club. We've got Greenwich Crew coming back as last year's winners, starting bound number 1 today. Followed by Sammamish starting in bound number 2, and River City starting in bound number 3. Those first 3 crews finished first, second, and third in last year's Women's Masters Fours. We have boats on the course. They're coming through Anderson Bridge. So far we've got Sammamish clocking a fast time of 10:39 through Weld Boathouse. We should be seeing them come around the Elliott turn quite soon. We mentioned earlier that we couldn't host this regatta without all the volunteers. The Head of the Charles depends on almost 2,000 volunteers coming out as we mentioned earlier, not just on race day, but in the days and weeks and months leading up to the regatta, planning safety, contingencies for weather, communications, trailer parking, launching. So many different ways that this regatta comes together thanks to the literally 2,000 volunteers who participate every year, many of whom come from out of town, and not all of whom are rowers. If you're standing here wondering how you become a volunteer in the future and get one of these awesome raincoats that we've got this year, thanks to Vineyard Vines, you can sign up for regatta volunteering starting usually about September 1st, leading up to the regatta. You can look on the Head of the Charles website for volunteer opportunities. All right, so this is event number 27, Women's Masters Fours. We should be seeing them coming into sight in the next 30 seconds or so.
There's lots of sponsors, and those are also make this regatta possible. So thank you so much to all the companies, product suppliers, service providers, clothing providers that are here supporting and being sponsors of the regatta. But right now we've got your first boat coming through, which is bow number 2, Sammamish Rowing Club, Rowing Association out of Redmond, Washington. Bow number 2 in the Women's Masters Fours. Followed by Greenwich. So Sammamish putting the heat down and passing Greenwich. And you can see that wind starting to kick here at the end of the Elliott turn as they're coming in. It's beautifully flat water right here in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, but down the river just a little bit, you can see that tailwind pushing these boats on up towards the corner and sometimes maybe pushing them a little bit wide. But that boat from Sammamish not having any problem, nor the boat from Greenwich. Doing a great job, bow number 1. Bow number 5 coming in, and that's Western Reserve, again out of Cleveland. Highly competitive group of folks out there. They do a fantastic job rowing out on the Cuyahoga. And bow number 4, Vancouver. Probably University of Vancouver from Vancouver, British Columbia. Bow number 4. So Western Reserve putting the heat down on their friends from Canada. And we're starting to get a little bit of rain coming down. Bow number 6 coming along next. That is the Carolina Masters rowing out of Carrboro, North Carolina. Bow number 3 in the red boat, River City. That is West Sacramento, California, and the Sacramento River. A lot of crews from the West Coast here visiting Boston today and yesterday and tomorrow. Thank you so much for making the long trek, and especially those boat drivers, trailer drivers that made the 3,000 plus mile trip. A lot of West Coast trailers made the run. And we've got the Sammamish B-Boat. So highly competitive program there in Sammamish. We've got first place boat. Bow number 7 is now coming through, doing their work. And then we've got a little bit of side-by-side stuff coming on next. This could be fun, Xander. Bow number 8, Lincoln Park from Chicago. A little tangle of oars, but they kept it clean enough. moved out. And then Boulder, Colorado on the inside in the green shirts. Bow number 13. They've done some real work now, passing bow number 8. And then we've got bow number 11 in the red boat is Atlanta Rowing Club. And then bow 9 here on the inside is Green Lake out of Seattle. So another West Coast crew and a Southeast crew going at it. Bow number 12 right after them in the purple, Western Reserve. And Avalon is bow number 10. So again, highly competitive stuff. Gets a little exciting, get the adrenaline moving a little bit when you're rowing side by side and have oars inches apart from each other. But everybody's doing their best to keep it clean as they head into the final half mile or so, or even less than half mile by this point. We've had a big gap here from those boats that have pushed together, and then we've got another grouping. We got 5 more boats coming right in view. Riverfront Recapture down the state in Hartford, well, in Connecticut, but not too far away, down in Hartford, Connecticut. They're in the white boat with the white blades. Right behind them is College Club of Seattle. So again, West Coast versus East Coast here. College Club row on beautiful Lake Union out of their floating boathouse. It's a very nice boathouse. Floating boathouse. Imagine this with a tank and a fireplace inside. Pretty cool. Alexandria out of Virginia, bow number 16. And then it looks like Fat Cat Group, Women's Masters there from Princeton. Bow number 17. East Bay Rowing. Saw some good things from them earlier in the schedule today. Ladies here from East Bay in the green hull, green blades, green tops. Slack, one of the oldest women's rowing clubs in the country. Slack out of San Diego, California in the yellow shirts. Bow 20. Holding off bow 21, Capital Rowing Club out of Washington, D.C., of course. Genesee, not the brewery, but the rowing club. Genesee Rowing Club out of beautiful Rochester, row on the Erie Canal. And that is bow 15. And then we've got bow 1. Oh, bow number 1 of the next event. So that is the MIT grads in the women's alumni fours. So they are crushing it here, the women from the engineers from MIT.
MIT is followed here by the Brown women. Some of these events run back to back. We don't wait for a pause in between them, and that's the case here with the women's Masters fours and the women alumni fours. So MIT catching the last of the women's Masters fours with Brown here, bow number 2, going through the bridge.
The race organizers do a fantastic job of making sure that boats of their various speeds are lined up appropriately, so that's why we can do that, have the 2 women's fours pretty much back to back. Wouldn't make sense to have a men's 8 coming in right behind the women's fours. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. So they do a great job here to make everything safe and run smoothly and to pack in as many boats as possible into our race day. And now we've got 2 boats that are packing it in close side by side coming into the Elliott Bridge.
We've got alumni from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, one of our large public high school rowing programs here in Massachusetts, coming through in bow number 3, followed by bow number 5 of Fat Cat, Princeton lightweight national champion alumni.
All right, great to see 2 great programs rowing side by side. Great photo ops here for those everybody racing. Simmons College coming through next. Local program here. Bow number 4, Simmons. So again, we're in the Women's Alumni Fours event. URI, University of Rhode Island, coming through next. Shayla Donahoe is the head coach down there. And they are being chased by some ladies from BU, Boston University. The starting line for your head of the Charles. So we go from Boston University to Northeastern University and follow through many other historic and famous boathouses along the course of our Charles River. BU being the starting line, and just past the finish line is the last boathouse, collegiate boathouse.
Another hometown crew here coming with Nobles. Nobles and Greeno School coming on by their own dock here, bow number 7 in the blue and white.
Bow number 10 will be coming up next in their black uniforms. The women from Radcliffe coming up next. All right, here come the women from Radcliffe, bow number 10. They've seen this turn many, 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 many times. Get to see it again here, racing in the Alumni 4, and they are being chased by Bowdoin College out of Maine, bow 13. So the ladies from Bowdoin doing some good things right now. We got 4 boats coming up around the end of the corner. We'll be straightening out in this sharper part of the turn. Grand Valley's going to be on the inside. Done a fantastic job of setting their hull right down the orange buoy line. Port Blades hanging out over the edge of the actual course marker, but we've got a bunch of boats coming down. Penn State coming next, and then we've got a red boat coming in behind them. Japanese crew. I'm going to try to do this. Hitotsubashi.
Hitotsubashi from Tokyo. I think maybe our only Japanese crew. Let's hear it for this crew that came all the way from Japan to race. Yeah, we think maybe they're Harvard alumni who are all from Japan.
And Gordon College, very first alumni boat from Gordon College, bow 14, running a great line right there. And being pushed by bow 17, which is another Cornell alumni group. And then bow 20 on the inside. That's a Purdue Boilermakers women's boat. Brock University Badgers, bow 23. Coxon's just dunked her hand in the water. Had a little too much speed, so she's got to change that course a little bit.
And Lafayette heading right through the middle of the arch.
And they're clear. All right, good job, Coxon. That was tight. Woo. And then we've got bow number 25. That's not Michigan. Belleville, Michigan. University of Michigan. Must be in a borrowed boat and borrowed oars, but that's okay. Anything works today. Wisco alumni, the Badgers of Wisconsin. The solid red oars. And Greenwich Academy coming along next. Bow 16, so the Wisconsin Badger women have passed a couple of boats. Bow number 19 heading for the finish line. And we've got 4 more boats coming down around the corner. Amherst College out on the Connecticut River in the purple. Amherst College. William Smith up there mid-state New York coming in next on the outside closer to us, or the Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 26 on the inside, doing some things, moving along well. That's Northwestern out of Chicago. Club program there as well, men and women. 26 doing some good things. Bow 24, Loyola Marymount from Maryland. Bow 24. And pretty sure that's going to conclude our women's alumni event, which had a course record of 1913, and we're doing a little checking right now.
Some fast math here. It looks like that course record's been blown away by 3 crews. Unofficially, MIT grad came in at 1836 in first place. Friends of Brown looks like they might be in second with a time of 1843 so far. And then Fat Cat coming in third. Again, 3 boats beating that women's alumni for record time. All right, our next event is event number 29, Men's Masters 8, the 40-plus age group. We have 16 competitors in this event. The course record was set 9 years ago by Shannon Rowing Club. And so we've had a course record here for almost a decade. This event is a mix of competitive clubs, some recreational clubs, alumni associations. Marin will be coming back to defend their title from last year. They'll be starting with bow number 1. We'll have a Fat Cat entry in bow number 2, which is a Princeton lightweight boat from the 1990s, and a bunch of other competitive clubs in this event. Time to pull up your hoods, put up your umbrellas, zip up your jackets. Looks like we're going to have a good stretch of rain here for the next bit.
There go the team from Northeastern heading down river. Let's go Huskies. Heading down into the mix, down in the basin. It's probably getting a little choppy down in the basin by this point of our day. Getting a decent warm-up before you get there is always a good idea. But once you get there, you've got to deal with whatever the river turns at you or throws at you.
That's right. Sometimes when you get down to the basin, there's really just no room to finish your warm-up. You get parked in between crews or you get held up at bridges. It's definitely an unpredictable race preparation scenario for all the crews headed downstream. All right, we've got our first cruise coming down the course, not in sight yet for the men's Masters 8s. We've got some initial times through Riverside. Bow number 1, Marin Rowing Association clocked 3:23 to Riverside. Fat Cat was 3:25. Old Glory was 3:28. Pen AC at 3:30. Blue Cheese at 3:33. So this is going to be a tight one for this men's Masters 8s 40-plus event. Highly competitive, highly windy, and it's going to be very wet.
I was just remembering last year here and how nice it was. But we
oh my
can't
gosh, it was 70-plus degree weather for 3 days straight, no wind, gorgeous sunny days.
bright blue skies. the colors of the trees had changed a little bit more, I think, than this year. And but you can't have that every year.
That's right.
Fred Schock and the rest of the organizing committee do a really good job of trying to get the greatest weather of the entire fall, but sometimes it just doesn't work. But this is the one of those. This might be one of those races where you kind of remember where you were. I remember racing here that snowstorm race back there 10 or 12 years ago. That was a fun.
Yeah, some great pictures of that year. Rowing News had a great cover of the Great Eight coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club with snowflakes coming down as they came around the bend.
Those were big snowflakes that year too. And then there was the year where we actually had to cancel because of the flooding in Magazine Beach. That's when we still launched for Magazine Beach. Magazine Beach was underwater.
That was 1996.
That was a fun year. That was the best party year of the entire history, I think, of the regatta. Was that year?
Right. It was still a 2-day regatta at that time.
Yep.
And it's the only time that the Head of the Charles has ever been canceled in its 58 years.
And we started drinking pretty early that year. That was fun. All right, again, we can see that wind kicking up. So they've had some tailwind situations for most of the course here, and it's kicking here all the way around the corner now, directly in front of us at the bridge. It's getting a little, it's still flat, but you can see the wind bands kind of coming around the corner, probably getting pushed down by the hospital over here and these apartment buildings. So it's a bit of a funnel coming down here around the corner. And we'll see what happens. We'll see how everybody handles it.
We should see Marin Rowing Club coming around the corner first. They're bow number 1. They've clocked the fastest time on the course so far to Weld Boathouse, the time of 8:12. They've got about a 10-second advantage on the course right now on bow number 2, Fat Cat Rowing Club, followed by another 10-second of advantage on Old Glory Boat Club, bow number 3. And then a very tight race unfolding between Old Glory and bow number 4, Pen AC. So these are all live times on the course as we see those crews come down. And we've got Marin Rowing Association coming around the bend now, bow number 1.
And here they come. And again, the coxswains have been doing a fantastic job. This really is a race for the coxswain. They got to have the power in the boat. But if the coxswain steers you wide on one of these corners, you're not going to make the course record. These guys are cranking. Marin out of Green Bay, California. Just on the north side of the Golden Gate.
Word on the street is that Marin has a very selective erg selection process to make this boat year after year. Throwing down very fast times.
Well, whatever it is, it's working because they are crushing right now. Rowing very clean, very high. One of the higher ratings we've seen probably this afternoon so far.
That's right. They were 12 minutes and 16 seconds to this point in the course. And we'll see how we clock in with Fat Cat coming up to Elliott Bridge right now.
And that is bow number 2. So clean water for both of those crews so far. Princeton, Masters Men's 8, 40 plus, followed by
Old Glory.
Old Glory, the John Parker School for Kids. As I said before, the comments, the bios are self-described. Bow number 3, here we go, Old Glory.
Bow number 4 coming along is Pen AC here with the red blades, uncharacteristically.
But they've got their blue and gold unisuits on and everybody's looking good. With a Pen AC shield on their chest, pushing hard here. Up from Philadelphia. And that wind is kicking here.
Next we've got Blue Cheese Rowing Club, which are former Yale lightweights. Stephen Chang, Pat McGarvey, Ben Hamilton, Dan Enslin, Wes Eng, Eric Denbeston, and Andrew Morley. Again, Blue Cheese, former Yale lightweights, coming into Elliott Bridge now. having pushed back all the other boats behind them.
They have indeed. Big, big gap here next. If they've stayed in order, this is going to be the Crimson Death Barge coming through next. All right, so the Harvard boys here in their Crimson Death Barge. And the Navy Masters pushing on right in behind the boys from Harvard. All right, men's Masters boat. So these are Masters. They don't all have to be from the same team. They don't have to all be alumni from the same school. This is a Masters boat, but obviously these top boats, a lot of them are coming from the same program. And we've got Northeastern coming by next. The Huskies from Northeastern. All right, there go the Huskies, looking great. And Teres from Mexico City. These guys are actually from Mexico, so welcome to the Charles. Looking good. They're coming down from altitude if they row in Mexico City, so this should be a cakewalk from a physiological standpoint, rowing at sea level. Bow number 14 coming around next. That's a brown boat. And right behind the boat from Brown, the yellow hull, is going to be an Avalon boat. That's one of the composite crews that kind of puts themselves together from different rowers from around the country, finds the best combinations, and then comes out and races away. Black Sheep Boat Club rowing in the CRI boat is from Great Britain. They're in the black shirts, appropriate colors. They have a great line. Warren Rowing Club looks like some Harvard lightweights coming in the yellow hull. And then on the inside again is going to be bow 16, which are some Cal rowers. The Olden Bears rather than the Golden Bears. Very clever. Nice job, Cal.
The Cal rowers here
We've got
said
some
that
tight stuff going on underneath that bridge. Yellow boat's got to move over a little bit.
the Cal rowers wanted everyone to know that they come from a golden age when their pre-race meal was steak and eggs. The hills were ablaze, and we only had one boathouse on the Oakland estuary.
Next is a group from Navy. We've got a group from the 2000 heavyweight rowing team. We've got some veteran Marine Corps officers, F-18 pilots, submarine officers, and intelligence officers, and even a doctor. Hopefully the doctor is not needed today, nor the submarine officers. Hopefully they keep everything above water today. They're looking great. Navy. Fly Navy, see the world. They're rowing Navy and seeing the Charles today. And following the officers from Navy, we've got the CRI military group. This is the military veterans sweep team. I'm guessing they are from, they don't note what services they are from, so I'm guessing it's a varied group.
Let's hear it for this group of CRI veterans. Paul Farrell, John Hudinich, Benjamin Crovella, Rick Bako, William Woods, Pablo Tola, Thomas Leonardo, Franklin Schwartzer, and Marcel Bedard. CRI Military Veterans Sweep Team coming under the bridge.
Nice job, gentlemen. Well done.
So with our preliminary results in event number 29, men's masters 40 plus 8s, we do actually have a new course record. Again, preliminary results. The old course record set by Shannon Rowing Club in 2014 has hung on for 9 years. It was a time of 14:46. Unofficially, that Marine Rowing Association boat that looked so good coming along here broke that course record by 5 seconds in a time of 14:41. We're now getting ready for event number 30, which will be the next one down the course. We'll have women's masters 40 plus 8s. We've got 14 competitors in the women's masters 8 category. Capital Rowing Club from Washington, D.C. will be back. They set the course record last year in a time of 17:08. They'll be starting bow number 1 this year. Excited to be back in the Women's Masters 8 to defend their title. Last year's second place crew was Ottawa. They are not here this year. Texas Rowing Center will be taking up the bow number 2 spot, chasing Capital down the course. A lot of West Coast crews in this event. Everett, Washington, Mesa, Arizona, Bayak from Redwood City, California, River City from Sacramento. We got a crew from Ontario and a crew from Long Beach, as well as a crew from Oakland. So we actually may have more West Coast crews in this event than we do from the middle of the country or the eastern part of the country. One of the great aspects of this regatta is the fan base, and the folks who cheer from the bridge is, for any athlete, what gets you through the course. As I look up on Elliott Bridge right now and I see the crowds are only getting thicker despite the weather, it's awesome to have so many fans come out cheering, and the worse the weather, the louder the fans need to be.
So keep on cheering. And here comes your next boat.
All right, we've got Capital Boat Club coming down bow number 1, defending their title from last year.
They're setting a great pace. The next boat is well back. Typically, these boats start about 10 to 15 seconds apart, typically. Sometimes the coxswains get a little excited and people start pushing into that 10, 15 second separation. But right now, you've got Capital. Everybody wearing their matching visors. The women from Capital looking fantastic. Great line. And they've got some fans on the bridge. Texas Rowing Center coming along next. That very striking oar design with the Lone Star of Texas out there on the end of the blade with the red and white and blue. And so here come the women from Texas, bound number 2. Gonna get a little swirly under these bridges. Oh, got a little tat-tat on the oars down there, and the next two boats coming by.
Looks like we've got Endeavor passing on the inside.
Endeavor with the 2 different blades. They got port blades of kind of a aquamarine and a starboard blades of orange, but they're getting a little tight there on the Everett group. Whoop. Oh, that's unfortunate. Saw that coming. She's not quite. She got to get that oar turned around. She fell off her seat, I think. All right, here we go. Get it back together, ladies. She's off her seat. All right, what's that one for?
Yeah, for
Endeavor. Moving on through. No, she's off her seat. All right, bow
number six is Bear Island Aquatic Center out of Redwood City, California, cranking into Elliott Bridge here in the light blue.
Just as the rain really starts to come down, and I just was saying that we're going to get a little swirlies under the bridge. This is Chinook, which is, again, another similar to Avalon we mentioned earlier, but they put together crews as fast as they can from different clubs around the country.
This Chinook boat is being stroked by our own Cambridge Boat Club, Courtney Forster.
All right, bow number 5. Bow number 9, Sammamish Rowing Association, Redmond, Washington. One of those West Coast crews Xander was just talking about, so a lot of West Coast women. And then we've got Riverside from downriver, our friends from Riverside with the blue and white stripes. Bow number 8. Argonaut Rowing Club out of Toronto. Another striped uniform. They're trying to hold off that CRI boat, but I don't know if it's CRI. It's River City out of, again, the West Coast, Sacramento, California. They just had a little they did a little pause. That might have been a little longer pause than they needed. But they're trying to make something happen there around the Argonaut crew from Toronto, Canada. Lots of cheering going on here. That's it. Keep yourself warm by cheering louder, everybody. Nice job. Xander, you remember Caddyshack? The famous line from Caddyshack. I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for quite some time. Well, I'm glad I raced earlier today. That's all I can say. All right. This is Gentle Giant Rowing Club out of Somerville, Mass. Gentle Giant, one of the major sponsors, makes things happen for this regatta. Moves all the stuff around, Gentle Giant Moving Company, and this is Gentle Giant Rowing Club. Same colors as the trucks you'll see driving around. Bow number 12. All right. Getting fun.
Just a light sprinkle here. Hope nobody's getting wet up on the bridge so far.
And I will tell you, this does get challenging in these changing wind conditions for the coxswains. Those oars, boats, people, it gets a little tricky, and they're gonna have their test here these last few meters of the race. They're gonna see more wind as they make that final turn past the BB&N dock, heading for the finish line. It's gonna be howling up there. We've got bow number 14 next. That's East Bay. East Bay Rowing Club out of Oakland, California. Welcome. And our French team now. These are all women that have survived bouts with cancer. So they are here from France, based in Lyon, France. And they've already raced in Venice and also at several European indoor championships throughout the year. So congratulations, ladies. A, for surviving, and B, for competing. Welcome to Boston. Yes, yes, yes. Look like they're heading for the final 200 meters. So they got a little more to go.
Let's
But
hear it
somebody-
for NYAC, Riverside, and Riverfront.
And Riverfront. Nice job, everybody. New York AC. All right, two more boats coming by.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap here. We've got bow number 7 coming along, which looks like Riverside Boat Club again.
Bow number 7 does look like Riverside in their blue and white stripes. And then we've got, with red oars coming up behind them, bow number 3, Fairfield College, Fairfield University out of Fairfield, Connecticut.
Fairfield finished in 3rd place in this event last year and got a gold at the Dad Vale Regatta this spring.
Nice long leg drive from those guys as they're heading into the bridge. Get a little respite from the rain for a moment. And then we've got bow number 9 coming in next. That looks like another New York AC boat, and it is New York AC boat 2. And then bow 6, Bear Island out of Bear Island Aquatic Center out of California, Bay Area. Uh-oh. Okay, the what are those things? Those guys in there.
Number 5 is Greater Lawrence rowing.
All right, bow 5. That's Greater Lawrence. Yep. Bow 5, Greater Lawrence. They're looking very sporty. Virginia, bow number 10, and with bow number 8, Vermont, Michigan State Club program. So 3 boats wide again in this fours event.
Club fours, yeah. We've got bow number 14, Harvard University coming in. Bow number 15, excuse me.
All right, there's the Crimson from Harvard. University of Texas, Austin coming up next. That's bow 13, closest to the buoy line. And bow 12 is Calgary Rowing Club. Ooh. Bow 14, Washington College on the inside. And bow 11 here, that looks like Middlebury with their Independence Rowing Club, yeah, with the Middlebury oars. And bow 16 is Austin in the white hull. They are fighting tight there. Coxon sitting in the front of that boat, sees exactly where he or she wants to go. Bow 17, UMass Amherst, the Aggies from Amherst. And then bow number 18 are the current cadets from West Point Military Academy. All right, Club Fours. Bow 19 is another boat from Harvard. The club does not mean it's a club, it's just a classification, slightly different than your varsity fours, but it can be a club program or a varsity program. All right, this looks like a CRI boat. Comp men from CRI. The coxswain kind of sitting up, trying to keep the rain out of her face, or his face. Got a little bucket rig going on in that 4. Putting the 2-seat and 3-seat on the same side of the boat. Sometimes that helps with steering. And then this looks like a Dartmouth boat coming up next. Bow number 26. They've been doing some work. They've passed some boats out there. They don't worry about the little bit of rain up there in Dartmouth. Nice job, Big Green. There they go. Little bit of a gap here. Wind is certainly swirling now. You see the streaks of wind kind of coalescing on the surface of the Charles River as we're looking downstream at the next set of competitors coming up. And these 4s are a lot more maneuverable than the 8s, so you see them taking kind of a weird looking angle, but they can correct pretty quickly, as this next boat did very nicely. Just came in on a very nice line now. That's bow 20. Cambridge Boat Club. So there's your hometown, your near boat right here, Cambridge Boat Club. And then 22 right behind them. They're pushing hard. That looks like Notre Dame. Notre Dame 22 with the Fighting Irish. And then 24, Clemson Crew Club. That's the men's club program, where the women, again, are a varsity program. So great job there, Clemson guys. Carolina, University of North Carolina, UNC Chapel Hill, 27. Flower City, that's a offshoot of the Genesee Rowing Club up there in Rochester, New York. The Flower City are all former collegiate competitive guys and gals that row for Flower City. Vesta, not Vesper, but Vesta Rowing Club from Great Britain, rowing in the BC colors, going under the bridge right now, followed by 28 in the green hull is Baltimore Rowing Club right here in Baltimore, Maryland. And then 25 is West Side from Buffalo, the west side of the state up there, Buffalo, New York. 29 coming through next. 29 is Vesper, so the boat from Philadelphia, Vesper Boat Club. All right, wow, that was exciting. Lots of boats coming through in short order right there. These Club 4s doing a great job. Got a couple more of them, it looks like. Awesome stuff. If we had good weather every year, it wouldn't be fun. You know, we just get old enjoying that 70-degree weather and the clear blue skies and the no wind.
You wouldn't appreciate the good years, right?
Exactly. Just get old. Get boring.
Plus, this is better to tell stories about, too.
That's right. All right, so we've got some more 4s coming up for you right now. Remember, there are 53 entrants in this event. UC Davis, way out west, coming all the way east. UC Davis, nice job. That's bow number 32 coming under the bridge here in a moment. And they are getting followed by it looks like a BU boat, 37. BU men, yep. A lot of times we're going to think that they're the team that they're rowing with their colors, but oftentimes these visiting crews are borrowing or renting equipment from the local teams, but that is definitely a BU men's 4 going through. And then a Purdue boat coming again out of West Lafayette, the Boilermakers from Purdue, boiling up the Charles River. Nice job, guys. And in the pretty blue boat here, Long Island University. Brand new team, only the second year of competition for this program, bow 31. You guys are looking good. You're the future, you're the current right now. You'll be rowing in the alumni events in a few years. Good job, guys. Bow 35 coming in next. Grand Valley State University, Grand Valley, Michigan. Row on the Grand River. Nice job, guys. Bow 34. Lake Union. Lake Union rows on Lake Washington. No, I'm kidding. Lake Union. Seattle.
Number 36 here, we've got Bulldog Rowing Club from Lincoln Park, New Jersey. This is some younger Yale alumni crew. On the inside here in the red hull, we've got bow number 40, San Diego Rowing Club. Let's hear it for San Diego, all the way from Southern California, followed by, side by side here with number 33, which is a Gentle Giant, going through Elliott Bridge together. 39, we've got Boston College Eagle alumni. Bow number 41 here is University of St. Thomas in St. Paul, Minnesota, a student-led club. Bow number 45 here in the checkerboard blaze is Union Boat Club. Is that right? No, that's 43. 44 come along here is one of our German crews. Angaria from Hanover. Correction, now we have bow number 45. This is Union Boat Club coming along here with the signature blue and white blades. Bow number 51 here, LaSalle rowing from Philadelphia. This is half of LaSalle's second varsity 8. Followed here by bow number 50, Lincoln Park Boat Club from Chicago, Illinois. Bow number 42 here, we've got Binghamton Crew Club. Their first time back at the regatta in 5 years. Let's hear it for Binghamton. Bow number 52 in the Empacher, just coming into Elliott Bridge, is University of Rochester men's rowing.
53 on the inside.
Bow number 53 in the Whitehall coming through here is Newport from Newport Beach,
48.
followed by MIT Rowing Club, bow number 48,
49.
and Green Lake from Seattle.
Looks like Vanderbilt. Yep.
Bow number 46 coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club is Friends of Vanderbilt men's crew.
Holding off.
And they're holding off bow number 47 there, which is a club from the north, from Sherbrooke, Quebec, Club Nautique de Sherbrooke. These are some of the final crews rounding out this men's Club 4 event. Bless you. So that wraps up the men's Club 4 event, number 31. And not surprisingly, we do have another course record. That record stood for 10 years, set by Union Boat Club back in 2013. Broken today by Dartmouth College Rowing, unofficially at 16:01, breaking that 10-year-old record by 4 seconds. Again, unofficially, looks like we had the Purdue Boat Club coming in second place. starting in bound number 38. That's not easy to do from back of the pack. And then Boston University starting bound number 37, unofficially third place. Okay, time to shake off our umbrellas, empty our hoods of all that water that accumulated, and get excited about the women's club fours that'll be coming down the event number 32. Bound number 1 will be Georgetown University. Hopefully bringing back their title from last year. We've got 52 competitors in this event. We'll see Georgetown coming down the course first, followed by Boston University, Radcliffe, Boston College, Austin Rowing Club, San Diego. So this is another one of our events where we see a mix of competitors from masters clubs as well as from the collegiate crews. Again, women's club fours. This record has stood for 2 years, set originally by Calgary Rowing Club in a time of 17:47. Today has been a day where almost every event has seen records smashed, at least by one, if not by 2 or 3 or 4 crews. Likely to see more records fall today as we get into the remaining events for the afternoon, and we know the wind is picking up. All right, the Women's Club 4 event number 32 is on the course. The first crews have come through the timing mark at Weld Boathouse and should be working their way around the Elliott turn. Looks like Radcliffe, bound number 3, is out to an early advantage, clocking 9:57 through Weld. Georgetown seems to be clocking their second fastest time with 10 minutes 11 seconds through Weld, followed closely by BU and Boston College. Despite the rain, despite the wind, the size of the crowd on Elliott Bridge is as big as it has been all day long. Let's hear it for everybody up on Elliott Bridge. Woohoo! Lots of fast times being posted today through Weld Bridge in this Women's Club 4's race. Radcliffe still has the fastest time of the day through Weld. Columbia clocking in second. Dartmouth in third. Georgetown in fourth. Again, these are just preliminary times during down the first mile and a half of the race course. Penn now checking in with the third fastest time. The leaders to Weld at this point are Radcliffe, Columbia, and University of Pennsylvania in our Women's Club 4 event.
All right, the wind is, or the rain is dissipated just a little bit, not coming down quite so hard, which is nice. as we're getting ready for these women's club fours. Still another 3 hours of racing here today. Ooh. Oops. So the course on the race is important, but so is the course on the warm-up. Crews need to be paying attention where they're going downriver. Doesn't really look like a champ double. And interesting to see how the referees take care of that over there. Supposed to be a no passing zone. We'll see. But right now, more importantly, are the Women's Club Fours coming our way. Course record again held by Calgary Rowing Club. We've got two boats side by side coming up around the Elliott turn. All right, we've got bow number 3 is making some moves. Those look like
that's Radcliffe on the outside, followed by Georgetown taking the inside of the bend here. This will be interesting with Georgetown having the long Elliott turn advantage here, while Radcliffe has passed them on the outside. Georgetown will have a bit of an advantage as the boats straighten out heading into Elliott Bridge. This is turning out to be a great race coming into Elliott Bridge with only about a half mile to go in this event.
And you can see bow seat in that Radcliffe boat really cranking around. She's being asked to give everything she's got by that coxswain, so they make that turn. And Radcliffe's got about a half a length lead. They want to hold that position, so they have the good line going into the BB&N final turn for the finish line. So Radcliffe doing a great job there. And BU coming in clean water behind them. We'll see what happens with BU as they go through the bridge. Boston College doing a great job on the buoys. There's nobody near them, so the Boston College Eagles are doing a super job running that course. And again, having the rain dissipate just a little bit is certainly helpful by this point for the coxswains, especially these bow loader coxswains, or them sitting down, facing the wind, facing the water. Great line there from your bow number 4, Boston College. San Diego has passed bow number 5, so bow 6 coming at you next. Group from San Diego. And bow 5 is their Austin Rowing Club, Austin, Texas. All right, we've got a lot of fans here for these Women Club Fours. The loudest we've heard today. Good job, fans.
Columbia University coming around the inside of the turn in the blue and white. Columbia University.
And bow number 7 right behind them. That's Pocock Rowing Club out of Seattle. But bow 10 pushing hard. They've made some moves so far. And then we've got Dartmouth College. The big D on their backs, on the women's backs. Bow number 11, Dartmouth. All right, after 11 is bow 10, so Dartmouth's done some damage. That looks like Penn. And this is bow 13. That's Penn, University of Pennsylvania Quakers. Coming along next. Two boats side by side coming next.
University of Connecticut on the inside.
UConn, University of Connecticut Huskies on the inside. Flower City, that's that group we were just talking about from Rochester, New York, a subset of the Genesee Rowing Club, Flower City. So bow number 9 and bow number 12. Old Dominion University coming along next in the blue and black. Norfolk, Virginia, coming up, Old Dominion. Fairfield Fairfield College, Fairfield University, excuse me, out of Fairfield, Connecticut, bow number 16 in the neon green tops. They were not getting lost down there in the basin if it was foggy earlier. Then we've got 3 boats coming along here. Northeastern on the inside with the white blades with the red and black chevrons or stripes. And Holy Cross on the outside. So that's bow 18 is Northeastern, passing bow 15, Holy Cross. Bow 17, Lincoln Park Boat Club coming along next, all the way from downtown Chicago in the beautiful Lincoln Park Lagoon. All right, another group here coming along. Great line here from Duke. They're on the blue boat, the Blue Devils. Great line there. And then on the outside, closer to our announcing stand in the Cambridge Boat Club in the red is bow 20. That's Sacred Heart University.
This Duke crew is all freshmen, including local Vivian Foley from Brooks School.
And we've got a couple more side by side here. We've got bow number 24, MIT in the red boat, passing bow 19, which is Lake Merritt out of Oakland, California. Bow 19 doesn't want to give it up, though. They're going to push hard. Doing a nice job there, ladies from Lake Merritt. Everybody's working hard here. They want to get to that finish line. Marist? Marist. The Foxes of Marist coming down from Poughkeepsie, New York. And if you haven't checked out the Boys in the Boat Pavilion over there, you'll learn about how important Poughkeepsie was in that whole story of the Boys in the Boat, 1936 Olympic champions. Potomac Boat Club and the white star on the red field coming along next. George Mason, closer here to Cambridge, in the green and yellow blades. George Mason out of Virginia. Bear Island on the inside. That's bow 21 for George Mason and bow 27 for Bear Island. They are going to be literally side by side going under the bridge. Vanderbilt women coming on next. Out of Nashville, Tennessee. Row on the Tennessee River. And also Percy Priest Lake. A couple venues for them to row on. They've got the nice bucket rig in there for. Bow 26, the ladies from Vanderbilt. Another club program coming in right behind them is Purdue University, the Boilermakers. Welcome, ladies from Purdue University. See how many we had here. 52 entrants in this women's fours event, and we've got 2 more coming up. CRI, Community Rowing Incorporated, the beautiful Harry Parker Boathouse. And Vesper is coming right behind them. So CRI Comp Women in their red Hudson. And they are bow 32. And the Vesper women bow 35. So Vesper is trying to make a move on the locals. Next we have 2 boats side by side. Coming around the outside of the corner, Minneapolis Rowing Club, again from the beautiful Twin Cities. Minneapolis Rowing Club. And a German crew all the way across from Hanover, Germany, and Garia Niedersachsen, Hanover. All right, MIT coming along next. That is bow 39. Chaos Rowing Club. Rowing with good order. No chaos in that boat. Bow 34 from North Carolina. Chaos Rowing Club. And then bow 30, a group from New Orleans. Haven't seen a team from New Orleans yet today that we've spotted, so welcome from New Orleans. The Big Easy ladies there making it look easy as they cruise on to the finish line. Another 4 boats. We got one out in the front, and then we got 3 pretty darn close coming up here. Looks like an MIT grads coming up here first. The familiar T, red T on the white field of ore. And we've got kind of 2 side by side and one going a little wide, but Michigan State Crew Club is on the inside, bow 39, closer to Boston side, and then Texas Rowing Center, bow 40. So those 2 boats have been battling all the way up the river. Michigan State holding off Texas, or Austin, and Long Island University again. We saw the men just a little while ago, bow 38. Second year of competitive work there for Long Island. So welcome to Boston. Bow 43 is Stetson University women. Stetson University. First year back here in a long time. Welcome, Hatters. LARC, Los Angeles Rowing Club, bow 41. All the way from sunny California. I don't know if they've ever rowed in the rain. Never rains in Southern California. That's what the song says. Binghamton crew.
First time they've been to the Head of the Charles since 2018.
First time for them racing here since 2018. Welcome from Binghamton. Bow 36 in the green boat. All right, several more crews coming on. We've got some good racing. We got 3 wide coming into the corner. This could get a little dicey here for this near Cambridge Shore crew. They need to start the turn, but in the closer.
I'm happy to leave them. Number 45 on the outside is Amherst.
What's on the inside? The white one.
Can't see their number. They got a shirt on top. 47. Let's see. That is Monmouth University.
Monmouth.
Second season as a program.
Monmouth University coming up next here with the white shirts, white boat, and white oars. Monmouth University. Endicott College in the middle, and then we've got Amherst College here closer to Cambridge Boat Club in the purple unisuits. So Monmouth and Amherst in bow 45 with bow 42.
46 is Bryant University from Smithfield, Rhode Island. Second year as a D1 program.
Bryant University, welcome. Bow 46, second year as a D1 program. First time entering more than one event at the Head of the Charles. So good job, ladies. Nice job. Keep it going. Calgary Rowing Club, way out there in Western Canada. Bow 52. They've been moving up. Nice job. Calgary Rowing Club. Obviously, many entrants from Canada, our friends to the north. Vancouver, Toronto, St. Catharines, Montreal, Calgary, Edmonton, other wonderful locations in Canada, all coming down to Boston. Detroit Boat Club. Row off out of the beautiful Belle Isle in beautiful Detroit on the Detroit River. It'll be freezing up soon there, though. Bow 49. Mount Baker, Washington State. Mount Baker. LaSalle University. All right, women's fours. Coming down to the end of the women's fours event. Very good racing all afternoon. We've seen great competition. Nobody has hit the bridge. We had a couple of close calls, but no contact, so that's great news for all of the competitors. Worked so hard to get here. It's bad news to have a crash at the last turn or last bridge, but everybody's done a great job so far. Knock on wood. Bow 53, 51, Virginia, no, 58, but it's not even. Might be like Virginia Commonwealth. Oh, maybe Virginia. We missed it. Bergen County Rowing Club coming up next in the purple or red tops. Their black 4. Bow 44. All right, there we go. Bergen County Rowing Association. All right, this is bow number 50 coming along. This is Pride. Pride Without Water is a non-binary Boston-based team, and they row out of the Gentle Giant Rowing Club up in Medford. First year competing at the head of the Charles. All right, bow number 50. Congratulations and welcome. All right, and I think that's it for the Women's Club Fours. We got some results here, Xander?
Just a quick, exciting recap on results. So as we started out saying that this record has stood since 2021, held by Calgary Rowing Club. And again, preliminary results, it's too early to know if these are final, but it looks like one crew, the winning crew, beat that time. Duke University Women's Rowing, which was an all-freshman 4, came in less than a second ahead of the course record. Actually, sorry, 1.3 seconds. So preliminary results, bow number 25 with Duke University Women's Rowing, all-freshman boat, coming in first with a time of 17:46.1. So congratulations to Duke and to all the crews in this event. This is Xander Packard and Mark Wilson signing off.
It's been a great afternoon. Thank you very much. We're welcoming our next announcers. Take you on into the afternoon and the final events of the afternoon. So thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. Stay dry.
We'll leave you in the hands of Greg Stone.
All right. Are there no All right. Hello to everybody on Elliott Bridge. True rowing fans indeed, because it is not a perfect day out here. And this is Greg Stone. I member of CVC. I've rowed down the course, I think, about 50 times, or over 52 years. And I'm going to be joined soon by the boss of announcing, Ellen Minstner, who is also the U.S. training director for rowing in Boston and the head coach for the Paralympic team. A lot of stuff going on. And while we wait for, well, I see event 33 is going to come down the track reasonably soon. That is the men's club eights. And maybe that's why we've got a lot of people on the bridge, because there are a lot more people to root for than an eight. So as background, last year Harvard set the course record here, and so they won the #1 bow seed. And they will need to hold, they're starting there, they will need to hold off Brown, which is a perennial rival of Harvard's, and then behind them, which is fun, a real club, Riverside. And the guys at Riverside are post-college, and they row extremely early in the morning in a boat called the Meat Wagon. Bow 4 is another Harvard boat, the Naval Academy BU, and it will run on from there. This is a fun event with, hold it, as I'm turning these wet pages, 36 entries. So Ellen and I will be with you for the rest of the afternoon, and we hope you're all going to stay for the first ever pairs race. Not first ever, first pairs race in 44 years. Last one in 1979 by my teammates, Dave Fellows and Dick Cashin. And so that will be coming, and then we've got the super exciting champ singles, for which there are prize money, $10,000 prize for the winners. Okay, Ellen. You've got a mic. We want to hand up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Greg, it's great to be here again with you. And you mentioned the pairs just now. You can see them warming up. And for those that may not know specifically, the pair is a two-oared, two-person boat. So a little bit more difficult to steer and to balance than the double, which is a two-person, four-oared event or scull. And they're warming up, and I would imagine that the warm-up is equally as challenging as the race. But we've got our first bows coming through right now.
Okay, so here we go. Bow #1 wearing bright red, almost crimson, and that's for a charity they're working for, is the Harvard University #1 Club 8. And they are clocking along. Let me give you... We're going to give some cadences according to the day. They're at 34 strokes a minute. Great pace for this kind of race. Brown is following them in the uncharacteristic light blue, probably also raising money. I think it's for clean water. And Brown is pretty close to that sort of typical 10-second gap. So that's a real race there. And then they've gapped a little on our friends from Riverside, who have a little less professional approach.
Yeah, that Brown coxswain did a great job right on the buoy line. That's probably why they've been able to hold on to that margin and move away, it looks like, from the Riverside crew, which are just now emerging in front of the Cambridge Boat Club in the HOCR and the blue and white stripes of Riverside.
36 strokes per minute. Nice job going down the course like this for the Riverside crew. I wonder where they borrowed that yellow boat. I have never seen them in one. Okay, Naval Academy. Yeah, it's passed. #5.
Bow #5 now. The Naval Academy approaching in front of the Cambridge Boat Club here. Gray jerseys.
Yeah, Midshipman Gray, the Naval Academy, and clocking along. They have passed bow #4 from Harvard. And give them a big cheer. These are guys who are going to be working for us. And behind them is the Harvard B Club boat, moving along well. And now we're looking at BU, bow #6. And Tom Bohr's charges, good companions on the river. 35 strokes a minute, and this is another Brown crew coming, bow number 7, Brown B. So Harvard and Brown really in this event. And this is a pretty good-looking B boat, 34 strokes a minute. Correctly rigged, nice rowing, well done, Brown. And behind them, bow number 8 at about the appropriate spacing. These are the Dartmouth. This is the Dartmouth, what they refer to as their 3V8. Dartmouth Club 8 coming around the river. And nice, look at, don't know if you can see from the bridge, but this BU coxswain sort of showing off here, putting the buoys right underneath his riggers. Really a beautiful job on that turn. And that is BU's Club 8B boat. Very nice job on that turn. And behind them, with a sort of appropriate spacing, we've got the Huskies of Northeastern. So far, Ellen, a very local event, with the exception of Navy. All Boston crews charging down the river here.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, very even spacing. So we might have to look at our splits at this point to see who's actually winning, because only one crew was finishing out of order that had passed. So we won't really know, and could be a very tight race among this first 10 bow numbers.
So yeah, now coming up, bow number 11, Potomac Boat Club from Washington, D.C., with their distinctive red oars with the white star. And they've got appropriate spacing with the boat behind them. They have not been rowing in a lonely way. They're coming around, and behind them, 12, is bow number 12, Holy Cross from Worcester or Shrewsbury. Holy Cross's 2V8. Nice to have them out here. And definitely holding their own, followed by another Riverside boat. Fabulous. These guys actually row for fun, and they're doing a great job. Nice spacing. Okay. Looks like Brown has won it unofficially. Okay, and who do we have here with the white blade? 15. Okay, and here, Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Mass, rowing with the unpainted blades. And from Hartford, Connecticut, excuse me, rowing along, and with the very unique, very small comp blades. And behind them, bow number 14, the Tideway Scullers School from London, Thames. Last year they finished 14th in this race. Looking for a better performance this year. But I don't think so. Okay, 17 in the red hull is MIT. This is the MIT Lightweight 2V rowing in this event. And so these guys are lightweights, and they are holding off. Oh, they have passed bow number 16, which is the U.S. Coast Guard. Go Coast Guard. Good noise from that bridge. Look like 19 Tufts, yeah. Okay, now coming around with the pink tops is Tufts University. Elephants can't jump, they write, but these guys are looking to leap a few places this year. Tufts University coming through the bridge on a nice line. Bow number 19, and behind them, bow number 18 is the second Potomac Club boat. Potomac is the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area, dating to 1869. Whoa, and the Tufts boat has in it a silver medal from the para races this summer at the World Championships. So a little early results for those who don't have their phones out. The unofficial, is that Brown has overturned Harvard and finished in 14:13, with Harvard A at 14:16. And it's too early to tell right now where everybody else is going to come out. Navy was at least third when they passed CBC. No, I don't think the pen will work. I mean, just to keep our place. Rely on our minds. Looks like Army. Okay, and here we go. Bow number 20 from the Hudson River. Army, West Point Academy, coming down the river. Nice long strokes. Great job, guys. Northeastern, or borrowed boat. Okay, we have approaching boat with Northeastern blades, but could be, and it is Northeastern. This is Northeastern Men's Club 8 B. Guess we haven't seen A, but they are bow number 23, and they have passed bow number 21, which is MIT. A lot of local participation here on the river. There we go. Bow number 23, MIT. Yeah. Okay, and now on the black hull, black tops is Georgetown University from Washington, D.C. Boat number 25. So that would indicate that they have passed a couple of boats along the way. Yeah, this is MIT Rowing Club, I bet. Yeah. Oh, MIT. So 22 coming up in the red hull. This is MIT's rowing club. MIT has both a varsity program and a club team. And this is the club team we see on the river often in the morning. In the red hull, MIT Rowing Club, followed by bow number 26, which is Colby College from Sydney, Maine. Colby College coming down from Maine to join the party. And that leaves a little bit of gap here. Okay, and I've got a gap in the action here. I hit the refresh button, and Brown still is holding up as the winner of this event. Harvard right 3 seconds behind them, followed by the Naval Academy, then Dartmouth. And so having moved up a bit from 8th place to 4th. And then the BU Men's A in 6th place, followed by Riverside A. And then, and then Northeastern's time is just plugged in as well. Okay, and now we've got some action coming again.
28
in the maroon, bow number 28 is a Harvard University graduate crew. They represent the rowing club of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. Everybody's welcome to join. And then in the yellow hull on the other side is boat number 29, which is Harvard Business School.
35.
And then pushing hard on them with the Penn blades, bow number 35 is Penn. The Penn crew hasn't been in the club event for some years. Push it, Penn. Push those guys behind you. And now in the white hull coming up, it looks like Middlebury College. Yes, Middlebury College has got a new hull from Filippi, but they're still using their traditional blades. That's the Middlebury Varsity 8. And then also in a white boat, number 34 with the Riverside stripes is another Riverside boat. Okay, and then the red hull here, boat number 30, is from Great Britain, the Tyne Rowing Club of Newcastle. And welcome to the U.S. Okay, with the dark blades on closer to the Boston shore, it's boat number 33. This is the University of Chicago. No, this is Chicago Rowing Club. And Chicago Rowing Club being passed on the outside by Boston College. No, from Great Britain, Vesta Rowing Club, our third British school coming through. Nice job, Vesta. Welcome to the Charles. And then in high vis, boat number 24 coming through now is JL. So this is actually a corporate crew from JL who makes many of the rowing apparel. And they are followed in the dark red hull, boat number 27, by a Yale graduate crew. News to me. This meant from the Yale grads must make their way out to Derby once a week or two. Maybe not. And they are followed by bow 31. This boat is called Rowing in Color. And they are undoubtedly a program. They're out of Dania, Florida. And obviously about diversity, bringing new people into our sport. And they're into our sport. Welcome to some northeast weather from Florida. And that is the completion of the men's Club 8s.
Yeah, and that crew that just went by, they're rowing with these comp blades. Have you seen that in sweep? They've got the newer shape, the concept to comp blade. I see it a lot in sculling. This is the first crew I've seen using it as sweep boat. Do you have any experience with that at all, or comments?
Well, my only experience is trying a set, having Harvard try a set, and also Belmont Hill try a set, and we had a lot of difficulty getting the loading to feel right. And there actually was another boat. I've seen lightweight women rowing with them, but I think bigger people are having trouble getting the loading of it correct at this point. But they're very popular with scullers, particularly multiple boat scullers. I asked this question. Ellen just asked a question for all of you on the bridge. If you're missing our sponsor notes, Hudson and Giovanni Yogurt and all these great sponsors, we don't have notes this year.
Well, they're there somewhere. I imagine they got blown off the roof, but I'm going to personally thank Vineyard Vines, because without Vineyard Vines, I'd be in double trash bag outfit. At least I'm only wearing trash bag on the bottom, because I've got this really styling waterproof jacket on top from Vineyard Vines. So,
well, we're testing the waterproof nature of the top, but I'd say it's quite stylish and a step up from where I started today. Okay, now we've got real action again. Should have given a little more talk on this. This is, we believe, the women's Club 8s coming down. Ellen will confirm. Course record is Brown University set in 2014. 40 competitors, and already a shakeup. The all-powerful Yale crew is coming down. This is the Yale third varsity with a stroke who looks like she was taught to row in Brown with that layback, but they have demolished the couple of boats behind them and now have even spacing on Radcliffe, which started second. So well done, you Eli's. And behind them, we have Radcliffe, started second. And Radcliffe this year has a new coach after 30-plus years. Liz O'Leary is retired. Claire O'Hall has taken the helm at Weld. And this is the first boat to represent Claire. All right, Radcliffe.
all right, 5 on the buoy line in maroon blades.
Okay, and coming around the quarter now with the maroon blades, bow number 5, USC from Los Angeles.
Bow number 1
And
on the outside.
just on their outside, and they have to give way because they're being passed, is bow number 1 in the yellow boat. That's Drexel University from Philadelphia. And 4, trying to squeeze in there and having a great row, is Georgetown. Returning, they started 4th. They're moving up on bow, and we may have a little traffic issues on this bridge. We'll see. In the red hull, bow number 6, MIT. MIT women's program coming along, and they are keeping pace with those in front of them. Bow 7 in the light blue tops, very attractive. That's San Diego. And bow 8, everybody on the bridge has learned to recognize, I assume, these Riverside stripes. We call them the stripes. That's Riverside. Half this group raced last year. They must have enjoyed it. Here they are having a great race, dual race against San Diego with a big gap opened up behind. And we have Dartmouth making a big charge. Wow, so now we have bow number 10 coming up. The Jayhawks of Kansas, are coming up, and they're returning to Charles after 20 years out of the regatta. So welcome back, Jayhawks. Woo! And they are being pressed by Dartmouth, bow 11. Dartmouth also has a new women's coach, John Graves, who has lots of experience and a winner in the single in the Charles. Go Big Green. And 9 in the gray hull, black tops, is Boston College with their great play. Go Eagles. The Lady Eagles on their way through. So that's some good tight racing there, exciting racing. We've got a little gap before we find this boat coming up. Is dark, looks like black jerseys, red underneath. And is bow number 13, St. Joe's College from Philadelphia. These are Hawks. The Hawks will never die. And they are doing Go Hawks behind them. Bow number 12 working in their wake. That's Colgate from Hamilton, New York. 15th at last year's regatta and was second place in the Patriots League last spring. And behind them is bow number 15. That's UMass Amherst. This is a mix of underclassmen and a few experienced athletes from many countries. Go UMass. And 14 behind them with a rig putting 2 people rowing on the same side next to each other. That's bow number 14. And that is Marist from Poughkeepsie, New York. The Marist women's team. And 16 with the big E's is Eastern Michigan from Ypsilanti, Michigan. This is a young squad. They were here last year. They're hoping to improve their position. I didn't hear that, but whatever. Okay, bow 17, BU coming up. And BU also has a new head coach. Malcolm Doldridge is now moved from the lights to the open weight women. Boat number 17, BU. And behind them, pressing them hard, bow number 18, which is Old Dominion Women from Norfolk, Virginia. Great to have them here. Oh, yeah. Have they been by yet? Yes, they were. John Graves. I mentioned John Graves. Yeah, she's the assistant coach. Yep. We love Kevin. Okay, bow number 19. So here you go, Ellen. Here are those small little blades you talked about, disguised with the northeastern striping. Oh, okay. We're not sure. I could be wrong, but this is the Northeastern women. No doubt about that. Love their pink unis as well. All right, and just kicking off for the Cambridge dock is Tom McIntosh in the yellow boat. He's a New Zealander, a gold medalist in the 8 in Tokyo, bronze medalists this year in the World Championship, came all the way over here to try to take $10,000 away from Chris Carlson. And here we have bow number 21, MIT. Rowing looks like a new hull. MIT rowing along. And bow 20 behind them is Boston College. Go Eagles. Go Eagles. This is the second BC boat we've seen. And in that 22, that light blue boat can be nothing but Tufts University. Tufts University women are back.
And Greg, I think those are the smaller blade there. You can see the shape.
Yeah. I confess, those are the real deal.
More round than square. The others sometimes are called a hatchet blade, which is that square hatchet shape. And these are more rounded at the bottom. They get more surface area there instead of the longer hatchet blade. So.
Yep. And casting off from this dock here, no, that's bow number 1. That's Emily Koff, or is that no? That's Maggie. Maggie. Yeah. And so just cast it off from Cambridge in the gap is Maggie Fellows. Won this race 2 years ago. Member of the U.S. team and also an advocate for those little TD Comp blades. Go Maggie. Oh yeah, and then getting ready to go is the ultra serious and cheerful Michelle Sescher. Okay, so we've got a gabber. This is a 40-boat field, and so Ellen, I'd say that that's more than the men and much more diversity, geographic diversity anyway, in this group. The men seem to be dominated by the Ivies, but here we've got a lot of locals. This crew is boat number 26, and that's George Mason is going to be coming up. George Mason is the largest public higher education institute in the state of Virginia, in the Commonwealth of Virginia. This is miswritten. And is a really quite a well-known research institution. George Mason, welcome to the Charles. Nice line, coxswain, and behind them with a very distinctive all-white oars is bow number 28, Monmouth University, the West Long Branch in New Jersey. This is the second season of the program, and that's a great job, really great job, Monmouth, in your second season. And behind them, bow 30, is LaSalle Rowing from Philadelphia. Last year, LaSalle had the best record in 25 years. They're excited to be back here. Welcome, LaSalle. And bow 31, right behind them, is from Switzerland, Belvoir, which is an international crew with members from 6 countries, including one from the Swiss Champ 8, or number from the Swiss Champ 8. Welcome to the U.S., Switzerland. And then bow 32, Holy Cross. Really, without the Holy Cross blades, but no question. Holy Cross going through with a new blade design and a white hull. And now bow 23 is Rowing in Color, another Rowing in Color team from Dania, Florida. Women from all backgrounds coming together to show how strong they are. Welcome, Rowing in Color. Yeah, nice job, really nice job. Bow 24, wearing the high vis. Well, no wonder. This is the JL Women's Club team. That's why they're so fashionably outfitted. Okay, they're ambassadors for JL. JL has long been supportive of rowing in the U.S., and it's been a great company to work with. Okay, charging up here. They must have gone to sleep last year, but this is Lori Daphne's boat, bow 36, Princeton University. They're Club 8, looking really nice. I've passed a lot of boats, a lot of excitement, and not far behind them, bow 34, which is Sacred Heart from Fairfield, Connecticut. And then behind them, bow 29, which is Gentle Giant. Huge Sponsor of the Head of the Charles, our moving company. And they have also club team up on the Mystic River. Oh, we've got a little problem here. Bow 35 from Riverside, showing their way around the river they know so well. And bow 27 has had to yield, and that is HKS, which must be the Harvard Kennedy School. Yep, looking at the jerseys. Using equipment from Brookline High School. And bow 25, also at Brookline High School gear, are the Harvard Waves. And they are a team of Chinese students, scholars, alumni, friends of Harvard University. Oh, and I remember when they raced in the men's club and unfortunately sunk under the bridge when their bow came off.
I remember that one too. Hard to forget.
They've now got a solider shell and a better course. Okay. Also looks like, oh, they've been selling a lot of those. I don't know if those are cops. A lot of them. Okay, coming around with the white blades is the Harlem River. This is Harlem River's community rowing program, making rowing accessible to all New Yorkers. This is a tiny organization, nothing like the massive Row New York, and just has 4 shells, but has people that have taken up rowing and love to row. And welcome to the Charles. Harlem River, let's go for it. And starting last, but they've had a lot of excitement on the way, are the cadets of West Point. The West Point Army crew coming down the track here, boat number 40. Doing a nice job. And Ellen, I want to note that we are predicted to have a wind change on this course, and we're starting to feel different kinds of gusts. So it's going to be interesting to see what it does, both with the times and with the rowers' challenges.
Yeah, and this is bow number 38, and you see the wind change. I've seen a lot of coxswains having to, instead of a nice blended turn, they're almost going 90 degrees. So I think this corner is where we're starting to see that wind change. It's catching some of these coxswains off guard. But I'm loving the coxswain seat here. It looks like a cowboy outfit.
yeah, nice looking. Yeah, tipping her hat as well. And that is Narragansett. This is made up of women who are relatively new to rowing. 4 of them started this year. Okay. You got to pick up your mic.
Yeah, and I think that wind is making it harder to hug the buoy line. Both of these crews wide. We have 37 in the red and 39 in the dark jerseys.
Yeah, they're having a great dual race against each other, though. And you can see the coxswain of this boat closest to us is using her arm to help steer the boat. That means she's getting nervous, so call for help on your starboard side. You got it. 37 going through and 39 on the other side.
Yeah, 39 has had a rower drop out, and it looks like it may be for something more than steering, because it wouldn't be more than a few strokes. So the 2-seat in the Connecticut College crew has had to stop rowing for some reason. Nope, she's back in. It was just for that steering. Well done, coxswain, to avoid collision with the other crew and with the bridge, and they're all 8 off and running.
All right. Wow. That was an exciting event. And I will just take a pause. Maybe Ellen can chat or not and find what the results are.
All right, and while Greg is checking for the results, I just want to thank all the fans on the Elliott Bridge for hanging in there. Good for you for bringing umbrellas, and everybody else just braving the elements out here. It's one thing to be on the race course when you're pulling hard and getting a bit warm, but I imagine it's getting chilly over there on Elliott. But these are the best fans. This is where I like to announce, because Elliott is the best fans.
Absolutely. And for results on that Club 8s, no surprise, because we watched them go by, that Yale A crew started 3rd and won by his unofficial time is 16 seconds faster than Dartmouth. Huge step up for Dartmouth. John Gaze and Kendall Brewer, CBC member, coaches there now. And they were in 1626, started 11th, finished second. Oops, sorry. Wet finger has just got me to. Okay, back. Sorry about that.
And up next, I think we've seen all of those 8s, because up next is going to be really an incredible event, the men's champ doubles. That's going to be event 35, course record set by the Sinkovic brothers. Sinkovic, sorry. I should know this already. My eyes are going. They're racing for the Cy Cromwell Trophy here today. We've got 19 competitors. Many of the top finishers from last year have returned. So it's going to be an incredible race. We've got Thaddeus Spaddock and Andrew Rado.
Okay, yeah, at the top of this list is starting one is Andrew Rado and Thaddeus Babek, and they were teammates at Penn AC and convened together, and they obviously won it last year. They got the #1 slot. And they're going to be followed by, we're going to have a British crew starting 4th, so that should be exciting.
And Greg, we've got already a barn burner, as we thought. I think it looks like some Riverside blades.
It does.
Really
we
having
got
a
good
little
look
bit
at
of
that Riverside blade when they tapped the buoy a little too hard.
Yeah, that's an incredible duo
so
there.
that's bow #2 from Riverside, which actually won this race last year. And so I don't know really why the organization, but they won last year. They obviously going to take it away again. Bow #2, Riverside, doing a nice job on the curve. And right behind them are bow #4. Ooh, well, bow #4 is obviously in a very good place. This is the Windsor Boys. These are young guys, 23 and 20. I assume from Windsor, England. And then on this side, bow #1. That is the Penn AC guys, noting themselves from Anywhere USA, and the dark hull, bow 3, going by them from Dartmouth, Chris Stick and Jack Stone, and these are lightweights, or former lightweights. Bow 6 on the outside closest to us, white hull, blue shirts, and that is Penn AC doing a nice job, and behind them, pushing them hard, bow 8, also from Great Britain is Leander, from the Leander Sculling Academy, great spot.
And bow 9 is
9.
Oklahoma City, all the way from OKLAHOMA, Oklahoma.
That's the first head of the Charles, these duo. One's a freshman, one's a junior. This is bow #7, and this is from Montreal, Federation Monosport Evreux. I probably butchered that. But on the boat, in the boat is Jamie Kopus, who's raced for the U.S. lightweight team. So no stranger to this river and serious racing. And Ellen, we have a gap here, big time gap.
Yeah, well, we knew that was going to be a battle, and it was pretty incredible to see a bow #1 seed leading off, we assume, in start order, and coming in probably 4th or 5th as they come by Cambridge. So that just shows the depth of the field right in the top bow numbers.
Okay, and back to the women's club, so you know, Yale, Dartmouth, Princeton, USC, Kansas. So that is a great lineup, great mix-up. Great results.
And Greg, we've got 3 doubles coming up right now. The first of those 3 is bow #13. They've got Croker oars, I imagine, with that hot pink sleeve on the blade, white blades, Philippi hull.
That's University of Calgary. First time racing this event. Calgary, as you all know, is frozen 6 months of the year. So I bet they're good cross-country skiers. All right, Calgary, and behind them,
bow 11.
with the CBC blades, bow #11, Gentle Giant, Harut Kafordian, and Harrison Grahams. And bow number 5 behind them and rowing peacefully is Gordon College. And this is a relatively new program in a small college to rowing. Great to have these guys here.
They often enter the para and inclusion events at the Dad Vale Regatta, and they've had a great showing there. So Gordon College, for a small school, showing very well in Dad Vale and hopefully here today too.
Just kicking off to go down to the champ singles race is none other than Emily Caulfels, who will start first.
And in the red and yellow jerseys, we've got bow number 14 in the doubles race.
Okay, bow number 14 is New York AC from Pelham Manor. Looking good. Great rowing venue. And then behind them,
bow 15, giving them some pressure.
15, some pressure on the Boston shore. Inside is Union Boat Club. Sam Ford and Grant Everest. And then over here is bow 10, Whitehall Blue Blades.
But they're getting pressed by bow 19, who are charging
10
up in the
is from
pack.
the Netherlands, from Scotty and Rotterdam. Bow number 19, looking pretty good with a Middlebury Blades, is Middlebury alumni.
Bow 16 doing very nicely through the Elliott Bridge.
16 going under the bridge now with the Union Blades is from Canada, Delta Dios.
And they're getting pressed by bow 18 now in the Elliott
18
Bridge.
with the white blades just under is the Farm Boy Navy. I think that's a new club, or White Marsh Boat Club. Two friends got together today and hope it works. All right, and now coming up.
17 in the dark jerseys.
17 is a combination crew, Penn AC and TRC. TRC is Texas Rowing Club in Austin, one of my favorite places to row. Let's go, TRC. And then behind them is bow number 12, the Next Level Rowing, which is new to me. This is a South Dartmouth, Mass program.
Yeah, they're into the coastal, and I think that's where Chris Bach also rows for Next Level. He's our beach sprint champion.
All right. Down in the Buzzards Bay area. Way to go. And Ellen, I think that's it. 19 boats. Yeah. Okay. So.
Switched it up a bit, so it was Evan and Joey. But Sam and Evan, then Nick Mead and Alex Karowski. And the men's entry C is a scratch.
Okay. All right, so the next event, which we should be seeing pretty soon, they start 11 minutes behind the start, are the pairs. And we said pair racing was run here until 1979. It was decided that could fit more people on the river if pairs weren't wandering around. This is a restart of it, and it's by invitation. And there are one scratch. There are 4 entries in this event, with 2 U.S. team entries, an entry from the Spanish Rowing Federation, and an entry from Ukraine.
Well, it's smart that it's invitation only, because a pair is considered a blind boat, and it's somewhat easier to steer a double, which is also a blind boat, but a pair being a blind boat, and as we said earlier, each rower with one sweep oar, it's difficult, and they are wise to leave it only to the most experienced oarsmen and women to be able to race the pair today at the head of the Charles.
Okay, and results for the men's champ doubles is bow number 9, is unofficially on first place, 16:09, and bow number 8, so they raced each other along the course, is the Penn AC composite boat. Bow number 4 is third, that's the Windsor Boys. Fourth is Penn AC, and fifth so far is Next Level Rowing. That's quite a, again, coming from every part of the field. Nice job to all those successful crews. And Ellen, we're getting a little break in the weather. It doesn't look too bad right now.
Well, the wind more than the rain bothers the rowers, but the wind and the rain bother the announcers quite a bit.
And the fans, and the loyal fans on the bridge.
But I think the rowers would be pretty happy with the wind. The basin looked rough earlier this morning, so I don't know what it looks like right now, but it did flatten right out, right around Riverside. So, and then it's pretty much been like this all the way down the course, which is great for the rowers and great for the coxswains.
Right,
It's much easier to steer in this
and
kind
a nice
of condition.
push from Weeks Bridge to here, favorable wind conditions the whole way, which is why we haven't announced records, but I think records have been falling. Ellen took that wet.
I know that there was in the women's Masters 4, at least had a record set. It took 2 people to break the record, and we do have a new record in that event. I'll have to look at the results. So probably 1 or 2 records would have fallen, but I haven't heard more than that. What the hell all this is? It just makes it. I knew it was going to rain. We got extra thick paper this year, but what is that? Yeah, yeah. It's too much once it starts blowing around. What do you got? What is it? Oh, yeah, those things are pieced. You got it?
You want some before I do
No,
it?
I'm good. I had some inside. We got action.
All right, we got action. We got action. We got the pairs. And,
2 leads.
oh, but Ellen, you took away our pair page.
Bar number 2 would be the Spanish Federation.
Okay, as we remember, it's bow number 2 is the Spanish Rowing Federation. They undoubtedly rowed in the World Championships. I'm sorry I don't have their finishing position, but I think they were finalists. These are really elite level oarsmen here, and they're doing a great job steering it.
Bow number 1.
So let's go Espanol. And then behind them, bow number 1, part of the U.S. team.
Sam. No, yes. Evan Olson.
Evan Olson and
Sam Halbert.
Sam Halbert. U.S. team, bow number 1, taking their sights for the final turn, and they have put a lot of distance on the next crew, who is
Bow 4.
and now we have bow 4 coming up.
Other U.S.
Okay.
Is that Nick and Alex?
Oh, Alex, I can recognize that's Nick Mead in the stroke seat, Alex Kurowski in the bow seat, and they are doing a nice job on the turn. Right along. Great job, guys. Nick was in the silver medal 4 in the last World Championships.
The Ukrainians here.
And this is the Ukrainian pair. So they've got a lot to worry about at home. They are still keeping up spirits. They're rowing well. Welcome to Boston. Woohoo! Yeah. You know, I think. Oh, yeah. You didn't take the whip. No,
That was 37. Oh, then it goes doubles pairs.
yeah.
I forgot that.
Yeah, I
Over
think
sevens.
Liam was put into another boat.
Yeah, they didn't have a pair partner ultimately.
I think actually he struck the Harvard alumni victory. still dry. So we got 20 competitors. Page 137. Is that what you? Okay, next race up is the women's champ doubles. They started 7 minutes ago, so we've got probably 4 or 5 minutes till we see them. There are a lot of new crews here from last year's event, so this really could be anybody's race. This isn't really, it's not going to be obvious that last year's winner is back. Riverside is starting at bow number 1, but I'll get it for you, but White Marsh Boat Club, bow number 3, has the world champion lightweight single sculler, Sophia Lewis, and her partner, Adriana Borson. It's a very good lightweight double, and they're now rowing open weight and should be extremely competitive. And then there are a couple of young competitors, just 19, including the BU crew of Kylie Lau and Zoe Muir. They're bow 12 and bow 17 from Oklahoma City, Rusi Lathan.
Kylie rode for CBC last summer.
And recent graduates of the CBC Junior program. And we're going to also see our friends from Great Britain, New Zealand, and a new crew from Uganda. So it should be exciting, and they should be coming up, I would say, in 3 or 4 minutes. Going down, trailing down along the shore here are mixed doubles for the director's event, mixed double event. Okay. Now we're doing sponsors. We don't have music.
No, we don't have to sing. We can't do music anymore.
Definitely not going to. Why? Copyright?
Yeah, copyright.
Well, how much is it going to cost Heather Charles? Damn little.
Exactly.
How much money does Heather Charles have?
Exactly. It's fine if you just sing. And that's not even close to being copywritten protected there.
So, Ellen, is this our first director's event? Can we do a little gig on that we've had today?
Double, no?
Yeah, but going down are the director's events. So we have sort of the real events at Heather Charles, of which there are many, and then there are 4 or 5 what are called director's events, which essentially are picked by lottery, and proceeds go to support the Heather Charles over the long term. And people love them.
Yeah, they have a variety. They bring a variety to the regatta that you wouldn't normally see, because you have mixed doubles, which you might see at Masters Racing or in para rowing. You have parent-child doubles, which you see a lot of rowing families taking to the water. So the Director's Challenge doubles, quads, and eights are a lot of fun, and they bring a lot of variety to the regatta. somewhere this afternoon. She might be at Weld. I'm good.
Who's that? Who are you looking for?
Ann Buckingham. I think she's at Weld right now. Okay. Announcing. Yeah. We don't have sponsor notes.
Yeah, they were. I put them in this morning.
Yeah. Hey, nice job.
Well, if you put them in, they
It went
disappeared.
to sogginess and there's nothing in
They
here.
were in the plastic thing in the front. There you go. This is
Okay.
them.
Oh,
All right. Let's. I won't rip these
I
out.
was wondering. Nobody else. Both the prior two crews said there were none.
Amateurs.
Benning was filling the air with stories about himself.
Of course.
Oh God.
A different form of
He's
sponsor.
sort of a sponsor.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks to our friend Nick Copley, we do have sponsors to thank. And I'm going to kick it off with 776 BC. They are the providers of the national team unisuits, and they're just awesome. They're popular, they're stylish, and they've been a great provider for us on the national team, and they're also sponsoring the race here today. So thank you, 776. They've got a great apparel booth down on Attager Row. Also, a massive tent for the sponsors, BNY Mellon. If you can get into that tent, you're golden today because it's got, heat and food and beverage and no weather inside. And they have their own private announcing booth right nearby. So head on over to BNY Mellon. They've been amazing sponsors over the last few years. We also want to thank Cenogenics. They're proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles, a leader in performance health management. They applaud the athleticism, skill, and determination of all the competitors here, as do I.
Well, we got some action. They didn't really tell us what they do, Synergetics. All right, here we go. We have some action, and whoever it is
That
a
action is
long way in front.
Solo action, and it is number 3.
Oh, as we thought. Yeah. So here we have a great story. More than the Head of Charles, more than this outstanding lead that Sophia and Adriana have put on the competition. But Sophia Lewis in this boat is the world lightweight champion. And a year ago, she was in a car accident that almost took her away. And a miraculous rehab job, and then doing a great job this summer. And Adriana, her partner, is right with her. They're training down in White Marsh, and they have just put a big hurt on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and there's only a few people that can start at bow number 3 and go through Elliott Bridge with nobody in sight, and they are enjoying that right now and hoping for more.
Yeah, and then here we have bow number 1, Riverside. So they know this river. Took a little bit of late kick turn there, but no, rowing nicely. This is Riverside, Chloe Lewis and Megan Combs. And they are a little self-critical. They know to the notes that they reached too far at the catch, but I wouldn't go crazy, guys. You're doing a great job. Sit up. 680 meters to go.
Bow number 2.
And here we have bow number 2, which is Undine and Vesper, an Undine Vesper combination. The two boat clubs are in spitting distance of each other. On Boathouse Row, Gabriella Thomas and Emma Turney. They just like being on the water together, they write, and they're doing a great job here. Yeah, you are correct.
And Greg, we're going to have a tight pack coming through. We've got 3 doubles now approaching. One of them a little bit wide, but looking pretty good. The crew that's gone to...
Oh, and sorry you missed on the bridge, but
Oh.
what was the lead double on the inside just caught a boat stopping.
Yeah, but they're
crab.
well underway, and they're fine. That is bow number 8 there, the Riverside jerseys, it looks like.
Okay, so bow number 8 on the inside after that boat stopper is still coming. It's Riverside.
And they're passing bow number 4 in the
and
red.
that's our friend Jillian Ziff and Jenny Sorley. Jenny is part of the U.S. Beach Sprint team. Jillian's a former U.S. lightweight. They enjoy a lot of things together, and they're very generous with their life about rowing. And bow number 4, the red hull, is MIT Cambridge home course crew. And bow number 6 behind is Olivia Farrar and Kara Stawicki. And they, at one point in her life, Kara raced for U.S.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Bow number 12.
And bow number 12 is BU. BU women's lightweight double.
They've
Doing
gone-
a nice job. And bow number 10, behind them is the Radcliffe lightweight double, Cicero Holbrook and Isabel Mehta, followed by bow number 13 from New Zealand, from West End Rowing Club, Sophia Lauren Cornati and Katrina Milbrot.
Yes, Katrina's
And-
actually a U.S. lightweight sculler. Her family has moved to New Zealand, but her mother, Allie, was on the lightweight team with me, and we raced earlier, and Katrina is her daughter, carrying on that tradition, a U-23 double who family lives in New Zealand.
Okay, and boat number 14, the White Blades, is Omega, I'm going to butcher this, Ogoaga and Lucia Nair-Schulte, and they are Rutgers alumni, training in USA and in Germany. Whew. And here we go. We got a nice batch of crews coming up, led off by
We'll start with the pink jerseys there. That's
pink-
bow 18.
bow 18, which is by Blade anyway. New York AC, it is. Jasmine Shans and Alexandra Dagno in behind.
Bow
number
7.
7, which is General Giant. Doing a great job getting down the course.
But bow 19 is also plowing through the field. Bow 19 in Riverside
is doing
Blades.
a really nice job, but that's College Club from Seattle, combination with Riverside.
There we go.
That's Kara Twist, who's a great training partner, and Loretto Trevino.
And going right with them is bow number 20.
20, yeah, not giving
Cambridge
up
Blades.
much on them with the Cambridge Blades, is none other than Caitlin Trottier and Addison Lucci.
Yeah, they're putting the pressure on bow 17, the blue hull, as they go through the bridge.
Yeah, bow number 17 is OK City, Oklahoma, Ruthie Lacey and Lucia Ani.
And bow number 5 now out in front. Bow 5 in the dark hull with the
Solid.
light blue and black blades.
That's Gordon College.
Yeah, as we said earlier, another a strong rowing program for a small school.
Yeah, exciting batch. And there were 20 entered, and that, just looking through, that could be the group because we haven't seen, we didn't see bow number 15, I don't think, New Haven.
No, haven't seen them.
So one boat is either didn't make the starting line or, yeah, they're in sight. And good luck to the CBC crew just pushing off. That's Andrew Reed and his still happy wife, Alex Spaulding. Newlyweds, less than a month ago.
Woohoo!
Yes, and ahead of them, Margarita and Carlo Zezza, who've been married just a few years longer. We're 15. Oh, 18. I think we're going to get bow number 15 here, which is New Haven Rowing Club. And making their way up the course. They row on a beautiful piece of the Housatonic in Derby, Connecticut. It's really, and they're hosts every year to the head of the Housatonic Regatta that unfortunately was canceled this year because of flood waters. But great organization. 16, excuse me, this is bow number 16, New York University. Katrina and Lauren Barrow, they've rowed together for a year. Bow number 16. Welcome to the Charles. And he's got pokies on. Which it could have missed.
All right, and Greg, this year, and I don't know if it's been the same way in the past, Community Rowing is actually an official sponsor of the Head of the Charles. Community Rowing brings rowing to more than 7,000 youth and middle school students in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through Community Rowing's Let's Row program. It's an incredible program that puts rowing machines in the PE classes and then brings them out for field trips so that they can come down and experience the Charles River and learn what this is all about. And it's a great way to introduce families and new people to the Charles River, and hopefully they take up the sport, because that's a great way to grow things.
Now CRI is official, but really they've been a sponsor of this race since they started, because they loaned so much equipment and boats and people to it.
Yeah, and speaking of ergs, Concept 2, again, the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. You can erg on their real-time loop at the Concept 2 free erg data app. You can race on a course that's never closed, 24/7 if you'd like, Greg. I think I'll be doing that later today. You can also stop by the Concept 2 booth. They're down at Adager Row, and I think somewhere else at the regatta. So Concept 2, proud partner of a U.S. national team, but also the regatta here today.
All right, and results for the women's champ doubles, the unofficial results, which I'll do very quickly before the pairs, and because the winner was White Marsh Boat Club, as we guessed, by a full minute over West End from New Zealand and the BU women. All three top boats were lightweights.
And we've got the lone pair approaching the Cambridge Boat Club right now.
The lone pair, but we hope more than that for entries. We have 5 listed.
Yes, but whoever
But
this is.
the lone pair, boat number 1. This boat is no joke. This is Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. They row for Australia. They are the winners of the World Cup this year. World Championships and 2 World Cups. And they both rowed at Tokyo, with Jessica getting a gold medal in the 4. This is as good as it gets for rowing there with that pair.
And they look like
welcome to Boston.
Rowing this course like it was their home course. It's incredible showing for this pair.
Look how upright they are and how calm the finish is. They just... Okay.
And a good way back from them is bow number 2. That's the U.S. pair.
Okay, and these are 2 members of the women's 4 this year, which were silver medal at the World Championships. This is Casey Relic and Molly Brugman. Fantastic duo. I was lucky enough to share ergs with Molly in the basement of a sweaty place in Tokyo. She then a spare. Doing a great job with this course. Out of way, Kelsey and Molly. Okay, and bow number 4. Yes, bow number 4 is the Spanish Federation, España. This is Ana Cid and Esther Zamora. These are also world champion quality pair. They've been in the finals, and I think a medalist this year, Ellen. You were there. But there's a great Spanish pair, nice length, good heading. Probably don't row in the rain much when they're training in Barcelona.
Bow 5 is moving.
And here's bow 5. Oh, so cool. None other than Olivia Coffey in this bow 5. She is former stroke of Oxford. She is a former Radcliffe stroke. She's a former U.S. 8 stroke. Nice to see her in the boat, along with Erin Relic, a U.S. team member. Great job. Welcome back.
And right behind them,
and bow number 3 from the Princeton Training Center is Solveig Imsdahl, who is a former lightweight, and Elaine Turney, who have raced as lightweights in the World Championships together. And that is it for the women's pair. 5 entries. Set 3 is 5. Yep.
Well, the pair is definitely my favorite boat to row. You know, back in the day, I always thought I'd love to row a pair in the Head of the Charles, and now I don't get in anything smaller than an 8. It just takes too long. And here's something that might be of interest to the fans. A sponsor this year is DoorDash. I might like to order some DoorDash right now. If I can get a hot cocoa, anybody out there want to call DoorDash, you can visit their, and Greg would like a soup. So I'll take a cocoa and Greg will take a soup. But you can visit DoorDash, the food village down at the Weld exhibition area, and you can be treated to options including Flour Bakery and Cafe, El Jefe's Taqueria, Blackbird Donuts, I love them, Blue Ribbon Barbecue, also love them. Tony C's, Sikara Pizza Bar, and Lily P's. Come visit the DoorDash Food Village and enjoy these Boston favorites.
Alrighty, next up is my favorite event, or second favorite, thinking I have our daughter as well. The championship singles, let's include them both as one. Really, to be anointed the head of the Charles, you have to win one of the champ single races. This is what it's all about. This is what Ernie Arlett was talking about when he sat with the founders of the regatta and talked about a head race. Yes, and this year there is prize money generously donated by the Henley companies. $10,000 to the winners of both events, $5,000 second, $2,500 for third. So that's serious business. It's the first time we've had prize money for the full course. Years ago there was prize money for the Schwab Challenge, which is a race between the top three finishers over 600 meters. So this turns Head Charles into a big international event. And rather than seed this by last year's finishes, what the head has chosen to do is last year's finishes are seeded 1, 3, 5, etc., and the top internationals are put in between them. So we're going to see last year's winner, Chris Carlson from the University of Washington and the US 8 in first, starting first, but then comes New Zealand's Tom McIntosh, gold medalist in the 8 in Tokyo, bronze medalist in the single this year in the World Championships.
And warming up, you may have noticed a double going by, just rowing arms and back only. And that's not a drill. That's one of the PR2 doubles that's headed to the start line for their race later. That would be PR2 is a Paralympic rowing category, meaning that they will be only using their upper body, and the seat is actually fixed. You couldn't use it if you wanted to. So that's the first of the para or inclusion doubles that are heading to the start line, and they go off at around 3:30, I think.
Right, so the men's single goes at 2:41. Ellen, I'm guessing it's 13 minutes to where we are for them. Maybe 14. Let's call it 14 or 15, actually. A good time. What is the record? The record is held by a former lightweight oarsman, and I actually coached a little bit, was Andrew Campbell, 17:11 in 2014.
Yeah, that's one of the older records. I think that there's been some years where lots of records have fallen, and then there's been a few that have just stuck around for a long time. So this is a great record for Andrew Campbell to still hold, and we'll see if it gets broken today.
Yep. And all those former winners think of the prize money saying, where were they when I was here? But
or maybe they think they're going to
life.
Start training again.
So also in this race, just telling you for fun, we got some time here, is Paul O'Donovan. He is probably the most famous oarsman currently for his humor on the medal stand at Rio. He talked a lot about the podium pants he had to wear and other such things. Very funny guy, as is his brother, who is then his partner. He now has the new partner, but today he is rowing in the single, and he is also a doctor. Over the last 4 years, while training and going to World Championships, winning gold medals, he's completed medical school.
That's incredible. Well, you know, they say if you want something done, give it to a busy person. I think that one takes the cake, though. Medical school and world champion, and that's going to be a great race.
Uh-oh. From the water or the
No,
battery?
my battery's inside. I haven't managed to
Your
get
charger.
up on my
Your charger's inside. Your battery's right here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I have one of those portable battery packs that I could go get, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of fast and furious bound over, so.
No, and when so this is relatively new. It charges so much faster than the old one.
Yeah,
Charges in 45 minutes, and they tell you not to plug it in all night. Just
Yeah.
charge it.
Yeah. Well, we'll take some time to hear from a couple more sponsors. Easy Dock, which I've noticed they've smartly extended the Cambridge Boat Club dock. I don't know if that's an Easy Dock or not, but Easy Dock.
That's an Easy Dock.
Yep. official supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They're welcoming every crew to this year's event, and they invite you to visit their booth and look at their low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standard and designed specifically for the rowing community, but also that's the kind of dock that you need for the para-rowing community, the low-profile dock, because you remember some of the para events will have a pontoon, stabilizing pontoon attachment there, so the low-profile docks are great for everyone, and especially the para-rowers. I want to also thank Gentle Giant Moving Company. They're a longtime partner of the Head of the Charles, and they're the official logistics partner of the Head of the Charles. We couldn't do half of this without Gentle Giant moving us all over both sides of the river down here. They are the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. And they're currently hiring, Greg. I mean, maybe we can moonlight.
Okay, and not yet from the bridge, but from our position, we see the first single well out in front with the black jersey of New Zealand, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. We'll get confirmation from Ellen with the binoculars. Oh, bow number 1. So this is Chris Carlson, America's own. Chris Carlson doing a nice job. He's pushed himself well out here. Doing a beautiful job on this buoy line. Chris Carlson, member of the US 8, former Husky, winding it up. So Chris Carlson looking really good here. And lined up at the course. And then behind him is bow 3. Rowing for New York AC, but also a member of Cambridge Boat Club and the U.S. team's single sculler this year at the World Championship is Finn Putnam. Finn rows a lot on the Charles River. This is his course. Bow number 3. And behind him is bow 2. Tom McIntosh from Hawke's Bay, New Zealand, who's just a little bit wide on that turn. Okay, Tom, time to open up now. So treetop scullers having pushed out in front of the competition here. And it is hard, no matter how good you are as an international sculler, to come here on this course and steer around buoys.
Bow number 5, white blade.
Bow number 5 coming up next. And this is Clark Dean, Harvard graduate, U.S. Team 8, rowing for the Boston Rowing Federation, rowing out of Weld this year. Former 2-time world champion as a junior at the Worlds. And behind him, bow 7, doing nicely, is Soren Kozinsk, who is a U.S. team member in the double. Bow 6 behind him. That's his partner, Ben Davidson, a former winner here, and a UW member. And then bow 4, taking a second look. That's Paul O'Donovan just going through. Go Ireland! Didn't even recognize Paul with his beard shaven off. So there we go. That was a great flight of power there. Oh, I thought we had bow 6 because that was Ben Davidson. Is that 6? This is bow number 8. This is from California Rowing Club. Bill Langrowski, he's a Brown alum, California rowing athlete, trying for the 8 next summer, and behind him, tightly behind him, Texas Rowing Center. Kevin Cardno, training now in Austin for TRC. Go Kevin.
Bow 10 here.
And bow 10, a bit on the outside here, New York AC, Sam Melvin, who was the 2019 under-23 world champion in the men's lightweight single. And he's now got a good line on the bridge. Okay, and now coming up with the white hull, bow number 11. Also from California Rowing Club is Andy LaRue, Princeton graduate. He's done many things here on the course in those Tiger 8s. Now out here on his own. And following him in bow number 12 is from the Green Racing Project in Craftsbury, Cooper Tuckerman. Cooper's from Montana, and he went to Dartmouth. And obviously sticking with rowing a little bit longer. And coming around a little bit on the outside here in the yellow hull, dark shirt, number 13, San Diego Rowing Club, is Tom Pesic. Tom is a many-time national team member, most recently in 2021. And he finished 5th this year in the National Selection Regatta. He's got a full-time job, a wife, kids. He does it all. Riverside. And bow number 15 coming up now out of Riverside is Willem Drescher, who's a hobbyist sculler, he says, but a very good consumer of Oreos. Man of my own calling. 14. All right. 14 in the Empire. And in the yellow hull, number 14, blue shirt from Long Beach Junior Crew is Tom Graves. Tom Graves is 41 years old, everybody, and he is a great amateur sculler. He was once on the U.S. team, won the Senior Masters last year, but I'm sure he heard about the prize money and came on out. It's being passed by number 18, who's Rhett Burns, who raced on the U.S. team in 2022, and 20 behind him in the white hull is Andrew Potapkin, who is the stroke of the Russian double in Tokyo. 17 from Great Britain is William Young. And then behind in the fancy looking boat, 16, is from Pittsburgh, Zachary Petronik, who finished 5th at the Summer Rowing Nationals. And coming up with New York AC blades and a U.S. team hull is Robert Sherman. No background information on him, but he's obviously a serious sculler. All right, Robert or Bob, not long to go.
No bow number on the red jersey, but it's a red jersey with a white star, and it looks like it says Potomac.
Oh, well, that's a good hit. So we don't have a bow number here. Oh, yes, we don't have a bow number, but we do have, or no painted blades, but the red vest and the white star means nothing but Potomac. Paul Mercy, also age 41. Another person coming out to test themselves against the kids. All right, Paul. And then following up from New York AC, 22, James Francis, who represented U.S. in the Under-23 World Championships in 2017 and 2018 as a lightweight. Now rowing down in Pelham, fighting the tides. Well done. Results for the men champ singles. Bow number 7 is currently listed as winning in a new record time of 17:57, taking 14 seconds off Andrew Campbell's time. And that is Kozinski, the member of the U.S. double this year. This all fools me. I don't know if these are unofficial. Let's take them on, because I have second place Tom McIntosh of New Zealand in 1720, quite a bit back. And they have third place is Clark Dean, who started 5th, and Elliot Putnam starting was then listed as fourth, started third. So we had Chris Carlson who started one, who we thought was miles ahead. Don't know. Can't speak to it. I think these times are wrong. We're not going to put too much value on these times right now. And we have a crew going down for a row of some sort. Did we not see them in the double? They must have missed it. This was a women's champ double, I believe, who obviously had some misadventure and is now finishing off their race. That is so weird. These times are because there's just zero chance that. Well, it's a record by 14 seconds, and he's like.
Who's winning?
Was
Who they say won?
Soren Wisniewski, but there's no way Tom was second because he passed
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris Carlson, who's listed as finishing sixth.
Wow. Sixth.
Yeah.
Second.
Unless
Either that or our notes are wrong, but
they
still the bound numbers would be right.
see suck one play. Yeah, that's tough. Really interesting.
What's next?
Are you warming up?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, next up is the men's lightweight single, which is tagged on fairly close to the heavyweight single. So they started at 2:53. So we'll be seeing them fairly shortly. The course record is held by Paul Fuchs in 1984. So you talk about an old record. This
Yeah.
is an old record.
Yeah. Not Paul, the record. Yeah, I think that's the oldest, the longest standing record of the head of the Charles. I believe that's the longest standing.
39 years. And will anybody break this? There are pretty favorable conditions right now. David Oren Smith from Seattle is fourth last year in the head of the Charles. He's got bow number one now. And Riverside's Casey Halshaw, who is a member of the lightweight team this summer in the quad, will be starting second. So we'll have to see. But there are 18 competitors. Too early for us for the bow numbers, but we're now getting an early indication. But look at bow numbers. Look at the cadence of bow number. Is that two behind? And look at the steering. They're both going so wide. Okay, so we've got some action here. Bow number one is still in the lead. Seattle Scullers, Green Blades, fourth place last year. David Oren Smith. And he was going wide to give space to bow number three, who's Ashton Knight from X Boat, which is a New York club, who's rowing high, as you have to with those little blades, pushing hard. Great race. And then we've got Casey Haushaw, bow number two, great competitor, fun guy in the river. And he is coming currently in third place, but getting some pressure from bow number four from Golden State Rowing Club, which is Christoph Karlskind, who's in his fourth year of rowing, is looking to move up in this field. So that's a great racing. And here we have bow number five, and he is from a row house in Miami. That's Rodrigo Silva Urbanaya. He was seventh last year, trying to break in the top three this year. And the water here, Ellen, has calmed down quite a bit. I mean, we're worried about the wind picking up, but this is pretty idyllic right now.
Yeah, it is, and it does allow them to have a little more confidence to move to the buoy line. We're seeing some people go wide, perhaps just making sure they don't clip a buoy, but now people are kind of gathering along that line again. Bow number seven in this lead pack in the red jersey.
In the red jersey, bow number seven from Potomac Boat Club is Andrew Weinstein, and he rowed out of the High Performance Center there.
Bow
this is
six.
his fourth head of the Charles.
Bow six right behind him.
Right behind him, putting some good pressure on, is bow number six. That's from RISD Rowing Club in Providence, Rhode Island. He's a co-founder and captain of the RISD Rowing Club. Bow number 8 in the green hull.
With a dragon head on the bow ball. That is bow number 8, green hull with a dragon head.
Chris Crawley out of Riverside, rowed at Marist for 4 years.
Looks
And
like
now bow number 9 in the yellow hull from Great Britain, from Upper Thames Rowing Club, one of my favorites, is Tom Foster, who rowed as Yale 16, so won the sprints and the IRA championships. Now back again on the Head of the Charles. Welcome back. Okay, and bow number 12, this dark-hulled boat, 12 from Undine. Dylan Hartwick, who's a 12th grade English teacher in West Philadelphia, and the founder of the Medium Performance Group, whatever that means. With a sense of humor, 16 behind him from Nereid in Rutherford, New Jersey, is Brendan Baran, who's a 6-year sculler. And in the red or orange hull over here, 18 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Justin Smith, who is the University of Delaware's lightweight team captain for 2 years. And right together here, 14 in the lighter blue, 13 in the closer blue. 14 is Undine, Matthew Greibschaber, and 13 from Narragansett Boat Club, Elias DeBay, graduate of Temple and a Milton native.
that was a very civilized near clash there. No screaming, no swearing, a little eye contact to let them know who's in front, and off they went. That was great.
A little discussion. And then so here we have bow number 11 from Prince William Rowing Club in Lake Ridge, Virginia, Francis Robinson, whose 7th grade math teacher bought in an erg. And that's where he picked up the rowing thing. 15 in the green hull from Nereid is Brendan, 16, isn't that 16? 15, yes, it's Brendan Barans, 6-year scholar from Nereid, and 10 here from Potomac is Michael Gallagher, who's a police officer from Hawaii living in Washington, D.C., taking a break, being an Army officer. That's some break. Okay, nice job, Michael.
And in between these races, we also want to thank the Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge. They are the official hotel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They have views of the Boston skyline, and you can stroll along the Charles River. You can just immerse yourself in New England charm during your stay at the newly renovated Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge. You can visit the nearby tech hub over at MIT and Kendall Square and Harvard University. Embrace the best of Beantown with the Hyatt Regency Boston, Cambridge.
All right, unofficial results for that event, which the winning time was 18:06. Let's see if the 39-year-old record stands. It does, by over 40 seconds. So the winner was Mr. Knight from X Boat Club in New York in 18:06, followed by Christoph Kurlskind from Golden State Rowing, 18:13. And Robert Sylvia Urbana at Row House in 3rd place, 18:21. And then Seattle Scullers, Dave Smith, and Casey Haushaw, Riverside. So 3, 4, 5, 1, 2 are the bow numbers, and that was their finishing order. Great racing for them. And yeah, hanging in there on the bridge as the rain has slightly let up. The next event is the Women's Championship Singles, also for a $10,000 prize. Course record holder is Kate Burko in 2013, time of 18:33. 25 competitors here. the field will be led off by Emily Caulfels. She's a CBC member and a U.S. team member, the last 2 years stroking the U.S. team quad. She was a 3-time medalist in the single and U23 level. She's got a New Zealander following her, which is Emma Twigg, who's a 4-time Olympian, gold in Tokyo, silver this year at the World Championships, mother of little Tommy, age 18 months, and a tremendous young woman. And then back to the U.S., we're going is Christy Wagner, U.S. double this summer and last summer, and in Tokyo, a Yale graduate. And then Kara Kohler behind her, U.S. single this summer, Cal graduate, rowing for the Texan Rowing Center in Austin, Texas. So we have Emma, and then we're going to get Christy from Orion, and then 2 TRC athletes, and then Michelle Sesher from CBC, all U.S. team members. And then a Ukrainian in 7th, and that's our other international entry, it looks like. Okay, that's it, yeah. 3:01 start. They should be here in about a minute.
Well, I think you're right. The wind did change, but this is looking pretty glassy. I don't think there's really much to manage at all other than the buoy line and the competition as they come around this corner here in front of Cambridge Boat Club. But great water, possibly a slight tail, I'm not sure. But maybe a nice little push along as they come through the final mile here, which would be really nice and appreciated by them, I'm sure.
Well, I think that the record time, unofficial record time in the men's single would say these are positive conditions. And we are seeing the distinctive blades of Cambridge Boat Club leading this off, but don't be fooled because the boat looks yellow, so we do not know whether it's Emily or not.
I see bow number 1.
Okay, bow number 1, back in her old boat, Emily Caulfels, looking like a very close tussle with Emma Twigg behind her. Yeah, nice spacing. Don't know where they started, so we really can't tell you who's ahead on this one. But Emily is a beautiful sculler, a great person, wonderful to have around the boat club, and she is putting it on here, taking a lovely line, headed right for the Belmont Hill corner. Go, Emily! And behind her, Emma Twigg, one of the great international scullers of all time, 4-time Olympian, gold medalist in Tokyo, mother of Tommy, and now taking a line, knows that she has got to make up just a little time here. And then we have Christy Wagner from Old Eli, 3-time double, rowing a nice higher cadence, stretching it out, good angle. And she is working hard to stay ahead of Kara Kohler, U.S. single sculler, very loyal to her Hudson boats, lover of Austin. And behind, Michelle Sesher, who has not lost a thing, right on Kara. We have very close race here between these 4 teammates. And now we have bow number 5, Sophia. Sophia Vitas, yes, also in the national double. Winner of the national single trials, straight over 2K. Okay, Sophia. And now we have bow number 8, who is past 7, and that's Maggie Fellows. She knows this course well. She's going to keep trying to push it back here. And 7 is our Ukrainian friend, Katerina Dushenko, who was 3rd place in the World Championships and the European Championships. And bow number 9 here is Molly Reckford, once training in Boston, now calls Sarasota her home. Lightweight double in the Olympics, quad this summer. Go, Molly. And the flashy boat number 10 from Orion is Loco, Lauren O'Connor, member of the quad this year, Wisconsin alumni, Wisconsin native, rowing for Orion Boat Club.
Pink boat number 11.
And in the wild pink boat, also from Orion, is Karina Fettner, who in her thing tells me how to pronounce Orion, but I already knew that. So Orion is a great training program, largely young women on the verge or on the U.S. team. And Karina has put a lot of space between her and
Looks like 14. Very tight.
14. So
14 's very tight. Good job.
14, nice steering. And this is Emily Delman, member of the U.S. Quad, a year ago, loyal member of Green Racing Project in Craftsbury, and a fantastic baker, if anybody's interested.
About 12 is next.
And about 12 behind her. Oh, wrong page. I'll get there. From San Diego Rowing Club is Mary Cataletta, 38 years old, her 12th head of the Charles. First time in champ single. Very gutsy of her. She trains out of San Diego and is a pediatric PT.
About 18 in the HOCR.
Okay, and now coming up, bow 18 in the yellow hull, also Orion, is Savannah Bria, one of my favorites. Savannah, that away, sitting up straight, pushing it on, just having passed bow 13. Oh, I am dropping down to, from OK High Performance Center, Sierra Cedrus, who she walked on as a novice at Ohio State and is now going to Oklahoma City to gain some speed.
And bow number 15.
And bow number 15 here is Hannah Fitz, who is from anywhere USA, but she's powered by Vermont maple syrup, which makes me think she rows for the Craftsbury Green Project.
Bow 22, white hull on the buoy line.
Okay, bow 22, the white hull on the buoy line. And I hate to admit it, but 22 is not in our program.
All right then.
And so, mystery in my program. Bow number 2 is Emmeline Lawrence. Emmeline Lawrence, bow number 2. Boston Rowing Federation and Yale. Go, Emmeline! And 16 behind her is Sarah Matai from, I don't know. 21 is next. Green Racing Project, Sarah Busey, very good rower, and 23. Orion 24, Catherine Flynn.
Super wide now.
So, we had a miss.
I don't know how that happened.
How could that happen? Because I took your
Yeah.
sheet.
I have no idea.
This is Orion Blades. And with the Orion Blades, bow number 17, Julia Bateson. This is her first year at Orion, so she's just getting into the swing of things and doing a great job coming down the course here. And we're looking at some Riverside Blades coming up on us. But
Bow 24.
bow 24. Excuse me, not Riverside. More Orion Blades, although it certainly looks like Riverside. That's Catherine Flynn. Well, I think
We must have nicked.
we've either double counted or miscounted here. But
First lightweight, I don't know.
yeah, because we've got some really good speed coming up. So that is, we think, the end of the elite champ singles. They're followed by the lightweights. I think this is none other than Bridget Kennedy, Harvard graduate, and a lightweight, rowing in the lightweight event, which started 9 minutes later. Bridget used to row on the Charles and was the most cheerful athlete on the Charles, without a doubt. So here we go. Bridget Kennedy. She knows she's doing well. She knows she's put some distance back. She's staying on those buoys until she can sight that Belmont Hill turn. Have a great day, Bridget.
2 is behind her.
And she has put some serious distance on Liza Ray, who's from Kings Crown Rowing, a Columbia University graduate, which does not have lightweight rowing, I may add, and from Hoboken, New Jersey, Liza Ray, doing a nice job coming down this course with a lot of distance between her and the next boat, which we'll find out soon enough. Bow 4 coming up next out of Penn AC is Riona McCormick. Imagine that. Riona rowed for the BU Lightweights class of 2020. She rowed for University of London 2022 while getting her master's. Her mother was once stroke of a U.S. National Aide and is a well-known orthopedic surgeon. All right, Riona, great job. Nice pacing. And bow number 5, coming out of New York AC, is Alex Morse. 2 S's on the end of that. Rowed for the U.S. under-23 teams twice. Okay. Now coming up in a white hull, dark blue shirt, white blades is bow number 7 from Conshohocken, Ensign O'Brien, 22 years old, under 23 lightweight for the U.S. in the B finals. A lot of experience rowing lightweight boats, and she has passed bow number 3, and bow number 3 is from TRC, Texas Rowing Center, Louise Kustner. And she's just happy to be out here enjoying some Boston weather. Bow number 9 is next in the blue-topped boat from Riverside, Natasha Hurt, who was a collegiate lightweight for MIT, and behind her, bow number 6 from Riverside is Kelly Franklin, the Riverside High Performance team. Wow, and now we've got a big high number, which is not in this event, that's for sure. This is bow number 19. I am guessing this is from the champ singles, the previous event. She probably was held up, and she's rowing over the course in time trial fashion. And we're going to look up her name. Oh, it's Cicely Madden. We don't have to look up Cicely's name. From Cambridge Boat Club. Cicely, let's go, sis! Okay, bow number 8 here. Bow number 8 from Lake Merritt, which is Oakland, California. Olivia Camusi. She lives in San Francisco. Walked on as a rower. No coxswain. Big-time sailor. Just did the Pacific Cup race from San Francisco to Hawaii. All right, Olivia. Getting as wet as you did on the boat, on the sailboat. Okay, and I think, Ellen, that wraps it up for the lightweight women's singles. And if we have a break here before we move to the Director's Challenge mixed doubles, we're going to check the results for the champ singles and see who won the $10,000 prize.
That sounds great. And while you do that, Greg, I'm going to say Teddy Peanut Butter actually is my favorite peanut butter. They're local, and they are pleased to be once again a Head of the Charles sponsor supporting this year's regatta. It's all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. They want to know if you've tried your Teddy Peanut Butter today. If you haven't, get over to the booth before they run out. We also want to thank the DCR for all the work and support that they give us up and down the river, parking, traffic control, all of it. Thank you, DCR. And while we're at it, the U.S. Marines, the Head of the Charles, would like to salute the U.S. Marine Corps. To get more information about the Marines and see how they build our nation's leader, you can stop by. They have a booth at the Weld Exhibition Center this year, so that's great. Thank you for your service.
All right, and results for the women's champ single. Don't hold your breath, everybody, because you're not going to get the guess right. The winner unofficially is Michelle Sescher, a lightweight, a Cambridge Boat Club member, a fantastic athlete and supporter of the sport. In 1843, you'll see if that's a record. Well, I don't think it is. Second is Emma Twigg of New Zealand, 1847. That is a record. No, that's women's lightweight single.
Oh, win the champ single, sorry.
Champ single. One more back. So, yeah, you got to go back one more. Kate Burko's record.
Kate Burko,
The record was 1833. So, Michelle was 10 seconds off Kate Burko, also a lightweight's record. Then Emma Twigg, then Emily Colfels, who had that wonderful battle with Emma, lost by 2 seconds, followed by Kara Kohler of Texas Rowing Center, with the second and a half behind that, and Christy Wagner, 5 seconds behind that from Orion, and then Maggie Fellows of Cambridge Boat Club, unofficially in 6th place. That's a great job for everybody here.
We did this one. The lightweight singles we just did, right?
Well, we did, yeah. And in the lightweight women's single, no surprise here, Bridget Kennedy, who was so dominant and far out, started boat number 1, won in 1928, followed by boat number 2, Ms. Ray from Kings Crown, New Jersey, 30 seconds back, and then Penn AC, Riona McCormick, and a 2019. So it was a great job by all three of them. Some reasonable amount of distance between each of them, but great racing. Okay, so the director's mixed challenge, mixed double challenge, starts at 3:21. That's 10 minutes ago. It's probably 14, 15 minutes to here. So as we talked about, this is a lottery to get into this. It fills very fast, within like 5 minutes, literally. And it's a mix of people. The leading off at bow number 1 are last year's winners from College Club of Seattle, Melissa Pearlstein and Roy Cohen. And bow number 2 is return, Elizabeth Pratt and John Winter. He was a great U.S. team lightweight. And bow 3, Sean Wolf of Riverside teams up with Kristen Cavallo, former member of the U.S. Beach Sprint Champion team. Whew. So that would be my favorite, to think, would have Sean.
How can you be a former member of the beach sprint team? Didn't we just have one? Isn't it new? Are people
That's right.
Are
It's a
people
new sport.
retiring from beach sprints already?
A former member
Come
of
on,
the U.S.
hang in there.
Flatwater team and now on the beach sprint team.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. And was at one point the world record holder on the erg for lightweight women. May still be, for all I know. All right, and we have, as I said, 45 entries. So that is quite a few. Ellen is standing here to adjust her garbage bag, which is her form of a skirt. Or culottes, I'm not
That's
sure
right,
which.
culottes. Yeah, this is going to be all the rage on the New York fashion runway, I'm sure.
But you on the bridge, obviously pretty damp as well. And Ellen, it does look like the bridge is thinning off a little here. Only those properly equipped with umbrellas remaining.
Well, we'll be sure to give them a good show because we do have some great racing coming up next. The Directors Challenge Mixed Doubles. It may seem like a fun, non-championship event, but make no mistake, there's a lot of local rivalries within this event, and as Greg mentioned, 45 competitors. It will be entertaining, if nothing else. And Greg, here we go. We've got some Directors
Okay, here we
Challenge
go.
doubles.
Directors Mixed Challenge. It's going to get exciting again.
Yep. And mixed meaning one man, one woman in the crew.
That's right, as opposed to, we don't know other ways to mix. So here, what are we seeing?
Bout number one is first.
Bout number one, College Club of Seattle, last year's winner, average age 57. This race for them is handicapped by age, so they may not have been the fastest last year, but time corrected they were. And, whoa, that is definitely bow number one, and we're now seeing with the Riverside Blade bow number three. Bow number three, who are Stanford lightweight women. No, that's Sean Wolf and Christine Cavallo. No doubt about it. Our picks, early favorites. If Sean would just help Christine out a little bit, it would go better. And bow number two from unaffiliated, Elizabeth Pratt and John Winter. John was a very high-level lightweight rower back in the day, and they're chewing along. And they all have put on some distance with whomever is next here. Bow seven here from Mexico. From Antares, Mexico. Antares is the boat club. And this is Christian Molvig and Gabriela Herta, average age 42. Gabby is an Olympian from Sydney. Christian is from the Danish team. So Mexico just happens to be their port of call. And a really nice-looking boat, rowing very well there, number seven, very well. Bow nine from CBC, of course. No names, but this is, of course, that's Andrew Reed and Alex Spaulding. Andrew Reed, an Olympian in Tokyo. Alex Spaulding is much stronger and prettier wife, and there they go, newlyweds. Bow four has yellow hats. There's Sarasota crew, Gregory Simmons and Anne Marichelle. And bow 5 behind them, Maine Coast Rowing, Donald Townsend and Leslie Grinko, husband and wife team, average age 61. Okay, and bow 6, the dark hull from is Station L, Portland, Oregon, average age 64, Lars Ripley and Dorothy Atwood. And behind them, bow 10, so they've done well. This is 2 Swiss scullers. Oh, this is Janine Gamelin in the stroke seat, former world champion in the single, and Mark Shimon, her partner. He brings the age up quite a bit, average age 48. Jean is a rock star and a great baker. And 11 is from GB, the city of Cambridge. Christopher Ware and Kate Ware, undoubtedly married, and winners of the British mixed double. Okay, beautifully done. Well, they got a long gap. And we have, oh, that's the same. Okay, and you're going to see it soon. Got a red hull from San Diego Rowing Club. Oh, yeah. So 13 here, red hull, Sean Durkin and Sarah Pickus, average age 38. San Diego State and GW alums, doing nicely. Red, bow 14 is the white hull. The white hull from Nashville, Tennessee is Brenna Oliski and Ditmar. They're national team members of their respective countries. They're closing on the tech blades of bow 16, who are, they call themselves the Angry Beavers, Charlie Inman and Sophia Blackburn, average age 26, and they're married. Okay, 14 we discussed, internationals, number 8 in the blue hull is an open, no label, Laura Fournier and Kyle Vio, and they're back to the Charles after a 5-year gap. And now in the white hull, bow 17, Station L from Portland, Oregon is Tara Jones and Scott Urbatich. They are average age is 49. They lure on the Willamette, which is lovely. Okay, and 18 right here, another Station L boat, Penny Luong and Evan Halprin. They're average age 47. And they've rowed together for 10 years. Behind them in the yellow hull, bow 12, is Northampton, Mass. And Palm Beach, Mass. Jonathan Moss and Joey Hetler. And John Moss is former U.S. lightweight, some years ago, I'd say. And dark black hull here, bow number 15. Cimarron Rowing Club in Lake Elmo, Minnesota, plus Willamette in Portland, Oregon. So a mixed double that obviously don't train a lot together. Yeah, the reverse Cambridge blades. Okay, and here the blue hull, blue shirts, yellow hull. Number 19 from Station L again. Station L has got a lot of clubs out here. Lori Jensen and Philip Volts. Well done, Michelle. Number 10. Okay, bow 20 coming up now in the white hull from Narragansett Boat Club. Jean Lambert and Bjorn Sonstead, average age 61. Happy to be back here on the Charles. Maybe not as happy as they would be if it wasn't raining as much, but doing a nice job here. And in high vis, wise choice today. Bow 21, Quinsigamond Rowing Club. Oh, this is Harry Sungrath and Jennifer Wallingford, average age 53. Harry is the organizer and the ideas behind the Ponds Regatta on the Cape, a wonderful affair in early September. And bow 24 in the blue hull from Dallas, Texas, Maria Elsway and Dylan Chan. Go Hockaday! And they have passed and are holding off 22 from Rocky Mountain Boat Club in Aurora, Colorado. Average age 65, Karen Gress and David Stevens. Okay, and coming up here now alongside the buoys, steering nicely and cautiously. Whitehall, bow number 23, Austin from TRC, Austin, Texas. Lauren McGee and Eric Cornett. This is the 4th time in this event, and they've swapped seats. So I guess Lauren wanted to do the driving. Nice job.
First of the high vis is bow number 27.
Bow number 27, Greenwich Crew in the high vis, dark hull. Lane Marmon and Alex Thomas, average age 42. And behind them, CBC members using Belmont Hill oars and hailing today from Saugatuck is Andy and Danny Schley, average age 68. Husband and wives rowing together, and they have rowed in over 17 bodies of water in New Zealand and something like 35 clubs worldwide. 26 from Minneapolis Rowing Club is Jill Cooper and Barry Gustafson.
That's bow 30.
And they're followed by bow 30, which is our own Cynthia Tingle and Mark Callahan. They have been training together like crazy people all season, and here they are making use of it. Cynthia running the show. Mark, just keep pulling, buddy.
Bow 31 in pink.
31 in the pink, very exciting pink, is Quinsigamond Rowing Club. Amy Mayer and Matt Beaton. This is the first time they're rowing together. And 36 in the red hull with the Tech Blades is Bainbridge Island Rowing Club. Anthony Odo and Andrea Chimmy. And then 32 in the dark hull white blades, Sarasota County. Laura D. Toast and Jim McNamara.
35 in front.
And in front here, white blades, dark hull, bow number 35, also Sarasota. Jane Body and Jill Vitkus. Now, very exciting. Red hull, 37, closest. Mendota, 34 in the middle, Saugatuck. 29 on our side, crossing over just a tad, Rivanna from Charlottesville, Virginia. And then dark hull, 28 with the blue shirts. That's Ostego Area Rowing from Cooperstown. And 38 in the white hull. 38 in the white hull. Nereid, Rutherford, New Jersey. Arthur Ware and Sylvia Halu. Nereid is one of the oldest boat clubs in the country, and Sylvia is an Argentinian. Okay, this is a random style.
39.
Coming up here on the outside with the Tech Blades is bow number 39 from Lake Oswego Community Rowing. Nathan Skalski and Rosianne Zietz. Average age 42.
And Olympian Andrea Teese helped get that program started, and she's actually doing a bit of coaching for the para team. You'll see some of her rowers next, but she's a big part of why Oswego is here today.
All right, all right. And Cambridge Boat Club Blades, this could be none other than the Zeza family. Margarita and Carlo Zezza. And don't be fooled by their speed. Average age here, 76. Very high skill set. They will be in the money on corrected time.
Let's give it up for these guys, Cambridge Boat Club.
I don't think that's everybody. We've got CBC's Tom Kohler and Mary Jo Meisner, and a few others with them. Yeah, got a few more here. Yeah, the rain continues downward.
Well, it's better than sideward because we would be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, although our tent is not entirely waterproof.
It's a good water resistance. I give it a B+ for effort.
Yeah. Okay, this is boat 45. So they started last. We don't think they're last. We think there are other boats out there on the course. But this is Swan Creek Rowing Club from Lambertville, New Jersey. Steve Platt and Andrea Dinnan. And they're just going off on their own time here, making the most of the day. Okay, as we know, this Director's Challenge creates some quick combinations. It's a lottery system to get in, but people all love rowing who do it. And I think I'm guessing here, the bow woman is rowing quite well, and I think probably the stroke seat has had some sort of discovery. They are Canadians from St. Catharines, one of our favorite rowing clubs. Oh, this is Vanessa Moores and Brian Thorne. Brian Thorne in the stroke seat. Brian, this is Greg Stone speaking. We used to race against each other. Nice to see you out there. Reporting my spotter here is reporting soggy bow numbers. That's not a surprise. This is boat number 44 coming up, Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. Average age 69, Catherine Yeager and John Leisinger. And they're racing together for the first time. They met at the Masters World in France and fell for each other. Ooh, there may be a bigger story than just going down the course. Here they are. Great job. Yep, watch the heading. please watch that. I'm not supposed to coach you.
That's okay. It's a director's challenge event. We don't even keep course records for this. They're fine.
Okay, so they're going to go through the Cambridge Arch here, which is totally legal,
That's challenging.
but harder. Because you've got to do a double turn. Getting out, they have to turn to the center of the river before they can line up. Whew. Those watching will see that it's going to be a near thing. Yep.
Well, you got to imagine that the boats that have been sitting down in the basin waiting to start are probably full of water by now. So
Yeah, good part.
that's going to be really rough. Maybe they have sponges with them, but really rough sort of sitting and waiting in the queue there. But we're near the end of the day, so hopefully it's not too crowded. Hopefully everyone is organized and ready to go.
You want to talk a bit about our next event?
Because our final events of the day are featuring the para and adaptive rowing events of the regatta. So, brief explanation, the difference between para and adaptive. Adaptive being a more broad category, including lots of disabilities, and para strictly meaning a physical or a visual impairment that is contested in the World Championship or Paralympic Games. So para being a very more narrow definition of disability, adaptive including lots of things, deaf, hard of hearing, all other, anything that requires an accommodation essentially would be adaptive. But we're going to start off today with somewhat of the premier event. I like to say that because the trophy's named after me, but otherwise it's just a great event. This is going to be the PR3 Mixed 4. All of the Paralympic team boats are mixed, meaning half the crew are men and half are women. And that was because when they introduced them in 2008, they wanted gender parity right from the get-go. No more horse trading around later on. Looks like we might have one double, though, from the previous.
We have one double coming. And this is, and we were wondering where these were. I can't see the number, but I'm pretty sure this is Cambridge Boat Club's entry, Tom Kohler and Mary Jo Meisner. They're heading dangerously for the dock. Oh, no, maybe there's a boat coming in. What's the number?
It's on number 9. It would have been.
Okay, I take it back. This is Spalding and Reed coming in, ignoring the green buoys, and just coming in because they're probably cold. Okay,
So
back to you, Ellen.
That's all right. Up next, we're going to have the PR3 Mixed 4. That means, and it's a para event. That means everyone in the crew, exclusive of the coxswain, will have a qualifying disability for the Paralympic Games. So a combination of 2 men, 2 women, all with Paralympic eligibility is difficult to field, but we've got 2 of the best in the world here today. We've got the 2023 silver medalists from the World Championships this year. They're starting out at bow number 1, but behind them are bow number 2 rowing as Old Glory, technically the alumni of the national team, are the Tokyo silver medalists in the PR3-4, fully intact. And it is exciting because both will be looking to be involved in selection for the 2024 team. So it's the young crew. The first crew averages just age 20, so most of them are still in college in that first bow number, versus the old school, which only a few years behind them with average age of 26. But this should be a great matchup between the experienced veterans and the newcomers to the team. There are new members of the team that won the silver medal this year at the World Championships, and the 4 that had raced in Tokyo had a couple of World Championships together under their belt. So we'll see what they can put together this afternoon. It should be very exciting.
Well, that is exciting, and that's really fun dual race. We're going to see them shortly, and just quickly before they come around the corner on the directors mixed double, we have Cambridge Boat Club's Alex Spalding and Andrew Reed, who are just in at the dock. They won time-wise by a significant 30 seconds over Riverside, followed by AR Marina and College Boat Club. And now we have one of the 2 fours.
Turn your attention to the buoy line here. That is indeed bow number 1. This is Emily Eldrocker, no stranger to the river. She spent her college years coxing for MIT. She is leading the crew here, look to maybe have opened up the gap on the Tokyo crew. These are your silver medalists from the World Rowing Championships in the PR3 Mixed 4. Ben Washburn in the stroke seat. Alex Flynn, who raced just an hour ago for Tufts. We've got Sage in the 2-seat, raced a bit ago for Sacred Heart, and Skylar Dahl in the bow seat, and they are charging through Elliott. They are happy to have opened up what looks like somewhat of a gap on the returning crew from the Tokyo Paralympic Games. They are bow number 2 and also doing a great job. Karen Petrick, who calks for the University of Rhode Island as an undergrad. Her teammate Allie Riley is right behind her in the bow seat, really throwing some hard finishes, trying to close the gap on the current U.S. silver medalist. Danny Hansen, also of hydro fame, graduate of University of Washington, right in front of her. John Tangway from PNRA Mercer and Columbia, stroked today by Charlie Norden, who rode for Gonzaga, and also Tokyo silver medalist.
Wow, well, that is a great match, a great shout down. I noticed just watching them row, the newer crew, this year's version, I am guessing is 20 pounds lighter per person and probably closer to their appropriate racing weight than the people coming back.
Well, they're a smaller crew, that's for sure. They got a lot of height with Charlie, John, and Danny. They probably match them height-wise. This is a young, small crew that won the silver medal this year, but super scrappy. They came in with a huge racing season behind them, collegiate battles, you know, weekend after weekend, and that really fueled them to the World Championships. So there had been a lot of jockeying back and forth. They're both feeling the pressure because, as I said earlier, the 2023 World Championship PR3 Mixed 4 will all be looking to return to selection camp for the Paris Paralympic Games. Most of the Tokyo crew are also looking to be at selection camp, making a bid for their for the 2024 Paralympic Games. If somebody were to make it, Danny Hansen, if she were to make the 2024 team, that would be her 3rd Olympic Games for the U.S. para team. She would have raced in Rio. She was the only one to return to the crew from Rio to the Tokyo squad. And this, I think, would be our first 3-time Olympian if Danny were to make the crew. But you can see there will be a lot of competition for those seats, and selection is early in January, so it'll be exciting.
All right, that is exciting. And 15 minutes ago, Ellen, event number 45 started. They will be here shortly. That is the Para Mixed Inclusion 4. 4 entries here. Hopefully they all come along. As Ellen talked about, inclusion is a little different. Inclusion includes people of full ability along with people with disabilities. Is there a rule of how many can be in the boat of one or the other?
Yeah, it's generally 50% of the crew, but as we said earlier, it's a PR3-4. It's a challenging boat to put together to meet those para-specific guidelines. You have to have 2 men, 2 women, each have to have the qualifying disability for the PR3 race category. So most clubs have 1 or 2 that they're trying to put together, and we have inclusion races that allow them to get out on the race course rather than wait around for somebody to join their club with the exact correct disability to match their crew. So it really opens up the field and puts more people out on the competition.
Right, right. So really important to get the sport to grow. And we're cheating here to those on the bridge because we can see really an exciting and different kind of race coming around the quarter. We rarely see, I don't think we've seen all day 2 boats rowing parallel, one way outside of the other. And tactically, the coxswain, on this case the outside boat, might tactically say, okay, guys, slow down a little.
One is wide. Number 2 is in the dark jerseys on the inside.
Yeah, and so you're going to see the dark blades, bow number 2, they've passed on the inside.
Yeah, and that's the NorCal crew. They're sort of new to the inclusion in Paris scene. It's a really young squad. They got two 17-year-olds, Blessing Tung and Catherine Myers, each 17 years old. They are racing with Josh Trammell, who is a para rower, and Troy McFadden, age 18. So this is her third year rowing for NorCal. She typically rows with her teammates, rowing inclusion today. And they are passing the Unity Boat Club. The Unity Boat Club is a program dedicated to unlocking their potential through unity and inclusion rowing. And they've got Annalise Ludvigsen, Cole Hundlet, Leslie Collins, Skylar Smith, and Luke Arnold in that crew. Also quite young, averaging just 21.
Wow, and I notice that Unity Boat Club, they're not rigged quite right because their bow is going under and throwing water up on the coxswain every stroke.
Yeah, well, it's possible. These fours could be full of water.
They could have
That
a lot
is
of
not an
water,
easy
and it
thing.
would drift up to the bow. You're right. And maybe they forgot their sponges. And it's been a long time. They probably got down there early, so they were down in the rain a long time, and that's a difficult thing to do. Okay, and we're expecting 2 more boats in this division to come up. One out of CRI and one out of Westside Rowing Club in Buffalo.
And we have the CRI and the West Side coaches right behind us, so maybe they can provide some color.
So we hope that they're expecting them too.
Well, I do know we've got at the CRI for Matt McLaughlin and Tom DeShulo. They are some of the original participants. We called it U19 para back in the day, and then they kept joining, so we called it U20, U23, and U25 now. They've been with the program for a long time, and Matt was the winner of the first inclusion double that we had back in 2015. We teamed him up with Josh Crosby of the national team, and they had a brilliant row, and that was really what kicked off the enthusiasm for the inclusion events.
Okay, so we've got one of the 2 boats coming around.
Looks like West Side. West Side have the maroon blades, and they're rowing in uniform here.
Yep. Okay, so this would be bow number 4 coming around, and this is not a young crew. We had 17, average age 17, and the second boat, if this is correct, this is average age 62.
No, she raced in a different event. She's stroking. Oh, yeah. All right, and this is a famous duo. We have Kathy Byington from the 2013 World Championship PR3 Mixed 4. She's doing a great job stroking. She loves masters rowing. She's always looking for PR3 partners. And her comrade in the para category is Andrew McClellan. He's right behind her. And rowing for West Side with them are Gina Leos Weiner and Daniel Sullivan. That's really pretty impressive. Like 4 inclusion 4s and 2 mixed 4s. That's pretty good.
Well, the age differential is quite.
Yep, so we still have not yet seen the CRI 4. All right, and the CRI crew is going to be rounded out by some rowers from Potomac, Barbara Plum and Alicia Waters, and the CRI Comp Girls Coxswain. So hopefully we see them coming down soon. They're coached by Lucy Battle, who's sort of taken over the para program at CRI. And after them, we'll have the para mixed and inclusion doubles. There'll be a lot to say about them because there's several divisions within that race. So we'll hold off on that for now. Returning to the dock, looks like a very tired Andrea Teese.
I was going to say, we have a really, this dock scene is not encouraging. I'm glad I didn't go rowing.
Well, you know, you really shouldn't row twice after a certain age, but, you know, Andrea always breaking the mold.
Has her partner disappeared?
No, I think they right there. Partner, isn't her partner like 80? Yeah, she rows with the gentleman from her club.
Yeah.
So it's about a little after 4, so hopefully the inclusion doubles have started. We're still waiting for 1-4, but the doubles are going to be pretty intense. This is going to be the largest field of inclusion doubles that we've had. So hopefully that 4 gets clear of Cambridge Boat Club before the event behind them catches up, because there's going to be some really strong battles at the front of that field in the inclusion double, and really appreciate the crowd hanging around in this weather.
Well, the crowd can count on 2 hands. So this on our side. They're more on the other side. Maybe that's a better view or less water.
So as we said earlier, the inclusion doubles will feature generally, well, this is para and mixed inclusion, so I'll try and define the events within it. There are some events that are true para, meaning both athletes will have that qualifying disability for the Paralympic Games. There are some events that are inclusion, meaning one athlete will have the disability, one will not. And there are both fixed seat and sliding seat categories, if you will, in the event. The PR3, as you saw earlier, they don't need equipment accommodation to compete in rowing, so they row a standard racing shell like any college program would. And the PR1 and PR2 events will use a fixed seat, and they were formerly called trunk and arms and shoulder, but PR1 is essentially an upper body only stroke, and PR2 is a full upper trunk stroke. And we have all of those categories are represented in this single event, 27 entries in the para mixed inclusion doubles. The course record was set in 2021 by Maurice Scott and Matt Hauser. They don't list the club they were for, but I think it was Athlete Without Limits. Maurice Scott actually did a little bit of announcing for us earlier today, and he's rowing in one of the Unity doubles this time, somewhere further back in the pack. And the first 3 events that we're going to see are all inclusion doubles, featuring very strong para rowers. Bout number 1 is going to be Todd Vogt, who was a silver medalist in the PR3 mixed double at the World Championships a while ago, and he's joining a club teammate to row inclusion today. And we'll get through the rest of the bow numbers, because we do see that 4th inclusion 4 just coming around the bend right now. And again, this is the CRI crew rowing with some friends from the Potomac Boat Club, so everybody's happy in their red jerseys. CRI or Potomac can wear their colors. All right, so let's give it up. This is the 4th of 4 inclusion doubles coming through. Inclusion 4s. And as we said earlier, this crew contains Tom DeShulo and Matt McLaughlin, who's a previous champion in the inclusion double, but he's back in a sweet boat today, going for the big boats. There we go. Let's see some puddles here, Matt and Tom. Let's see some puddles on the bridge. Let's bring them through. Matt McLaughlin and Tom DeShulo, longtime teammates at the CRI Para program. And they're just coming through the final turn here and headed home. All right, I heard a little "come on, Tom" from the bridge. Here we go. Bringing it home. All right, great job. Well rowed, community rowing, para and inclusion program. There we go, Howie. Take him home. right, so I'll get back to announcing again what's the inclusion doubles. The first three will be combinations of athletes with para eligibility and without. Those are our first three. And they'll be rowing as PR3, which means sliding seat. You won't notice any significant changes to the equipment. The next will be also an inclusion event featuring another former national team oarswoman, Jacqueline Smith, silver medalist from the Rio Paralympic Games in the PR3 mixed four, and world champion in the pair, of course, world record holder. Don't know if that one, it was for a while. She set the women's PR3 pair at the World Championships a few years back. And when we get deeper into the field, we're going to see a really amazing combo. Corne de Koning, the champion of the Dutch program, 5-time world champion and European champion, and a Paralympic silver medalist. He's going to team up with the Australian Catherine Ross, who is a 4-time Paralympian and silver medalist. So they have a very international duo there, and we're really thrilled to have the international folks here at the regatta. We've got another international rower who is Sophie from the UK. Sophie Brown is rowing inclusion, and then Dieter Ross Lee from South Africa. So I think this might be we've had some international scholars before, but this is a pretty well-rounded international field that we're really excited to have in the para mixed all inclusion double. And it is bow number 1. Bow number 1 coming around the corner first. The bow seat doing a great job looking over her shoulder. The para rower in this crew is in the stroke seat. That's Todd Vogt. He was on the U.S. national team this summer. Silver medal in the PR3 mixed four, thereby qualifying that event for the Paralympic Games. So this is I said 4, but we are in the stroke seat of the double. Been a long day up here. So you're seeing the preview of what may be a Paralympic rower here. We got Todd Vogt in the stroke seat. Silver medal from the PR3 mixed double. Doing a great job opening up a huge gap. They may even be on pace for a course record with this kind of gap. The record was 1911, only set back in 2021. We'll see where we are time-wise, but no one else in sight right now. And that's probably not great news for bow number 2. The Cambridge duo of Andrew Wygren, who is a past teammate of Todd Vogt on the national team. Andrew was in the 4 in 2022. He's rowing today with Brooke Wolford, rowing as Cambridge Boat Club. And right behind them are the Gordon Rowing Club inclusion. Yes. Yeah, Gordon College, as we said earlier, a strong contender at the Dadvilles in the inclusion event. So that's bow number 2, listed as Cambridge, but rowing in CRI blades today. So they're right out in front now of Cambridge Boat Club. Andrew Wygren, national team member in 2019 and 2022. And a member of Cambridge Boat Club, rowing with Brooke today. Right behind them is bow number 3 from Gordon. That's Grant Vernick and Caleb Bresley. Doing a very nice job here. Bow number 5 is Dieter Rossley and Will Stoddard. Will is rowing with his own team blades from Bromfield Acton Boxborough. So a great support from Holly Hatton and Gary Pandadosi, getting these inclusion doubles down the course with some local youth talent. Bow number 4 is next, the Port Rowing Association from Port Washington, New York. That's Aaron Bosgang and Jacqueline Smith. As we said earlier, Jacqueline is actually taking her hand at coaching. She's the head coach at LIU. She also is a para-national team member, medalist in the 2016 Paralympic Games. She's doing a great job. This is Jacqueline Smith, decorated Paralympian. She's doing a great job with her. She's doing a great job with her partner here today, Aaron Bosgang, and they've opened up a huge gap on the field behind them. All right, and with great swing and power, using only their upper body here, that is indeed bow number 7. That's our international duo, Corne de Koning and Catherine Ross. Corne de Koning is a Dutch 5-time world champion and European champion, and a Paralympic silver medal in the PR2 category. As mentioned early, no sliding seat here. They're propelling the boat only with their upper body. They don't row together, but they sure look like they have trained together for years here today. Let's give a huge round of applause for Catherine Ross and Corne de Koning, the Australian-Dutch duo in fine form here on the Charles. They've gone through bow number 5 now. This is Dieter Rossley and Will Stoddard. Bow number 6, my mistake. Stephanie Sudick and Aiden Porter. There we go. This is a husband and wife duo, and Aiden has been at the U.S. national team trials a number of years. They're both physicians, I believe. Aiden's a pediatric nephrologist at University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, and Stephanie is an associate professor of chemistry at Carnegie Mellon. Bow number 11, though, giving them some pressure. This is triangle rowing. Brady Hart and Patrick Newman. Patrick is a senior at Cardinal Gibbons High School, and he and Brady were 3rd at Youth Nationals in the mixed inclusion double. Bow number 9 next from Catawba. That is the Charlotte, North Carolina duo of Henry Durand and Kate Cavaza. They have a combined total of 55 years of rowing experience internationally and locally. Bow number 13, another Three Rivers crew. This is Alicia Barris. She began rowing and took to the sport immediately. She's a visually impaired rower. This is only her 2nd head race and the 4th rowing race of all in her career. Let's give a huge round of applause for Alicia in the stroke seat there, doing a great job. Bow number 8, this is the West Side duo. This is Ian Sukon and Maddie Eberhard. Maddie Eberhard is a PR2 rower. She rowed in the PR2 mixed double at the 2023 World Rowing Championship. She also rowed in 2019 in the PR2 women's single. Bow number 15 right behind them, that's Stella Smith and Lauren Fish, rowing for Capital. Lauren also raced at U.S. national team trials with in the PR3 pair with Sarah Menifee. This is so exciting to see so much variety in the clubs that are entered here today. Usually there have been the typical powerhouses of community rowing, Capital Rowing, Holyoke rows, but the diversity in the number of clubs and the geographic diversity that we have today is just tremendous. It's really great for the rowers and really great for the head of the Charles. But this now in front of us is bow number 10 from Rocky Mountain, Aurora, Colorado. This is Natalie Ormond and Diane Straub. Diane rowed for Ohio State. And they've never been to the head of the Charles Regatta. Well, welcome. There'll be better weather next time, but let's give them a big round of applause. Rocky Mountain all the way from Aurora, Colorado. Bow number 16 is next. That's the Endeavor Racing Alliance from Arizona. This is Aaron Jewell and Dave Peters. Endeavor Racing has really come on the scene now. The Arizona Club, Arizona's strong area for collegiate adaptive sports. Bow number 16, they're doing a great job. Also their first time, so welcome Endeavor Racing. We hope this is the beginning of a long history in the head of the Charles. Okay, bow number 19, this is Cassandra Eddy and Brooke Moss. Cassandra started rowing at Skidmore, rowing sweeps when she attended college. She recently became a para rower and is training at CRI with the Para High Performance Group under Coach Beth Knoll, who is right behind me. This is her first head of the Charles as an athlete and a scholar. Cass is in the stroke seat. Her partner, Brooke, is in the bow. They're doing a great job. Cass is looking really aggressive around the finish. She's been working hard on the Charles all season long. Have a great row. Bow number 18 on the buoy line is the West Side crew. This is Andrew Mangan rowing with his sister, Patricia Mangan. Andrew is our PR1 single sculler from the World Championships. He's training this year to make a bid to qualify his boat for the Paralympic Games. He is in the stroke seat doing an incredible job. Imagine doing the head of the Charles, and his sister's on the U.S. ski team. But imagine, this is West Side, the Mangan family. Every one of them, I think, even the parents, are strong rowers. So really doing a great job here, Andrew. He's doing a VO2 max test on Monday, so don't save anything. Bow 14, right behind them, that is from Capital. That is Ingrid Clark-Marshall and Ibrahim Onafeko, which I think he affectionately goes by Dammy, and he's excited to be here racing down the Charles. I think it's his second time in the head of the Charles, a visually impaired athlete rowing for Capital. Bow number 12 here from South Jersey. This is Lily Adkins and Allison Tasek. Lily rows for South Jersey High School, and she does extensive work with Alex's Lemonade Stand. I had the pleasure of working with Lily at a para-development camp earlier this year, and this is her first head of the Charles, and she's just 17 years old. So welcome, Lily, to the head of the Charles. Yes, we do have many more entries. As I said, you will see these gaps from time to time in this event because some athletes, as PR3, will be using the full range of their leg, trunk, and arms, and some are just arms and shoulders, and some are just trunk. So,
well, Eleanor, was interesting, and there were PR1s and 2s that were, rowing along with the 3s. I mean, it's quite a
absolutely.
variety of effectiveness.
Yeah, that Australian-Dutch duo, they are legit competitors, and they're really holding their own in this field of PR3 rowers. And bow 17 is another entry. This is Hawkeye Community Rowing. This is James Duncan. He's just 17 years old. He's rowing with a local rower, Emily Yang, from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, who's been real great supporters of our para and inclusion program. James was discovered early on and attended a development camp, and he is a potential future hopeful in the PR2 single. I think maybe rowing a little bit shorter than is typical for James, but nonetheless, he's doing a great job with his partner. Bow 21 is moving on them. This is the British sculler, Sophie Brown. This is her second head of the Charles, and she was the first adaptive rower at Sudbury Rowing Club in the UK. So welcome back, Sophie Brown. Now we've got bow number 25 from Fort Collins, Colorado. Daniel Berlin and Adrian Berlin, visually impaired father with his son Adrian as the guide rower. In 2021, they competed at the Boston Marathon together. So incredible all-around athletes in this parent-child mixed inclusion double today. Doing a great job. Let's give it up for these rowers out here. I know we've only got a few people in the boathouse or on the dock, but this is an incredible event. And what we're seeing here with these mixed ability crews is nothing short of spectacular. Bow number 20 is up next. This is another CRI entry. This is Noah Blom rowing with Megan Brundage. This is Noah's second head of the Charles after qualifying for the guaranteed entry last year. Megan is a familiar face on the Charles, is the founder of the Women's Rowing Professional Network. Noah also attended a development camp down at the Mercer Training Center last fall, and getting a big CRI from probably CRI member number 1, Howie. There we go. Yeah, now we've got wind and rain, so this is a very challenging weather conditions for these crews out here on the course. Bow number 22 now, another entry from the Unity Boat Club. This is Spencer Sprague. He's a coach and acting as a guide rower today for Adeline Lee from CRI, who's jumping in. So Spencer helped us out at the mini camp leading up to the Beata Regatta this summer, and he's doing a great job leading a Unity Boat Club. As we said early, they work with youth, military, and adaptive teams. This is Adeline's first head of the Charles, so if you're on the bridge, stop for 2 seconds and give a cheer for Adeline Lee and her first head of the Charles. Let's go, Adeline and Spencer. .27 from Northampton. Looks like possibly Holyoke Rose, although I can't quite tell. Sorry, Northampton. Northampton, this is Steckel, a mother-daughter double from Northampton. Going a little bit wide on that turn, but I'm sure they'll get underway by looking over their shoulder. Bow number 24 is next. Another CRI entry. This is Lisa Chiango. She's rowing today with Narika Mehta. Lisa has a visual and hearing impairment and uses her experience in pioneering assistive technology through her work at the Perkins School for the Blind. This is her second head of the Charles. She works as an adaptive technology trainer at Perkins School, and she rows out of CRI in their para program. All right, and I see the safety launch. This may be our last double we've seen. I know that Louisville is a scratch, so we won't see the Louisville entry today. Bow 23. The Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing. Maya Rosenberger. She's just 16 years of age also. She was first place in the women's double at the Beata Regatta this year, and then a second place in the PR2 single. So she's a high school student at the Academy of Notre Dame and participated in the U.S. Rowing Para Mini Camp in Philadelphia this year. You can see she's doing a quick, aggressive style. She has a very competitive outlook for her future rowing and is hoping to maybe attend the Canadian Henley this year. So Maya Rosenberger, hopefully having a great future in PR2 rowing. This is her first head of the Charles, so have a great one. You're almost there, Maya. Thank you, referees. We will see everybody tomorrow. That's a wrap.